Cloak Games Shadow Jump. Jonathan Moeller. Description: I'm an illegal wizard, an expert thief, and an occasional killer. So robbing the mansion of the elven noble Lord Castamere should prove no challenge at all. Except another thief has an eye on Lord Castamere's treasures, a thief with magical abilities I don't understand. And unless I outwit this master thief, I'll be the one left holding the bag. And among the elves, the punishment for theft is death. 1. Dress clothes. In retrospect, I think this is where things began going wrong. Not that things were going that great for me. I was 20 years old, and for 15 of those years, I had been in thrall to the elven lord and archmage Keithran Morvilland. My brother Russell was dying of a rare magical disease, and Morvilland offered to cast the cure spells he needed to survive. In exchange, I stole things from Morvilland. He taught me magical spells, and his human retainers, all of whom possessed a wide variety of illegal skills, taught me the skills a master thief needed. By the time I reached my teens, I stole from banks and secured offices and mansions for Morvilland, and I never got caught. Morvilland had made me into a master thief, but I was really good at it. I knew he would kill me at the first sign of rebellion, but I still took a great deal of pride in my skills. He might have forced me to learn magic, but I had come to love the power it offered. Even if I had to use the power in Morvilland's service. At first I thought he was just greedy, that he wanted art and historical relics without having to pay for them, but after the Archon attack on Milwaukee, I learned better. He was up to some grand plan, and he needed me to steal items necessary for that plan. I didn't dare ask him more, because if I pushed him too far, he would kill me and Russell would die of frost fever. I just had to hang on for 6 more years. Morvilland cast 1 healing spell on Russell a year, and once we reached Russell's 20th birthday in Conquest year 320, or 2333 AD according to the pre-conquest calendar, he would be cured. And then we would see what happened. Still, for right now, my life had an uneasy sort of equilibrium. Russell knew the truth about me now. Actually, he had known the truth for years, but he just kept it to himself. The Marneys, the family that had raised Russell while I did Morvilland's errands, knew the truth about me as well, and I was on good terms with them. I wasn't rich, but I had managed to steal and save enough that I wasn't in immediate financial trouble, and so far I had avoided the malevolent attention of Homeland Security and the High Queen's Inquisition. I even had a boyfriend. Well, sort of. We were taking things slowly, very slowly. Reardon McCormack had been badly burned by the women in the past, so he wanted to take things slowly. But that was all right. I had been badly burned by a man in my past, so I was in complete agreement about taking things slow. So while my life wasn't great, it could have been worse. Much worse. And right here, when Morvilland sent me to rob Baron Castamere of La Crosse, that's when things started to get worse. It started on the 2nd day of November in Conquest year 314, or 2327 AD, according to the old calendar. It was a Wednesday, which meant it was Punishment Day, when Homeland Security posted videos of criminal sentences on the internet. The High Queen did not believe in maintaining a vast prison system like the pre-conquest presidents had done, so instead criminal punishments were corporal, often floggings, beatings, or sale into slavery. Homeland Security uploaded the most engaging videos of the punishments every week to promote virtue and self-restraint among the High Queen's subjects. In practice, most of her subjects laughed at the Punishment Day videos, and comedic remixes of the floggings were popular. The entire thing put me in a foul mood, so I planned to spend the day alone in my basement apartment. I started the morning by casting the spell Reardon had taught me to keep the anthrophages from tracking my mental spoor. I then moved on to a vigorous workout with my free weights and my treadmill, and then practiced my spells. After a nice hot bath and half a pot of coffee, I decided to spend the rest of the day maintaining my equipment while listening to music. Morvillon's summons caught me while I was cleaning one of my guns. A summons from Lord Morvilland always hit me like a 2x4 upside the head. He had a vial of blood from my heart, and with it he could find me anywhere and summon me from anywhere. He could also kill me whenever he wanted, but obviously he hadn't done that so far. The summoning spell he used felt like a seizure. A wave of pain and nausea rolled through me, and I had to grip the edge of my table to keep from falling over until it passed. Morvilland wanted to see me, and he wanted to see me now. "Right," I muttered, pushing away from the table. I found my phone and sent a text message to Morvilland's butler Rusk, letting him know that I was on my way. Else Morvilland would simply repeat the spell every few hours, until I showed up. That accomplished, I bundled up to face the cold. Thanks to all the exercise and training, I had a lower body fat percentage than most women my age. This definitely came in handy when, say, I was fleeing for my life from anthrophages in the Shadowlands, which had happened more often than I liked. It was less comfortable in the midst of November in Wisconsin. Wisconsin winters got cold, and I hated the cold. More than once I wished Morvilland lived in Los Angeles or Phoenix, or somewhere that had a nice dry heat. I dressed in thermal underwear, black jeans, heavy black boots, a t-shirt, and a thick gray sweater before putting on a heavy black winter coat, a ski cap and a scarf. Then I trudged into the parking lot, the snow crunching beneath my boots, and got into my car. I really preferred my motorcycle, but riding a motorcycle in sub-zero weather is a great way to get hypothermia, so instead I took my newest car. All my other cars had been involved in various high-profile thefts, so I had gotten rid of them in exchange for an old Lone Star Motors Vaquero sedan. It was an unappealing brown color, and all the buttons were labeled in Spanish, but it ran just fine. It took longer than I would have liked to reach Morvilland's palatial mansion in Shorewood. The plows were clearing away last night's snowfall, and the Archons had blown up part of Highway 43, and it hadn't been rebuilt yet, so I had to take the long way. Despite the snow, I finally crunched up the driveway to Morvilland's mansion, which was built in the traditional Elven style, which looked like a combination of ancient Roman temples and imperial Chinese palaces. Rusk met me at the main doors. He was a paunchy, balding man in formal livery, and he did not approve of me. Yet he didn't give me a hard time, save to tell me to remove my boots so I did not track dirty water upon Lord Morvilland's floors. I suspected he had lost someone in the Archon attack, and his usual haughty manner had been subdued ever since. Maybe it would cheer him to know just how brutally Morvilland had killed the 2 Archons who had crossed his path. I shivered, and not from the wretched cold. Rusk led me to Morvilland's library. It filled a vast room at the rear of the house, with tall windows overlooking the bluffs and the waters of Lake Michigan. Currently the waters of the lake had frozen over, and even as cold as Wisconsin became, that was rare in November. The floor was white marble, polished and gleaming. Books written in both Elven hieroglyphics and the common Elven alphabet covered the walls, along with countless volumes on ancient Earth's history and peoples. Long tables ran the length of the room, holding books and scrolls and relics. An elaborate summoning circle had been carved into slabs of gleaming red marble before the high windows, its design intricate beyond my magical skill to comprehend, let alone duplicate. Morvilland had been expanding the circle, adding symbols and designs to its circumference. His work table stood facing the lake, holding 3 enormous computer monitors displaying a variety of information. The cruciform eye sat on its pedestal next to the table. I shivered again. I hated looking at the damned thing. It was about the size of a bowling ball, and fire filled its crystalline depths. Something like a black cross floated in its center, giving the sphere the look of a burning eye with a cross-shaped black pupil. After all the trouble it had caused, I had hoped to never see it again, but Morvilland had placed it in his library. Maybe Morvilland didn't want to let it out of his sight. Morvilland stood before his work table, gazing at the monitors. "Miss Moran, my lord," said Rusk, bowing and marching from the library. I went to one knee, prepared to wait as long as necessary until Morvilland was ready. "Rise," said Morvilland a few seconds later. I rose, my thick socks slipping on the polished floor. Evidently Morvilland wanted to get down to business. He regarded me without expression. He wore the gold-trimmed, ornamented red cloak of an elven noble, but beneath that he wore the stark black robe of an elven archmage. All the elves could use magic to some extent or another, but there were only a few archmages among them, and rumor claimed Morvilland the Magebreaker was the most powerful of them. I believed those rumors. I had seen him kill an entire battalion of Orcish soldiers in the space of a few seconds, with even less effort than it would take for me to kill a fly. "My lord," I said. The elves almost always had a strange alien beauty about them, but Morvilland looked old, far older than any elf I had ever seen, almost to the point of frailty. His eyes were a harsh shade of blue in his angular, lined face, and it was very hard not to look away. But I didn't. Morvilland would not respond well to any show of weakness. That would reduce my value to him as a tool. "Nadia Moran," said Morvilland. The depth of his voice always startled me, given his gaunt frame. He turned back to his monitors, beckoning with one hand. "Attend." "My lord," I said, stepping to his side. He tapped a few keys on his computer, and the image on the left-hand monitor changed. The screen showed a square stone tablet, about 6 or 7 inches across and 2 inches thick. Rows of blocky stylized symbols covered its front, cuneiform it was called, a language from ancient pre-conquest Asia. I flinched at the sight before I could stop myself. I had seen that tablet before, when Morvilland had sent me to steal it from Paul McCade's mansion in Milwaukee. I had almost gotten killed in the process, but I had also met Reardon, and that had worked out so far. "You recognize this, I trust," said Morvilland. I couldn't tell whether he had noticed my reaction. Likely he did not care. "That is," I said, "the tablet you sent me to steal from Paul McCade in July. The tablet enchanted with a spell of dark magic, and dedicated to the Dark Ones." I regretted the words as soon as they left my lips. Morvilland had made it very clear that I was never to ask him about the Dark Ones. He had threatened to kill Russell if I ever did it again. Yet he did not seem displeased. Maybe he didn't care if I made statements about the Dark Ones, so long as I didn't ask him about them. "Correct," said Morvilland. "Recently, I have located a second tablet of similar age." He tapped a key, and the image changed, showing a different stone tablet. They looked nearly identical, and if I hadn't been looking, I might not have noticed any difference between them, but the inscriptions were different. "You will obtain this tablet and bring it to me." "Like baseball cards?" I said before I could stop myself. "Have to collect them all." As I've mentioned before, I have a smart mouth. It has gotten me into trouble. It gets me into trouble. And it will continue to get me into trouble. I shouldn't have made that wisecrack, but the sight of the tablet had brought up bad memories, and when I get frightened my mouth runs away with itself. Fortunately, this time it didn't get me into trouble. "Something of that nature," said Morvilland. He glanced at where the cruciform eye glowed on its little pedestal. "It will prove useful." "Where is the tablet presently located, my lord?" I said. That was a polite way of asking who I was about to rob. "It is in the possession of Lord Castamere, Baron of Lacrosse, and vassal of Duke Carithrace of Madison," said Morvilland. He pressed another key, and an image of an elven man in the gold-trimmed red coat of an elven noble appeared on the right-hand monitor. He had thick golden hair, his eyes a peculiar vivid shade of green that made his angular face seem even more alien. His lips were pressed into a thin line, and his expression radiated arrogant contempt. "I see," I said, trying to remember what I knew about him. I had driven through La Crosse on my way to the Twin Cities a few times, but I had only stopped there long enough to buy gas. All I could recall was that Lord Castamere had a reputation for harshness, and was not terribly popular with the other elven nobles. Of course, Morvilland himself was not popular with the other elven nobles, likely because they were all terrified of him. "He will have excellent security." "Undoubtedly," said Morvilland. "But I have confidence you shall rise to the challenge. You have excellent motivation to succeed." "Yes," I said, my voice flat. Morvilland liked to give me as little help as possible, for two reasons. One was plausible deniability. If I screwed up and got arrested, he would use the vial of heart's blood to kill me and cover his tracks. The second was his own harsh personal philosophy. He had no use for weakness, and believed that challenges forced me to become stronger and harder and therefore more useful to him. The hell of it was, though, he was at least partially right. I knew Russell's life depended on me, and so I pushed myself harder, made myself more ruthless. That had let me succeed when I otherwise would have failed. Morvilland himself seemed to live the same philosophy. I had seen him fight only once, but he had crushed his opponents without a hint of mercy. I wondered how many fights he had survived to gain that kind of prowess. He had to be at least 1,000 years old, if not older. I pushed it out of my mind. Right now I had more immediate problems. "You are correct that Lord Castamere's security will be excellent," said Morvilland. "But there is an opportunity to exploit in 3 weeks' time." 3 weeks? I said, and then the date clicked. "He has a Thanksgiving party?" "Of a sort," said Morvilland. "Lord Castamere traditionally holds a Thanksgiving banquet for his vassals and the richer members of La Crosse's citizenry every year. Easily 2,000 guests attend, accompanied by the usual hirelings that support such gatherings, cooks and entertainers and so forth. That will provide you with ample opportunity to steal the tablet in the confusion." "His security will be higher for the party," I said. "You have employed such a ruse before," said Morvilland. "When Duke Carithrace received Jarl Rimithor at Madison, or when Paul McCade held his Conquest Day party." I started to open my mouth to say that there had been severe complications both times, but for once in my life I shut up. I didn't think Morvilland knew how I owed the Knight of Greyhold a favor, how Rimithor had given me his amulet in exchange for screwing over the rebels. For that matter, the complications at Paul McCade's party had led to me meeting Reardon, and I really didn't want to tell Morvilland that I was seeing him. The firstborn of the Shadowhunters seemed to be one of the few people on Earth, elven or human, that Morvilland was unwilling to cross. "Yes," I said at last. "Eloquent as ever, I know." "The Thanksgiving banquet will be your easiest opportunity to claim the tablet," said Morvilland. I took a deep breath. That's my deadline? Only 3 weeks? Well, Morvilland had given me worse jobs with less time to prepare, but 3 weeks was still cutting it very close. "Yes," said Morvilland. "It is not necessary to obtain the tablet by Thanksgiving, but Baron Castamere's party is the best opportunity you are likely to have. Nevertheless, you shall bring me the tablet by midnight on New Year's Eve. Failure to do so would not be conducive to your brother's ongoing good health." I gritted my teeth. Oh yes, we couldn't get through a single conversation with a reminder of that. If I got myself killed, then Morvilland would stop casting the cure spells to heal Russell's frost fever. With that handy lever, he could compel me to do almost anything. Still, he had kept his word. 6 more years. I just had to keep my head and stay alive for 6 more years. All right, I said. I suppose I had better get started. Sound counsel, said Morvilland. Now depart and return with the tablet. He turned back to his monitors, which meant the conversation was over. I left the library and walked back towards the front doors. My mind was already sorting through plans. 3 weeks? 3 weeks was challenging, but it would be doable. Certainly Morvilland had dumped worse tasks into my lap. Ha! If only I had known. I drove my Vaquero back to Milwaukee and had dinner with the Marnies and Russell. Though I didn't really like Thanksgiving, I had hoped to spend it with them, but it looked as if my job from Morvilland would keep that from happening. Before the Archon attack on Milwaukee, the Marnies had thought I was a computer programmer for Lord Morvilland, but I couldn't maintain that pretense any longer. Computer programmers, generally speaking, did not know how to handle firearms as well as I did, and they had seen me shoot several Orkush soldiers. I still couldn't tell them the exact details of what I did for Morvilland. The less they knew, the safer everyone was, but they knew it was dangerous. Though James had always sort of known the truth. He had been one of Morvilland's men-at-arms, fighting in the endless campaigns against the Archons in the Shadowlands, and he recognized that I had seen a lot of violence and danger. He could see it in my eyes, just as I could see it in his. After I bade them goodbye, I drove to my storage locker and traded the Vaquero for my old Royal Motors caravanserai van. It was an unappealing beige color, and it had both 200,000 miles on the odometer and a large dent in the front bumper from when I had run over an anthrophage a few months ago, but it was still reliable as clockwork. I had taken out all of the seats except for the drivers and the front passengers, and I used the freed space to store a variety of equipment and tools, some of it illegal but carefully concealed. One of the things I had hidden in the van was a golden medallion adorned with a symbol that looked a bit like a squid with 9 tentacles. It was the sign of the Dark Ones, and I had taken the medallion from an anthrophage the cult of the Dark Ones had sent to kill me after I had helped kill Paul McCade. Of course, the cult of the Dark Ones was working with the rebels, and I had really ticked off the rebels, so the list of people who wanted me dead kept growing longer and longer. As if I didn't already have enough problems. That medallion was one of those problems. I didn't know what to do with the damned thing. It had a spell of dark magic upon it, and I kept it wrapped up, since I had the creepy feeling it was watching me. The medallion was probably dangerous, so I couldn't leave it lying around or just dump it somewhere. Yet I suspected the cultists of the Dark One used the medallions as badges of identification, and I could think of situations where that might prove useful. So I kept it in my van. Kind of stupid, I know, but I couldn't think of anything better. Because of all the illegal stuff in my van, I made sure to stay under the speed limit as I took I-94 and then I-90 to La Crosse. I didn't want to get pulled over by some overzealous Homeland Security traffic patroller. But I didn't see that many cars. Western Wisconsin, especially the hilly country in northwestern Wisconsin, is pretty empty. I think more people might have lived there before the conquest, but save for the occasional small town built around a gas station, a bar, and a Homeland Security branch office, the countryside was empty. I got to La Crosse without incident. It was a town of about 60,000 people, on the eastern side of the Mississippi River. It was just small enough that I felt uneasy about hiding. 2 million people lived in Milwaukee and the surrounding suburbs, which made it easy to become anonymous. The Homeland Security branch in La Crosse might have been smaller, but fewer people made it easier to keep an eye on them. Strangers would stand out more. I would have preferred to sleep in my van, but in November in Wisconsin that's a great way to freeze to death, so I checked into a motel using forged identification. My cover story was that I was a web programmer from Milwaukee who had come to meet with a client about setting up a new site. I even had a fake website for my cover story, complete with a fake phone number with a voicemail box. My story would stand up to casual scrutiny, but it would fall apart if I really drew the attention of Homeland Security or worse, the Inquisition. Best to avoid both then. I spent the first afternoon in La Crosse scouting. The town was sort of spread out in a flat plain along the eastern bank of the Mississippi, with bluffs rising to the east. Most of the people lived in the lower area of the town, but the wealthier citizens and the elven nobles kept their mansions on the bluffs overlooking the town and the river. Lord Castamere's mansion was the biggest of them. His mansion looked a great deal like Morvillon's, with the same kind of elven architecture. Acres of manicured gardens surrounded the house, covering the entire hillside, though at the moment ice encased the gardens. I did a casual drive-by of the mansion, and even from a single glance, I spotted the security guards patrolling the grounds. Breaking into the mansion was out of the question. I needed an invitation. Fortunately, I knew just how to get one. I spent the next couple of days doing research. Most elven nobles kept a staff of servants and slaves in their mansions, and Castamere was no exception. However, not many elves had the kind of staff that could handle preparing a Thanksgiving banquet for thousands of people. Even elven nobles sometimes needed to contract jobs out to qualified professionals. A dozen different companies, some of them local, some of them from Milwaukee or the Twin Cities, were providing services for Castamere's banquet: catering, desserts, security, entertainment, and so forth. Service providers like that didn't pay very well, and so tended to have a lot of employee turnover. That made it easy for me to get a job. Specifically, I got a job with LC Cleaners. My forged papers identified me as Julia Doyle, an unmarried native of Madison, Wisconsin, though the owner of LC Cleaners was desperate enough for help that he didn't check my documents carefully. The company had been hired to help prepare for Lord Castamere's Thanksgiving banquet, and there was a lot of work to do. I put in 8 straight 12-hour days, helping the cleaning crew scrub every inch of the mansion and grounds. It was the sort of thing I had done before, and I fit right in with the other workers. That let me memorize the layout of the mansion, and conceal a few useful items within the grounds. While doing that, I made a copy of the official guest list for the banquet. Baron Castamere had invited over 3,000 people to his mansion for Thanksgiving, so it was very easy to add Anna Rastov to the guest list. I found the print shop that Castamere's staff used to make their official invitations, broke in one night, and printed an official invitation for Miss Rastov, complete with an embossed holographic seal. I had created a number of fake documents and records supporting the existence of Anna Rastov, so my false identity would withstand casual scrutiny. While cleaning the mansion, I figured out where Lord Castamere kept his most valuable relics. Castamere's personal quarters occupied the entire top floor of the mansion's northern wing, and the cleaning staff was allowed nowhere near it. Almost certainly the cuneiform tablet was hidden there. Once I knew that, all my preparations were more or less complete. I kept working at the cleaning company, keeping my head down and getting my work done. Leaving now would draw undue suspicion. I used the time to further memorize the mansion's layout, specifically the location of the security cameras. Then, 1 week before the job, I took the day off and drove to Minneapolis. I had a date. Going on dates was sort of a new experience for me. I knew how to flirt, which had proven useful on my various jobs for Morvilland, though I had never had to actually seduce anyone, thank God. But it wasn't as if I had many potential suitors. Lucy Marnie kept trying to introduce me to nice young men from her church, but that never went well. She had stopped after the Archon attack. Maybe she realized that it was a bad idea. I had been in love before. Nicholas Connor had been brilliant and handsome, and funny, and probably the single most ruthless man I had ever met. He had plotted a rebel attack that would have killed tens of thousands of people, and he had planned to dump the blame on me. I had stopped his plans and escaped, and if I ever saw him again, I would try to kill him before he killed me. Except that Nicholas and I hadn't really, dated. We had just sort of fallen into bed together, but we hadn't gone out to movies or mini-golfing or whatever. At the time, I had thought Nicholas simply a professional thief, and the adrenaline of a successful job combined with our raw attraction had been enough. We had spent all our time planning jobs, executing jobs, and sleeping together. In hindsight, that had been a really bad idea. Actually, that would have been a really bad idea, even if Nicholas Connor hadn't been a rebel terrorist planning to kill thousands of people. Anyway, my point is that I knew a lot about a lot of different things, but I didn't have a lot of experience of going to a social activity with a man I found attractive, simply for the enjoyment of it. I think I kind of liked it. I didn't exactly get dressed up for the date, considering where we would be going, but I did up my hair, put on makeup and lipstick, and got dressed in high-heeled boots, along with jeans and a sweater a bit tighter than the clothes I usually wore. Once I was ready, I drove to where Reardon would meet me. Specifically, Sergeant Tom's shooting range and firearm emporium in Minneapolis. Technically, under the High Queen's laws, only veterans were allowed to keep firearms in their homes. In fact, they were obligated to do so, in the event that the Archons or the Dwarves or some other invader opened a gate from the Shadowlands and attacked. In practice, it was easy to obtain a license for a handgun, and even easier to forge it. I had done it myself a dozen times. I eventually realized that the High Queen and the Elven nobles preferred an armed human population as a break against any invaders. Besides, bullets manufactured on Earth could not hurt elves, so I suspect they did not care. Anyway, Sergeant Tom's shooting range and firearm emporium was a combination gun store, shooting range, and social club. The store had marksmanship tournaments on a regular basis, and an attached restaurant for casual dining after an afternoon spent shooting. Most of the clients were veteran men-at-arms and their wives and children, and I didn't exactly fit in with them. But then, neither did Reardon McCormack. He waited for me by the front doors, silent and motionless and unobtrusive. I sometimes wondered if his shadow morph gave him increased abilities at stealth, but I had never asked. Today he wore jeans and a denim jacket over a t-shirt that was just tight enough to display the, admittedly, excellent musculature of his chest. He had a lean, hard face, a shock of brown hair and brown eyes the color of expensive bookcases. "Miss Anovich," he said. I smiled. Corvus. It was a joke between us. Katerina Anovich had been the fake name I had given him the first time we had met, while Corvus was the nickname his fellow shadow hunters had given him because of his somber demeanor. Yeah, I should mention that. He wasn't entirely human. The name Shadowhunter brings up all kinds of melodrama, but there were such people as the Shadowhunters, a secret family of assassins who both carried out assassinations and hunted the servants of the Dark Ones. They didn't actually call themselves the Shadowhunters, and much of their popular image was deliberate misinformation. People knew about their strange powers, but they didn't know about the source of those powers. The Shadowmorph symbiont creatures that granted them increased speed and strength and sensory perception in exchange for feeding on the life force of their victims. When I had first met Reardon, I had jokingly called him a vampire. There were no such things as vampires, but the Shadowhunters came close. Reardon grimaced. I hate that name. My smile widened. Then you shouldn't have introduced yourself to me with it. You're a cruel woman, Miss Anovich, said Reardon. And yet you keep inviting me out, I said. You must have good taste. I like to think so, said Reardon. He bent and gave me a kiss on the cheek. He had to stoop to do it. The heels added 3 inches to my height, but I was still pretty short, and most people were taller than me. Which was annoying, but I couldn't do anything about that. Reardon straightened up, and a different feeling went through me. He wasn't a pretty man, but he was a strong one, which was more attractive by far. Plus, it was the draw of his shadow morph. It wanted to feed on life force, and so it made him more attractive to potential sources of life force. Yeah, Reardon was dangerous. But he had saved my life several times, first at Paul McCade's mansion, and then during the Archon attack on Milwaukee. And he hadn't pushed things with me. He would kiss me on the cheek and take my hand, but nothing more. We hadn't even properly kissed yet, except that one time in McCade's mansion to throw off the security guards. But given our pasts, it was best to take things slow. I kept telling myself that. You sound frustrated, I said. Like you have a lot of pent-up energy. Oh, he said. And just what do you suggest I do about that? Yeah. We might not have kissed, but we flirted a lot. Shoot the hell out of some targets? I said. An excellent plan, he said, and he took my hand. His fingers were hard, with the sort of calluses acquired from a lot of strength training. I grinned at him, and he led me to the shooting range. We donned protective glasses, ear protectors, and then went through a lot of bullets. I shot 550 rounds, which was expensive, but he was paying, so I didn't hold back. We started with pistols, and then worked our way up to rifles. Reardon was a better shot than I was, annoyingly, but he had the benefit of greater experience and the enhanced senses granted by his shadow morph. Still, I wasn't a bad shot myself. Sergeant Tom's shooting range and firearm emporium was the kind of place where a woman who was a halfway decent shot could get a lot of male attention, but no one approached me. I was obviously with Reardon, and veteran men-at-arms had excellent survival instincts. Later, we had dinner in the restaurant, and I told Reardon a little of what I was doing. Not a lot of it, and we spoke in low voices. Everything I told Reardon could be interpreted as alphaphobic, and those veteran men-at-arms would have absolutely no compunction about turning me over to Homeland Security or the Inquisition if they decided I had said something alphaphobic. If they knew what I really was, they would shoot me dead on the spot. I see, said Reardon, his customary frown deepening. You know of the Baron, I said. Yes, said Reardon. My family has had the misfortunes of dealing with him in the past. Misfortunes? I said. I leaned closer, moving my lips closer to his ear. To anyone watching, it would look like I had leaned in for a kiss. Part of me wished I was really doing that. Then you've been hired to kill him? Twice, murmured Reardon as I leaned back. Once by one of his neighbors, and once by Duke Carithrace in Madison. Both times the firstborn approved the petitions for his death, and both times Castamere killed the hunters sent to kill him. I blinked. He killed them? Reardon nodded. Both times. The man is extremely dangerous, and has the cunning of a snake. Be very careful around him. I frowned, wondering why the shadow hunters would have been willing to go after an elven noble. Did he worship the Dark Ones? Maybe, said Reardon. I don't know. Do elven nobles even worship the Dark Ones? I said. Sometimes, said Reardon. That threw me for a loop, but it shouldn't have. I had thought that the cults of the Dark Ones were limited to humans, but then, the Archons that had chased the High Queen off the elven homeworld were followers of the Dark Ones, were they not? I realized I didn't know very much about what the elves believed in terms of religion. I had once heard an Archon rant about the superstitions of the Protector, but I had been trying to stay alive at the time, and had not given it any thought. Did the elves believe in God? Or gods? They interfered in human religion often. Christianity was permitted in the Americas while Islam was banned, and the reverse was true in the parts of Asia ruled by the Caliphate and the Imamate. But what did the elves themselves believe? There was so much I didn't know, but right now it didn't matter because it wouldn't help me steal that tablet. Damn, I said. I thought this would be an easy one. Be very careful around him, said Reardon. Oh, you know me, I said. I'm always careful. He started to answer, and then a thoughtful look came over his face. You are. You're possibly one of the most careful people, man or woman, that I've ever met, except. Except when? I said, leaning a little closer. There was a glint in his brown eyes that I found appealing. Reardon was so serious that it was amusing when he was not. When I'm going out with a dangerous and mysterious assassin. True, he conceded. I was going to say you're less careful when your life is in danger. How many people did you run over? I've never run over any people, I said. I ran over a bunch of orcs and anthrophages. They're not people, so they don't count. You did blow up a restaurant full of rebels at the Ducal Mall, said Reardon. They were rebels, I said. They were trying to kill me. It just sucks for them that I was better at it. That amused him, and his stern, lean face relaxed into something almost like a genuine smile. I smiled back at that. See, I've said before, again and again, that I'm not a good person. I'm Nadia Moran, a legal wizard and expert thief and occasional killer, and I've done a lot of bad things. Granted, I had good reasons, but sometimes in my more honest moments, I wondered if I used Russell's illness as an excuse to go farther than I should have. Maybe that was why I had resisted Lucy Marnie's attempts to match me up with a nice young man from her church. Because those young men really were nice young men, and they didn't deserve to have someone like me fall into their lives. But Reardon McCormack was a wizard, and a killer and an assassin. He was a lot of the same things that I was. Maybe that was why I was drawn to him. I knew he could handle someone like me. And I liked his eyes. And well, I liked the other parts of him that I had seen. So far. We went for a walk in the cold winter night after that, still talking. Eventually, we returned to the parking lot of Sergeant Tom's shooting range and gun emporium. Reardon kissed me once more on the cheek, and I drove back to La Crosse. I had a lot of work to do. Despite my bravado about the job, I was nervous. The possibility that Baron Castamere had connections with the rebels or the cults of the Dark Ones was dangerous. That meant the Inquisition might be sniffing around his mansion, and I absolutely did not want to deal with the Inquisition. Homeland Security was dangerous enough in its bumbling way, but the High Queen's Inquisition was far more effective. Worse, if more villains suspected I was in danger of capture, he would kill me. Well, best not to get caught then. My plan was good, and my preparations were solid. There was every possibility I could get the tablet and escape. But I had been doing this for long enough to know that something always went wrong. At last, the night of Lord Castamer's Thanksgiving banquet arrived. I dressed appropriately. Actually, I didn't know what the appropriate clothing to an elven noble's Thanksgiving banquet was, but fortunately there were websites to inform me of these things. I went with a long-sleeved dark blue sheath dress with a high neckline, the skirt coming to my knees. It went well with black high heels, and I did up my hair, looping a simple silver chain around my neck and hanging silver earrings in my ears. A bit of makeup and perfume, and I looked the part of some businessman's spoiled daughter, come to suck up to Lord Castamere and his vassals. I took a long black overcoat and a slender black purse, and hired a taxi to Lord Castamere's mansion. It was bitterly cold. The trouble with women's formal wear is that it isn't particularly warm, and I envied the men their jackets and vests and heavy overcoats. From time to time I had considered trying to disguise myself as a man, but I was too short to pull it off. Fortunately, the dress meant it fit right in with the other guests. Thousands of people arrived at Lord Castamere's Thanksgiving banquet, all of them clad in their finest. As I walked with the other guests through the frozen garden terraces, I saw a sea of expensive dresses and suits, jewelry glinting on the ears and at the throats of the women. Part of my mind calculated how much I could make if I stole and sold some of the jewelry, and I had a brief vision of storming the party like the over-the-top villain from a movie, demanding that the guests hand over their valuables at once. Of course, that fantasy would end with me getting gunned down by Castamere's guards, so I decided to stick to the original plan. I joined the lines entering the mansion's grand banquet hall. 4 grim-faced men in dark suits stood there, the bulge of semi-automatic pistols visible beneath their coats. Each guard carried a smartphone with a camera attachment, scanning the holographic seals upon the guests' invitations. The phones would connect to Castamere's servers and check the invitation against the guest list. If I had done my work properly, my fake invitation would pass muster. If it didn't, well, I would have to get creative real fast. I reached the head of the line and handed my invitation to a solemn middle-aged guard, likely one of Castamere's veterans from the High Queen's endless campaigns in the Shadowlands. The guard swiped my invitation beneath his smartphone's camera, and I held my breath. If this went wrong. The phone let out a cheerful beep, and the guard handed back my invitation. "Enjoy the party, Miss Rastov," he said. "Thank you," I said, tucking the invitation into my purse, and I strode into Lord Castamere's banquet hall, my heels clicking against the polished stone floor. A valet took my coat and handed me a ticket, which I tucked into my purse. Then I took a deep breath and looked around. For all his grim reputation, Castamere knew how to throw a party. The banquet hall was huge, dotted with hundreds of round tables covered in crisp white linen and gleaming plates with polished silverware. Elaborate centerpieces rested on each of the tables, and I shuddered to think of how much work had gone into preparing them. Pale blue lights illuminated the hall, and an array of hidden projectors threw the image of the High Queen's personal sigil and the American flag across the wooden beams of the broad ceiling, with the High Queen's sigil larger and higher, of course. The tables were currently empty, as most of the guests were streaming into the next hall for appetizers and dancing. I followed the flow, accepted a glass of wine from a waiter in a tuxedo, and took a moment to look around. The older guests gravitated towards the trays of shrimp puffs and stuffed mushrooms, while the younger guests, and a few of the more adventuresome older ones, were dancing in time to soft music playing from hidden speakers. On a raised platform at the other end of the hall, I spotted Baron Castamere himself. He stood at the center of the platform, surrounded by his elven vassals and his most favored human subjects. In person, he looked even harsher and grimmer than the picture Morvilland had shown me. He stood nearly 7 feet tall even for an elf, and his muscled build filled the long black trimmed blue coat he wore. He had thick ash blonde hair, and his eyes were a peculiar shade of green that made his angular face and pointed ears seem even more alien. For a moment it felt like he looked right at me, and that his cold, brilliant eyes sliced through me like knives. A flicker of fear went through my heart. I was planning to steal from this man. I knew that if he caught me, his retribution would be brutal. I took a deep breath and got control of myself. Yes, Baron Castamere was dangerous, and would kill me if he caught me. But I had escaped dangerous people before. Paul McCade, the Knight of Greyhold, Nicholas Connor and Sergei Rogomil. I just had to be careful and keep my wits about me. "Care to dance, madam?" said a man's voice. I turned around. A man in his middle 30s stood behind me, tall and thin to the point of being gangly. He was dressed in formal clothes like everyone else in Castamere's mansion, but his clothes were a little odd, almost archaic. He wore black trousers, a black vest, and a long double-breasted black coat that hung to his knees. A gold chain connected to the disc of a pocket watch, tucked into an interior pocket of his coat. Most of the men wore ties, but he wore a bright blue cravat wound around his neck and tucked into the vest. It made him look a bit like a character from some old historical drama. "I'm sorry," I said, my brain catching up to my surprise. He grinned. His face was on the long side, his brown hair tousled and unkempt, but he did have an appealing smile. "Would you care to dance, madam? I am given to understand that is the custom." He had a strong British accent. I know that the different regions of Britain have different traditional accents, but I'd never been able to keep them all straight. That said, he sounded a lot like Nora, the British shadow hunter who had helped Reardon rescue me from the anthrophages. Did that mean he was a shadow hunter? I couldn't see any signs of a shadow morph on him, but it would be hidden beneath his clothes. If he wasn't a shadow hunter, then why did he want to dance with me? Was he one of Lord Castamere's security men? A Homeland Security agent? A member of the Inquisition? Then my brain sorted through my paranoia and pointed out that I was a young woman in good shape wearing a tight dress, and I had walked near the dance floor. It was the most reasonable thing in the world for a man to ask for a dance, and if I kept staring at him like an idiot, I was going to draw attention. "That's very forward," I said. "We've only just met, and I don't even know your name." He grinned again. "Quite true, of course." To my mild amusement, he offered an elaborate bow, seizing my left hand and placing a dry kiss upon the knuckles. "My name is Armand Beaucund, and I do hope you will share with me the honor of your name." "Anna Rastov," I said. "A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Beaucund." I took a step back. Now I hope we can dance," said Beaucund. I blinked and then laughed. "You are persistent." "Well, a lack of persistence never got anyone anywhere, did it?" said Beaucund. That was true enough. That, and you looked so sad and lonely standing there alone at the edge of the dance floor. I felt it my duty to offer my assistance. "Ah," I said. "That's just so sweet. And then you'll offer assistance to walk me to my car, and then to your apartment, and then out of my dress, I'm sure." Like I've said, I've got a smart mouth. It kicks in when I'm scared. I wasn't scared of Armand Beaucund, but I was nervous about the job. Armand only grinned. "I didn't say anything about any of that. You're the one who seems to have all these inappropriate ideas, given that we did just meet." I opened my mouth, closed it. I stepped into that one. Real smooth. "One dance," I said. "I'm waiting for someone, so just one dance." "Of course, madam," said Beaucund, gripping my hand and settling his other hand upon my hip. He was a lot taller than I was, which annoyed me. Of course, I was only 5'3", so pretty much everyone was taller than I was. Even my baby brother, which was just unfair. On the other hand, Russell had helped me shoot our way free from the orcish soldiers at the Ducal Mall, so I guess he wasn't a baby any longer. I pushed the thoughts from my mind and focused on the dance. I hoped Armand wasn't a clumsy dancer. His feet were so much bigger than mine that if he stepped on me he would probably break my toes, and that was the last thing I needed right now. Yet he took the lead without any trouble. I knew how to dance, but I didn't particularly like it. I didn't like to be touched by strangers, even for things as innocuous as a handshake or a formal dance. The various daydreams I had about touching Reardon, well, that was something else. "I have to admit," announced Beaucund, "that I really enjoy these things." I frowned. What things? Banquets, of course. I found that thought so puzzling that I couldn't stop myself from asking. Why? The free food, of course, said Bokund. Why do you think I'm wearing this coat? I'm sorry, I said. I'm a thief, obviously, said Bokund, and a little trickle of alarm went down my spine. It has a lot of pockets, and I can stuff a lot of free food into the coat. See? His hand moved from my hip and disappeared into his pocket, and came out holding a napkin wrapped around a trio of miniature egg rolls from the appetizer table. Egg roll. It was so absurd I had to laugh. No, thank you. But if you get grease on my dress, I swear I'm going to stab your foot with my heel. And I would deserve it too, said Bokund, making the little bundle disappear into his coat once more. That's why I wrapped them in a napkin. Do you have any idea how much it costs to dry clean this coat? Probably not as much as it would cost to visit a doctor to have my heel extracted from your foot, I said. True, said Bokund. But I would make it up in free food. I guarantee I shall take at least 6 pounds of appetizers home with me tonight. What a charming thought, I said. I couldn't tell if he was an agent for Homeland Security, one of Lord Castamere's security men, another criminal working some other kind of angle at the banquet, or simply a man who enjoyed egg rolls too much. If he was trying to seduce me, it was one of the odder seduction attempts that I had ever seen. So what brings a young lady alone to Lord Castamere's banquet? Said Bokund. I told you I'm not alone, I said. I'm waiting for someone. Ah, well, yes, said Bokund. I hope you didn't follow through with your earlier threat. Which threat? I said. If you stabbed him through the foot with your heel, he might take a little while to catch up with you, said Bokund. I laughed despite myself. I hadn't considered that, I said. And if you make a regular practice of it, said Bokund, you'll be spending a lot of time alone. If I'm so dangerous, I said, what made you want to dance with me? He grinned. Because I am bold and fearless, of course. Though you do make me curious. That's very forward, I said. Well, said Bokund, as I said, I am very bold. And curious to what brings a young woman alone to an elven noble's banquet. That settled my mind. He was clearly a Homeland Security agent, keeping watch for potential dangers. These kinds of parties drew all sorts of intrigue, I ought to know, and a careful Homeland Security agent could scoop up a promising target. I'm a web programmer, I said, using my cover story. I was working on a site for Lord Castamere's staff, and I got an invitation to this thing. The invitation was for 2, so I'm waiting for my friend to arrive from town. I'm afraid all your boldness has been wasted, Mr. Bokund. Bokund raised his eyebrow again. A web programmer, is that it? I don't like computers very much. Did you make a site rating football scores? No, I worked on the middleware stack for the registration database, making sure all the SQL queries functioned right, and that the database tables were structured properly. The invitations have holographic seals, and when the guards scan them with their phones, an app connects to the Baron's web servers, authenticates the data against the registration database, and then... Sounds enthralling, said Bokund. His eyes had gotten a little glassy, which was good. I knew what most of the words I had used meant, but I wasn't actually a web programmer, and if he had started talking about programming techniques, I might have gotten in trouble. The dance finished, and Bokund stepped back and offered a flourishing bow. Miss Rastov, a pleasure to meet you, said Bokund. I do hope you enjoy the banquet. Likewise, I said. It looks like they're bringing out some shrimp puffs if you want to fill your pockets. Ah, said Bokund, and he turned and headed back towards the dining area. I watched him go. I was almost entirely certain that he was a Homeland Security or Inquisition agent. Something about me had caught his attention, and he had probed a little. With luck, I had deflected his suspicions. Either way, I would need to keep an eye out for him. But if my plan went well, I would take the tablet and be on my way back to Milwaukee within 2 hours. A chime rang out, filling both of the halls, and suddenly silence fell, broken by the sounds of people pushing themselves to their feet. Lord Castamere was going to address his guests, which meant it was time for me to get to work. 2. Scooped. As usual for this kind of party, one of Castamere's underlings stepped to the podium on the platform and led the crowds through the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag and to the High Queen of the Elves. I dimly remembered learning the pledge a long time ago on my first day of school, back when my parents had still been alive and we had lived in Seattle. I glanced around and saw the other guests reciting the pledge, some with tears in their eyes as they gazed at the High Queen's sigil. They really believed it. They honestly and truly believed it. That was the trick, I suppose. They had been taught to love the elves. I could see all the tricks, all the 1,000 little subtle ways propaganda from the Department of Education reinforced the impression that the elves were benevolent and wise, that they had brought peace and order to humanity with the High Queen's rule. I wondered if I would have been like the other people in the hall, blind to the real nature of the world, if frost fever hadn't killed my parents. On the other hand, as much as I disliked the elves, I hated the rebels, so that was that. After we finished, Baron Castamere took the podium. "Citizens of La Crosse and subjects of the High Queen Tarlia," said the Baron. Despite his intimidating appearance, his voice was soft, and even with the mansion's high-quality sound system, I had to strain a little to hear him. Somehow that made him seem more daunting. "Rejoice on this day of thanksgiving, and offer thanks to God for the benevolent rule of our High Queen. She has brought an end to wars between your nations, and given order and duty to your race. Let us labor diligently and gratefully in our duties, until the glorious hour of the day of return arrives, when the High Queen rules over both Earth and the homeworld of the elves. To the day of return." "To the day of return," thundered the crowd back. With that, Castamere stepped away from the podium and seated himself once more. Evidently that was the entirety of his speech, which was a relief. Some of the elven nobles liked to hear themselves talk, and I had heard that Duke Carithrace of Madison could talk for hours without stopping, or presumably even drawing breath. The music started again, soft and pleasant, and most of the guests made their way towards the dining tables, while an army of servers emerged from the doors to the kitchens. Many of them were temporary workers hired from a catering company, but some of them were Castamere's own slaves, clad in orange with silver collars around their necks. Slavery was illegal in the United States. Or at least, it was illegal for humans to own slaves. Elves, on the other hand, could own as many slaves as they wanted. Sometimes people were flogged or beaten on Punishment Day, the videos uploaded to the internet, and sometimes they were levied massive fines, and when unable to pay the fines, sold into slavery to elven nobles or commoners. See, I have a lot of problems, but looking at the slaves reminded me that it could be worse. Morvilland was a hard master, but he let me have a twisted form of freedom, albeit so I could become stronger and therefore more useful to him. He had kept his word so far, casting Russell's cure spells every year in July. Our lives could have been worse. We could have been wearing orange and serving food to Lord Castamere's guests. But looking at the slaves, looking at how the guests ignored the slaves, I understood why the rebels hated the elves so much. On the other hand, the rebels would have murdered all those slaves to get at Castamere, claiming it was for the greater good. I rebuked myself. I could stand around bemoaning the cruelty of the world, or I could get to work and make sure my life and Russell's life didn't get any worse. so I headed for the bathroom. Considering the amount of alcohol that got consumed at these kinds of banquets, it was just as well that the banquet halls had 4 restrooms, 2 for the men and 2 for the women. I headed into the nearest women's room and glanced around. 2 of the stalls were occupied, so I set my purse on the counter and made a show of checking my makeup until the occupants left the bathroom. One of them didn't wash her hands. Disgusting. As soon as she was gone, I hurried over to the waste bin, lifted up the garbage bag, and picked up the out-of-order sign I had hidden there earlier. I slipped the door open, hung the sign from the handle, and closed it. It wouldn't take long for someone on Castamere's maintenance staff to investigate, but I would have a few minutes. I hurried to the stall nearest to the window, climbed onto the toilet seat, and reached into the ventilation duct. The duffel bag I had taped to the inside of the vent was still there. I yanked it down, unzipped it, and changed clothes. I kicked off my shoes and pulled on a pair of cargo pants beneath my dress, the pockets already loaded with useful tools. Admittedly, cargo pants under a formal dress was an odd look, but I had used the trick before, and it saved me the time of putting on a new shirt. After that, I donned warm socks and black tennis shoes, and shrugged on a black athletic jacket over my dress, then a set of black gloves. I zipped the jacket up, pulled on a black stocking cap and a black mask that covered my face except for my eyes, in case of security cameras, and stuffed my high heels and purse into the duffel bag alongside my other tools. I pulled out the straps of the duffel bag, turning it into an impromptu backpack, and left the stall. Windows of frosted glass dotted the wall between the stalls and the sinks, clear enough to admit sunlight but frosted enough to discourage peeping perverts. The flogging of voyeurs was always a popular hit among Punishment Day videos. The windows were locked, but I had broken one of the locks earlier, and I swung a window open, vaulted over the sill, and landed in the cold November night, the gravel of a dead flower bed crunching beneath my shoes. The entire thing took less than 70 seconds. I took a quick look around. I was in the gardens on the eastern side of the house, the side that faced the rest of Wisconsin rather than the Mississippi River. The mansion was far enough from La Crosse proper that I saw nothing but darkened hills to the east, save for the occasional patch of light here and there. All of the guests had come through the western doors, likely because Castamere wanted to show off his view of La Crosse and the river. Yet for the moment, this side of the mansion was deserted, and I was unobserved. I was also out of the security camera's line of sight. I took a deep breath, summoned power, and cast a spell. Magic leaks constantly into our world from the Shadowlands, the hazy, nightmarish realm between the worlds. Morvalin's training had taught me how to capture and shape that power, and my skill had improved through practice. This spell was straightforward and uncomplicated, but it took a lot of power, and I couldn't maintain it for a long period of time. I focused my will and floated off the ground, the spell of levitation lifting me from the frozen flower bed. I rose past the bathroom windows, past the second floor, higher and higher, until I came to the mansion's top floor, a good 50 feet above the ground. I was careful not to look down. The levitation spell took a great deal of concentration, and if I broke that concentration, I would splatter myself all over Lord Castamere's gardens. The windows on the top floor were latched, but they were neither locked nor equipped with alarms. Evidently Castamere's security people figured that no one would levitate up to the window, but in fairness to them, thieves with my abilities were rather rare. Still holding the levitation spell in place, I produced a folding knife, opened it, and popped the latch on the window. It tilted up at a 45-degree angle, and I slipped through, rolling into a darkened room, a heavy carpet beneath my shoes. I closed the window behind me, returned my knife to its pocket, and looked around. I found myself in an ornate sitting room, laid out in the elven style. The walls had been covered in ornate wooden panels carved with elven hieroglyphs, the wood polished to a gentle glow. All the low chairs and tables had been painted with black lacquer, and adorned with golden highlights, and the chairs had cushions of white silk that did not look particularly comfortable. A pair of ornate glass lanterns hung from the ceiling, paneled in red and green glass, though they had been wired for electricity. The whole room reminded me of Morvillon's mansion, though somewhat less harsh. Perhaps Castamere lived with an elven woman who had a taste for gentler decor, though I couldn't imagine Morvillon burdening himself with anything as inefficient as companionship. A sliding wooden door stood in the far wall, and from behind it I heard the faint sound of voices in conversation. I had expected this, but a cold trickle of alarm went down my spine anyway. I knew Castamere lived with other elves, both his vassals and various elven commoners sworn to him. I didn't have all that much experience with elven commoners. The elven nobles lived among the humans they ruled, but the elven commoners kept to themselves, living in cities constructed after the conquest where the only humans allowed were slaves. Yet all elves had some magical ability, even the commoners. They took to it more naturally than humans did, which meant that if I cast any spells, there was a chance the elves in the next room might sense it. Fortunately, I didn't think I needed to cast any spells. I crossed the room in silence and knelt next to the wall. After a moment's work, one of the wooden panels came loose, revealing the crawl space between the top floor and the one below it. I squeezed inside, pulling the panel closed behind me. A moment's fumbling, and I pulled a small LED flashlight from my pocket and flicked it on, revealing the dusty gloom of the crawl space. Pipes and bundles of wires crisscrossed the space, along with several rattling metal ducts connected to the mansion's HVAC system. It is annoying to be short, but it did have occasional advantages. Reardon wouldn't have been able to fit down here, but I could. I had gotten a look at the mansion's blueprints while working with the cleaning crew, and I knew this crawl space would take me right to Castamere's personal quarters. I crawled forward, making sure to keep the flashlight on its lowest setting, my ears straining for any sign that I had been discovered. In some ways, the mansion's security wasn't set up to deal with someone like me. Castamere had built his mansion as a fortress, likely to repel an archon attack. Perhaps the thought of a magic-using human thief had never crossed his mind. Foot by foot, I crawled forward. At last I came to the section of the crawl space I wanted, and I squeezed upwards into the gap between two walls. There was another access panel there, and I listened for a moment, peering through the cracks. I heard nothing, and no light leaked through the cracks. I didn't think anyone was in the room beyond, but there was no way of knowing until I opened the panel. After a deep breath, I gently eased the panel open, the wood scraping against a thick carpet. The room beyond was dark, the lights off, and I let out a relieved sigh. This room was Castamere's library, and I feared that some of his vassals might have retreated here for peace and quiet, or to enjoy a tryst. I swept my LED flashlight across the large room, the light glinting on the expensive wooden furniture and the spines of the books upon the shelves, their leather covers marked with elven hieroglyphics. The library was deserted. I crawled out of the wall, taking care to keep as much dust as possible from getting on the carpet, and put the access panel in place. Once I stole the tablet, the Inquisition would go over this place with a magnifying glass. By then, I planned to be back in Milwaukee. I crossed the library, my shoes making no noise against the thick carpet, and stopped before the door to the vault. It was an impressive door. It was built from a massive slab of steel set in a reinforced frame, and I knew that the surrounding wall was thicker and stronger as well. 3 separate locks held the door closed, and an alarm unit rested in the frame. Anyone attempting to open the vault door without possessing the proper keys would set off the alarm, and no doubt Castamere's men-at-arms would swarm the library in short order. Fortunately, when I had been working with the cleaning crew, I had vacuumed and dusted Castamere's library several times, which let me observe the vault door, and more importantly, memorize the door's serial number. A little research through an anonymized internet connection let me find the company that had manufactured the door, along with the standard blueprint. So I had come prepared. At least I hoped that I had come prepared. I would find out in another 5 minutes or so. I set to work. I pulled a little electronic device about the size of my palm from the duffel bag, and I wired the alarm circuit into it. If the device worked, it would feed the alarm circuit into itself, tricking the alarm into thinking that the door remained closed. I powered up the device, took a deep breath, and cut the alarm circuit. Nothing happened. The little LEDs on the device remained green. The alarm circuit had not activated. One obstacle down. I reached into my duffel bag, drew out a leather bundle, and unrolled it, revealing rows of oiled lockpicks and related tools. I pried off the metal access panel on the front of the vault door and started working, tracing out the gears and the tumblers. Fortunately, the vault door was entirely mechanical, with no electronic components other than the alarm. That meant I couldn't hack the door, but it also meant I could open it with physical tools. Step by step I worked, probing the tumblers, releasing gears, and easing the bolts back. It was chilly in the library, but sweat started to drip between my shoulders as I concentrated. I could have used magic on the locks, but I suspected Castamere had a warding spell on his vault, and using magic on the vault door would draw his instant and lethal attention. So I did it the old-fashioned way. After about 50 minutes of work, I released the last lock upon the vault, and the bolt slid back with a loud clank. I took a deep breath, blinked the sweat from my eyes, grasped the handle and pulled the door open. I just had to get the tablet, and then I could retreat and get the hell out of La Crosse. The vault beyond looked less like a bank vault, and more like an expensive museum. It was a large room, at least as large as the library, with a floor of polished wood and walls covered in more of those wooden panels with elven hieroglyphics, likely to conceal the reinforced concrete and steel of the vault. Niches lined the walls, and in the walls rested various relics, swords and helmets and breastplates, or rings and gems and other valuables. Pedestals stood around the room, bathed in tasteful recessed ceiling lights. Various other objects rested upon the pedestals, daggers and statuettes and other relics. To judge from the tattered banners hanging upon the walls, banners adorned with Orcish and Dwarven and Frost Giant script, it was likely Castamere's trophy room. I took a quick glance around as I stepped forward, but I didn't see any security cameras. If Castamere liked to collect the relics of the Dark Ones, or even if he trafficked in stolen artworks, he wouldn't want a video recording of his misdeeds. My eyes fell upon one of the pedestals. It supported a stone tablet about the size of my hand, arranged on a black pillow, its surface carved with cuneiform symbols. It was the tablet that Morvilland wanted, and it looked identical to the one I had stolen from Paul McCade back in July. As far as I could tell, there were no mechanical or electronic traps or alarms upon the pedestal, but there were other kinds of traps. I lifted my hand and summoned magic, forcing it through the rigid patterns of thought, and cast a spell. I wasn't particularly skilled at the spell, but it worked nonetheless, and I cast the spell to sense the presence of magic. At once a barrage of sensations threatened to overwhelm me, and I fought to concentrate on them. There was a spell around this entire room, one I had never encountered before, but I suspected it blocked arcane observation. Many of the objects in the room had been enchanted, some with potent spells. And dark magic radiated from the tablet. Magic is a force, kind of like gravity, but unlike gravity, not all magic is neutral. Magic radiates into our world from the Shadowlands, and there are several different types. Most of it is just energy, like radiation, and you can use radiation for good things, like medicine and power plants, or bad things, like nuclear bombs. Magic is no different. Most of the magic that radiates from the Shadowlands is just raw power. But some of it is actively malicious. Necromancy was one such type of dark magic, and blood magic another, and the High Queen forbade their practice by both elves and humans. The magic of the Dark Ones was another type of dark magic, and the tablet was saturated with it. I shuddered with revulsion, releasing my sensing spell. The dark magic wrapped around the tablet felt tainted, as if I had just thrust my hand into an open sewer. I didn't know why Morvilland wanted the damned thing, and I didn't want to know. But with the revulsion, there was a flicker of fascination. Because the dark magic was strong, and I liked power. More to the point, I needed power. My magic and my brains were the only reason that I was still alive. They were the only reason that Russell was still alive. Russell had 6 more cure spells before the frost fever was purged from his system, and once that was done, I strongly suspected Morvilland planned to kill us both. If I wanted to stop that, if I wanted to be free of him, then I needed more power. A lot more power. Maybe the Dark Ones had that kind of power. A wave of self-loathing went through me. I'm not a good person, but I had met worse. The rebels were allied with the Dark Ones, and I remembered the dead women and children I had seen at the Ducal Mall, and in Madison after the rebel attacks there. I remembered the anthrophages hunting me through Greyhold as I fled for my life, desperate and terrified. I still had to cast a warding spell every morning to keep the anthrophages from finding me. If using the kind of power that the tablet offered meant I would become a monster like Sergei Rogomil, I would pass, thanks. But dark magic or not, there were no traps on the tablet, so all I had to do was to pick it up and walk out of the mansion. I took a step towards the pedestal, and then it all went to hell. Good evening again, Miss Rastov. I almost jumped out of my skin. Armand Boken strolled out from behind one of the pedestals, his shoes tapping against the polished wooden floor. I gaped at him, my brain frozen as it tried to process a dozen different things at once. How the hell had he gotten in here? Had he been waiting within the vault? Had he followed me? Impossible. There was no way those dress shoes were stealthy, and if he had been using a spell to hide himself, I would have sensed it a moment ago. Did that mean he had another way into the vault? If he did, that meant he was one of Lord Castamere's security men. Or a Homeland Security agent. Or an agent of the Inquisition. It's just as well, said Boken, that we are in Minnesota in winter. Else a mosquito would have flown into your open mouth by now. I closed my mouth, watching him and wishing I had thought to bring a gun. That said, I didn't need a gun to kill. Reardon had taught me a spell to conjure a globe of lightning, and if that globe hit Boken in the chest it would stop his heart. I started to gather power, preparing myself to work a spell. What do you want? I said. Ooh, said Boken. He spun around, the tails of his long coat flaring around him, and I tensed, preparing my spell. His spin was the sort of maneuver that was perfect for concealing the draw of a weapon, but when he finished turning, he held his silver pocket watch in his right hand, still connected to his vest by its chain. It was a big watch, nearly 5 inches across, and I caught sight of several smaller dials upon its face. Now that is surprising. What? I said. You're a magic user, said Boken, squinting at his watch. He clapped it shut and tucked it away into his pocket. Stronger than you ought to be at your age. That means you're somebody's shadow agent. I haven't seen someone like you in ages, dear. Who are you? I said. I suspect, said Boken, leaning against the pedestal holding the tablet, that I'm someone a great deal like you. And who am I? I said, trying to figure out what the hell he intended to do. A thief with certain talents, said Boken. Well, thief is such a harsh word, isn't it? I really prefer to think of myself as a collector of tasteful and beautiful items. Then you're here to rob Castamere? I said. Maybe this wouldn't be a problem. If he wanted to rob Lord Castamere, he was welcome to it. In fact, that might be helpful. I could use him as a distraction to get away. Well, yeah, said Bokund. I thought that was obvious. He grinned and pointed at me. And you are too. Don't deny it. I thought you were a certain kind of woman when I saw you. And what kind of woman is that? I said. The kind who puts on cargo pants full of tools under an expensive dress, said Bokund. I was worried that you were with Homeland Security or the Inquisition, but no, you're just here to steal stuff. Which is wonderful, by the way. Why is that? I said. Bokund grinned. Because you can take the blame for what I'm about to do. He plucked up the cuneiform tablet from the pedestal. Give me that, I said, my heart beating faster. Afraid not, dear, said Bokund. Isn't it funny? We're both here to steal the same damn thing. And I don't even want it that much. Give me that tablet, I said, stepping closer. You can have anything else you want in the vault. I won't stop you. But give me that tablet. No, said Bokund. I kind of need it. I think it will go well with my living room furniture. The colors match. Give me the tablet. Little blue-white sparks danced around my fingers as I prepared to cast a lightning globe. Something buzzed inside his coat, likely that watch of his. Actually, I really am glad you're here, said Bokund. You can take the blame for me. I am sorry about this, I truly am. He looked regretful. I'm sorry they'll kill you for it, but I've got to do what I've got to do. Last chance, I said. Give me the tablet or I'll kill you. Bokund smiled. No, you won't, dear. He snapped his fingers. And then he simply vanished, taking the tablet with him. There was a flash of grayish light and a swirl of dark smoke around him. When that little pyrotechnic show ended, he was gone. For a moment I gaped in astonishment, and then my brain caught up with my surprise. He could clearly use magic, and he must have just cast a cloak spell. That meant he was still in the room with me. I cast the spell to detect the presence of magic, hoping to locate him. Again, I felt the aura of the various magical items scattered around the room. But I felt no trace of an illusion spell, and the tablet's dark aura had gone. I felt a peculiar distortion near the empty pedestal, like the beginnings of a Rift-Way spell, but it faded and vanished a few seconds later. Armand Bokund was gone. He had used some kind of spell or magical ability I had never encountered before, and he had escaped from Baron Castamere's mansion. Worse, he had taken the tablet with him. This was incredibly bad. Lord Morvilland would be furious, so angry he might stop casting Russell's cure spells. A hooting alarm started going off in the distance, and I realized I had much more immediate problems. Bokund had said he hoped to pin the blame for the theft on me, which meant the bastard had tripped the alarm. If Baron Castamere's security men captured me, they would hand me over to the Inquisition. Either they would torture everything I knew out of me, or Morvilland would realize what had happened, and would use the vial of heart's blood to kill me before I could share his secrets. I had to get out of the mansion and out of La Crosse, right now. I sprinted out of the vault, trying to think of a plan. 3. An old annoyance. I managed to escape. It took 3 days and I almost froze to death a few times, but I managed to escape. I knew there was no way I could simply walk out of the mansion. Bokund had already set off the alarm, and Lord Castamere's men would seal the exits. If they failed to find me within the first few minutes, they would get serious, questioning the guests and cross-referencing the invitations with the database. In short order, they would figure out that Anna Rastov was a fake and would double down on their hunt for me. the mansion had become one giant trap. So, the first step to escaping a trap? Tricking those who had set the trap into thinking that I wasn't in it. I sprinted from the library and down the hallways of Castamere's private apartments. From the sliding wooden doors I heard the sounds of consternation as the alarm roused the elves from their private celebrations. Fortunately, the alarm drowned out the sound of my running footsteps. I slid open a wooden door and closed it behind me, returning to the sitting room I had entered earlier. I opened the window again, reaching into my pack to pull out a coiled length of slender rope with a grapnel. The grapnel opened with a click, and I jammed it into the windowsill, letting the rope fall to the frozen garden below. Then I climbed onto the sill and cast my levitation spell, floating to the mansion's roof. With luck, the rope would throw off any pursuers for a couple of minutes, forcing them to make sure I had not escaped. By then, I hoped to have concealed myself. Fortunately, none of the security cameras pointed at the roof itself. A bit of an oversight, really. I reached the roof and pulled myself onto the icy tiles, scrabbling for a proper grip. It's a bad idea to have a flat roof in a place that gets as much snow as Wisconsin, so all of Castamere's roofs were sloped, though not at a steep angle. I hurried along the rooftops, my breath steaming in the cold, and came to the roof of the great banquet hall. I heard music rising from below, the light from the windows streaming into the night. Evidently, Castamere had not yet locked the place down. Equipment for the air conditioning system stood on the roof of the banquet hall, like a row of silent steel monoliths. Right now the AC wasn't in use, but a hall that size needed a lot of air conditioning, so the AC units were the size of small houses. They would make a perfect hiding place. I pried open the grating on a duct, climbed inside, and closed the grate behind me. It was really cold in there, and the chill from the duct sank into me. But with the grate closed, no one could see me unless they pulled open the grate, and the duct would be safe enough unless someone turned the air conditioning on, which was unlikely in the Wisconsin winter. I made sure all my electronics were switched off, since I didn't want a cell phone signal leading anyone up here. And then I waited. I used magic to keep from freezing to death. The Knight of Greyhold had taught me a spell to protect myself from the elements, and I could have used that to walk naked through the snow in perfect comfort, assuming I was dumb enough to do something like that. But I would have to draw continually upon my power to maintain it, and any elf who cast a detection spell would find me at once. Instead, I used a simple spell of elemental fire, cupping my hands to hide the light from the flame, and poured a gout of fire into the wall of the duct until the metal glowed red hot. Then I sat back, soaked up the radiant heat for a while, and repeated the procedure a few hours later. I waited. Fortunately, I had packed a few energy bars and 2 bottles of water in my bag, and I rationed them carefully. It was enough to keep the hunger pangs from becoming intolerable, and serious dehydration from setting in. When I needed to relieve myself, well, let's just say I felt bad for the HVAC guy who had to investigate the unpleasant smell the first time the air conditioning came on in the summer. Twice search parties of Homeland Security officers walked over the roof, led by a scowling knight of the Inquisition in a long black coat with silver insignia of rank upon the collar. I remained very still, but I realized they were not looking for me. They were looking for any evidence or traces that the thief had left behind. Fortunately, I had left none on the roof, and they didn't think to look inside the air handlers. 3 times I felt the stabbing pain as Morvilland cast his location spell. Likely he realized that something had gone wrong. Maybe he would decide to cut his losses and kill me rather than risk losing any of his secrets. If he used the vial of heart's blood to kill me, at least it would be a quick death. I would fall over dead in the duct, and that would be that. My corpse would lie in the duct until that increasingly unfortunate HVAC guy found it come summer. Russell would die too once Morvilland stopped casting the cure spells. Yet the death spell didn't come. Maybe Morvilland assumed I could still get away. Maybe he thought this was all part of my plan. I spent 2 days in that cold duct, trying not to freeze to death, forcing myself to stay awake. At last, at 2 a.m. on the second day after Thanksgiving, I decided to risk it. I slipped out of the duct, my legs and arms aching, and crawled across the roof. Below I saw Castamere's security men patrolling the grounds, all of them armed to the teeth. It looked as if they were guarding the mansion, in case the thief returned. They didn't seem to have realized that the thief was still inside the mansion. Well, the patsy for the real thief, anyway. Nor did I see any elves among the guards, and I doubted Castamere had any human wizards on his security staff. All humans with magical abilities were required to register with the Wizards' Legion, swear an oath of fealty directly to the High Queen, and serve in her campaigns in the Shadowlands. Of course I hadn't. I suspected Armand Bokund hadn't either. It was entirely possible Castamere quietly maintained a human wizard in his employment. Yet I couldn't stay on this damned rooftop forever. I was out of food and almost out of water, and sooner or later I would make a mistake and get killed, or worse, caught. It was time to take a risk. I watched the guards' patterns, then swung off the roof, hanging from the edge by my gloved hands. I summoned magic and worked my levitation spell, floating to the frozen ground below. As soon as my shoes touched the ground, I released the levitation spell and cast another spell. Specifically, I cast the masking spell, and I used it to make myself look like one of the security men, male, tall, muscular, and equipped with body armor, night vision goggles, and a M99 carbine with a laser sight. I had spent a lot of time practicing the masking spell, and I was really good at it. Unfortunately, the spell meant I had an active magical aura, so if there was a wizard nearby, I was in a lot of trouble. The cloak spell would have been better, but I wasn't skilled enough or powerful enough to walk around while cloaked. Not yet, anyway. I crossed the ground in haste, cradling my illusionary rifle with one arm, my other hand raised to my ear, as if I was listening to orders on my illusionary earpiece. My heart thundered in my ears, my legs tense and cramped, and I expected any moment to hear shouting or the sound of gunfire. But the trick worked. I crossed the grounds without being challenged, jumped over the wall, and once I had gotten out of sight, I ran like hell. After 2 days of hiding in the cramped duct, the effort of running felt wonderful, but I kept myself at a quick jog. I had to think this through. One mistake and I was dead. Once I was clear of the road leading to Castamere's mansion, I slowed down and got off the road, keeping to the trees, the snow crunching beneath my shoes. There wouldn't be anyone out at night. Some elven nobles decreed curfews for their lands. Castamere wasn't one of them, but that might have changed after Bokund and I had robbed his vault. For that matter, a woman as oddly dressed as me wouldn't have any good reason for being out at night, and if a Homeland Security patrol spotted me, they would insist upon asking questions. Best to avoid that. My tired mind replayed everything I had done as I trudged through the woods, trying to find where I had gone wrong. What had I missed? Had Bokund known that I was a thief the entire time, and planned to cast the blame on me from the beginning? Or had it simply been bad luck? Had I walked into the vault at the wrong time, and he had seized the opportunity to escape? I didn't know. For that matter, I didn't know how he had escaped. I had never seen a spell like that. As far as I knew, magic couldn't permit someone to travel from one place to another in the blink of an eye, but there was quite a lot I didn't know about magic. The infuriating thing was that I couldn't see anything I could have done differently. No matter what I had done, no matter how thoroughly I had prepared, I hadn't known about Armand goddamn Bokund and his abilities, and he had blindsided me. I wanted power, I wanted to control my fate and save my brother, but no matter how carefully I prepared, it could still be all swept away in the blink of an eye. And I was really frightened, and not just for the immediate dangers. How was I going to explain this to Morvilland? He hadn't killed me yet, but that might change once I told him what had happened. It took me about 2 hours to walk to my motel, and I watched it from across the street. As I expected, Homeland Security had backtracked Anna Rostov, and I saw 4 blue-painted SUVs sitting outside the motel. The door to my room had been kicked open and sealed off with yellow tape. Homeland Security was surveilling the place, and I was pretty sure that a Knight of the Inquisition or 2 would be there. I wondered if they realized that Anna Rostov could use magic, or that Armand Boken could do so as well. I didn't dare go to the motel. Thank God I had possessed the foresight to prepare for disaster. I hadn't left anything that would link Anna Rostov to me in the motel room, and I had hidden my van at a storage yard 1.5 miles away. Homeland Security shouldn't have been able to track it, but all it took was one witness at the wrong time, and I was screwed. Only one way to find out. By then it was close enough to dawn that the more dedicated exercise fanatics were out, so I cast another spell, masking myself as a plump elderly woman in a purple tracksuit with bright white walking shoes. With this disguise, I made my way across town to the storage yard where I had hidden my van. And to my immense relief, my van was untouched. I cast a quick spell to check for magical traps, but found none. I looked it over for microphones and tracking devices, but found nothing. My personal phone was still in the van, and it had an antenna that let it detect the signals from tracking devices, but it came up clean. I slumped in the driver's seat, closing my eyes. For the first time in 2 days, it seemed as if luck was going my way. Then the pain exploded through me. I closed my eyes and gritted my teeth, riding out the stabbing feeling, the nausea, the waves of pain that started in my temples and rolled down my spine. Once again Morvilland had cast the location spell, but this time he had added enough pain to it to make it a summons. He wanted me to return at once, and if I didn't show up, he would assume that I had been captured and would kill me. After the shaking stopped, I unlocked my phone and sent a text message to Rusk, asking him to tell Morvilland that I was on my way. By then it was 7 in the morning, so I started the van, pulled into the street, and joined the morning traffic as people went to work and school. No one stopped me, and soon I got on the freeway and left La Crosse behind. Ever drive across Wisconsin after staying awake for 2.5 days? I don't recommend it. I was 20 years old and could still do that kind of thing, but it wasn't fun. I stopped at the first gas station on the freeway, bought a 36-ounce mug of coffee and 2 bags of beef jerky, and ate and drank as I drove east with the air conditioning on and the radio blaring music. Specifically, I set it to public radio, which as part of the Thanksgiving holiday played an endless series of patriotic songs praising the High Queen for her wisdom and firm hand. It was annoying, but it did keep me awake. I finally pulled up in front of Morvilland's mansion at 1 in the afternoon, my head buzzing from too much coffee, and my hips and shoulders cramping from too much time spent driving and huddled in that duct. I needed a bath and a change of clothes, but I knew Morvilland would not want to be kept waiting. Rusk awaited me at the doors, immaculate in his red servant's livery. He looked me up and down and raised an eyebrow. "Do you really think," he said, "you are in a fit state to meet his lordship?" I grunted. I was too damn tired to argue. "Do you think he wants to be kept waiting?" I smell bad, but to Morvilland all humans are stinking animals anyway. I expected a rejoinder, but Rusk only sighed and gestured for me to follow him. Morvilland awaited me at his usual spot in the library, standing before his work table and its monitors, the wintry expanse of Lake Michigan visible through the windows. I sank to my knees behind him and swallowed, waiting for him to speak. On his monitors, I saw what looked like classified Homeland Security reports, and I realized that he was reading about the events at Castamere's mansion. I might die in the next 5 minutes. I wondered if Russell knew how sorry I was. I hadn't been strong enough in the end. "Miss Moran to see you, my lord," announced Rusk. "Thank you," said Morvilland, still gazing at his monitors. "Leave us." Rusk bowed and departed, leaving me to my fate. I knelt in silence for a while, trying not to shiver. "It seems," said Morvilland at last, "that you drew a great deal of attention to yourself." "Yes," I said. Part of me wanted to explain, to excuse, to rationalize, but I kept quiet. Morvilland detested incompetence, and the only thing he hated more than incompetence was rationalized incompetence. "You did escape, and you nonetheless managed to elude detection," said Morvilland. "Yes," I said again. At last he turned, his gold-trimmed black robe whispering against the marble floor, the crimson cloak of an elven noble hanging from his shoulders like wings of blood. In his right hand he held a crystalline vial filled with dark fluid. It was the vial of heart's blood he had taken from me 15 years ago. "Did you bring the tablet?" he said. I swallowed, desperately trying not to show any of my fear. He would not respond well. "No," I said. He stared at me in silence for a full minute, and I forced myself not to look away. His eyes were cold in that gaunt, alien face, colder than the air in the duct, colder than the blast of the winter's night. "Why not?" he said. I knew my answer would determine whether or not I lived or died. "Someone else took it before I could take it," I said. "Who?" said Morvilland. "I don't know," I said. He was a human man. Caucasian, probably English, about 30 or 35. Blue hair, brown eyes, about 6.5 feet tall. Morvilland raised his white eyebrows. "Did he overpower you and take the tablet?" "He was a wizard," I said. "He used a spell I had never seen before. It made him disappear, and—" "What?" said Morvilland. His voice was flat, hard. I started talking faster, unable to stop myself. "It wasn't a cloaking spell or another illusion. I would have detected it. It looked almost like a rift way to the Shadowlands, but I don't think that was it. His name," said Morvilland, eyes narrowed. "Did he use a name?" "I don't think it was his real name," I said, "but he called himself Armand Beauchamp." Morvilland went still, and my terror redoubled. His face had become a cold mask, his eyes blazing. He was angry. I had only seen him truly angry once before, on the day of the Archon attack upon Milwaukee. 2 Archons had made the mistake of attacking him, and their attacks had so offended him that he slaughtered all of their Orcish soldiers and butchered the 2 Archons. It had been a terrifying display of power, and in my bones I knew he was about to direct that wrath at me. At least it would be quick. Then Morvilland let out a hissing breath, and I blinked in surprise. He was furious, but he wasn't angry at me. He was angry at Armand Beauchamp. "Tell me precisely what happened," said Morvilland. "I infiltrated Lord Castamere's Thanksgiving banquet, as you commanded," I said, trying to force my exhausted spinning brain to put my thoughts into order. "While I was there, Beauchamp approached me and asked to dance. I thought he was a Homeland Security agent or one of Lord Castamere's security men, but he left me alone after the dance. I then entered Lord Castamere's vault, and as I walked towards the tablet, Beauchamp appeared out of nowhere. He said that I would make the perfect patsy for the crime, took the tablet, and vanished using that spell. The alarm went off, and I hid myself for 2 days in the ventilation system. Once the guards had relaxed, I escaped and made my way back here." Morvilland said nothing. He was glaring, but not at me, at something only he could see. I warned him, he said. I warned that fool what would happen if he crossed me again. My lord? I said. Get up, snapped Morvilland, stalking back towards his work table. There is work to be done. He stabbed a finger at the phone next to his monitors. Rusk. My lord? Came Rusk's voice. Retrieve the file marked 8756 from the first-floor archive and bring it here at once, said Morvilland. At once, my lord, said Rusk. Morvilland let out a long breath, and I suspected he was trying to bring his temper under control. My lord, I said, getting to my feet. I couldn't stand the waiting any longer. Are you going to kill me for? What? Said Morvilland. Do not indulge in idiocy. I have work for you to do. You had no means of stopping Bokund from taking the tablet. He is simply a better thief and a more skilled wizard than you. The fact that you survived and escaped it all is satisfactory. He didn't blame me? That was unexpected. Given the choice between his wrath and his patronizing condescension, I would take his condescension every single time. His wrath had made one of those archons explode against the street like a dropped watermelon. Morvilland continued to stare at nothing, his jaw clenched, his fingers tapping against the table. My lord, I said at last. Who is Armand Bokund? He glared at me, and I tried not to flinch. Because I suspect you are going to send me after him, I said, and the more I know about him, the better I am able to fulfill your commands. Morvilland snorted. How clever. Yet I have trained you to be clever, so I suppose I should not be surprised when you occasionally exhibit the quality. Armand Bokund was originally from Manchester in the United Kingdom. At a young age he exhibited magical talent, and so was taken to the High Queen's Academy, where he trained to become a member of the Wizards' Legion. His lip twisted. He found that life unamenable, and so deserted and became a freelance thief. He wasn't executed? I said. By now you have realized there is a substantial black market among both elven nobles and wealthier humans, said Morvilland. Someone with Bokund's particular skills is able to make a lucrative living, so long as he keeps his activities quiet. Like you, his particular talents proved useful for criminal enterprises. That spell, I said. The one he used to escape the vault. What was it? It was called a shadow jump, said Morvilland. Shadow jump? I said. That sounds like some kind of stupid circus act or a bad movie, or... I was tired enough that my smart mouth was kicking in again. Morvilland looked at me. I shut up. A shadow jump, said Morvilland, as if I had not spoken, is a very dangerous spell. You know the spell to open a rift way to the Shadowlands. You therefore understand that physical entry to the Shadowlands is difficult, that by its nature the Shadowlands resists any incursions from this plane of existence. Yes, I said. Morvilland had taught me the spell to open a riftway, and it had saved my life a few times, and it had nearly gotten me killed just as often. The Shadowlands between the worlds were not for the faint of heart. A shadow jump, said Morvilland, slipping into the familiar lecturing tone I recalled from my lessons in magic, relies upon that property. The wizard essentially starts to enter the Shadowlands, but instead exploits the resistance of the Shadowlands to physical penetrations. The resistance flings the wizard back to this world, resulting in near-immediate physical transportation over a large distance. I blinked. Like a teleportation device? Morvilland scowled. Of course not. We are discussing the properties of magic, not the tawdry science fiction your civilization vomited forth in its declining decades before the conquest. Teleportation is impossible. A shadow jump is simply very fast. Then why don't more wizards use it? I said. It possesses several limitations, said Morvilland. For one, the talent is quite rare. It is a trait somewhat like color blindness in humans. One is either born with the ability to shadow jump, or one is not. Additionally, accuracy with a shadow jump is extremely difficult. The destination depends on the current flow of the currents of magic through the Shadowlands, and those change constantly. No single wizard can map those currents precisely, and so the destination of the shadow jump is nearly random. Nearly random? I said. But the Earth's surface is 80% water. 71%, said Morvilland. So if he uses a shadow jump, there is a good chance he'll land out in the Pacific Ocean somewhere and drown or get eaten by sharks, I said. Why is he still alive? Because the jump is nearly random, but not entirely random, said Morvilland. The wizard can guide the destination to some degree, though error is always possible. The range of the shadow jump spell is also limited. The farther the distance or the more mass to be transported, the more arcane power is required. Additionally, it is also possible to create an anchor, an enchanted object that acts as a lodestone, or perhaps a lighthouse. Aiming a shadow jump spell at the anchor will exponentially increase the probability of an accurate jump. The doors to the library opened, and Rusk entered, carrying a cardboard filing box. Rusk. Put the box upon my table, and then return to your duties. Rusk bowed, placed the box on the work table next to the phone, and left without another word. You have met Armand Boken before, I said, hazarding a guess. Yes, said Morvilland, opening the box. Might I ask the circumstances, my lord? I said. Morvilland was not usually so forthcoming with information. He must have really hated Boken if he was willing to tell me so much. 5 years ago I hired Boken to obtain a relic, said Morvilland, reaching into the box. You were not yet skilled enough for the task, and I was otherwise occupied with more pressing matters. I blinked in surprise. I didn't know that Morvilland hired freelancers. On the other hand, he had a large number of employees with skills of questionable legality, so maybe I shouldn't have been surprised. He performed satisfactorily, said Morvilland, lifting a wrapped bundle from the box, and I therefore provided his requested payment. His lips tightened. However, he saw fit to demand double the price for his services. I required the relic immediately, so I paid, but I warned him that if he ever hampered me again, he would regret it. And you let him live? I said, before my brain could stop my mouth. I had more pressing concerns, said Morvilland, unwrapping the bundle. Additionally, I thought his skills might be useful, should you be unable to fulfill the tasks I required of you. Ah, I said. In other words, he had wanted Boken as a backup, in case I had gotten myself killed. I warned him, said Morvilland, and he chose to disregard that warning. Therefore you are going to find him, and you are going to steal the tablet back from him. I wondered just how I was going to manage that, but Morvilland kept speaking. I will equip you with 2 tools to find him. He drew aside the cloth, revealing the fanciest compass that I had ever seen. Come to think of it, it looked a great deal like the watch that Boken had been carrying in the vault, and the strange compass I had seen Morvilland use during the battle with the Archons. It was big, nearly 5 inches across, and wrought in gleaming brass with a crystalline face. Elven hieroglyphs marked the circumference of the compass, and I recognized the elven symbols for the 4 cardinal directions. A needle rested in the center of the compass, and as Morvilland held it flat, the needle swung around to point northwest, though more to the west than to the north. Except the needle kept twitching in the way that a real compass needle would not. There is something wrong with that compass, my lord, I said. That is because it is not a compass, said Morvilland with a touch of asperity. A compass points to the magnetic North Pole of Earth. I knew that, but I also knew enough to not point that out. This device has been attuned to point at Armand Beauchamp. Really? I said, peering at the compass. How did you do that, if I may ask, my lord? Magic, said Morvilland. From anyone else, it would have been a sneering answer. From him, it was a straightforward statement of fact. The spells required are far beyond your level of ability, but another disadvantage of a shadow jump is that it is possible to track a shadow jumping wizard with a high degree of precision. Once a device like this has been attuned, it will point towards the wizard so long as he yet lives. That will be helpful, my lord, I said, but it is pointing northwest, and that could cover everything from here to Alaska. It might, said Morvilland, but in all probability, Beauchamp is within 120 miles of La Crosse. Either Eau Claire or the Twin Cities, with the Twin Cities being more probable. His lips thinned. A large urban area would favor his extravagant tastes. As I told you, the power requirements for a shadow jump go up exponentially the farther the distance covered by the spell. Practically, a wizard of Beauchamp's power could not travel more than 20 miles at a time, and would require rest afterward. I see, I said. That was useful information. Once I find him, I assume I should force him to tell me what he did with the tablet? By any means necessary, said Morvilland. That meant he didn't care what I did, so long as I returned with the tablet and I didn't get caught. If you can steal the tablet without drawing his notice, that will serve. Otherwise, compel him to tell you where it is. If I do that, I said, how am I going to keep him from shadow jumping away? By means of a seal, said Morvilland. Despite my fear and exhaustion, a little prickle of excitement went through me. I had heard of seal spells before, though I knew little about them. If Morvilland was going to teach me a new spell, that meant I would become more powerful, and I could always use more magical power. A seal, my lord, I said, keeping the excitement out of my voice. Your education has contained little detail about warding spells so far, said Morvilland, since your tasks did not require them. The Knight of Greyhold had taught me a warding spell against the elements, but Morvilland definitely didn't need to know that. A seal is a specific class of warding spell, inscribed upon the ground, and lies latent until activated. When activated, the warding effect applies to the interior area of the seal. To trap Beauchamp, I shall teach you the Seal of Shadows. What does the Seal of Shadows do? I said. It prevents all access to the Shadowlands within its boundaries, said Morvilland. No rift ways can be opened, and no creatures of the Shadowlands can be summoned within its perimeter. It will also prevent a shadow jump spell from functioning. That will be useful, I said. Be warned, said Morvilland. The seal will in no way inhibit Beauchamp's other spells, nor shall it impair him physically. You will require other means to compel him once you have trapped him. I can think of a few, my lord, I said. Oh yes, I could. Armand Beauchamp deserved payback for what he had done to me. He had been content to let me die, taking the blame for the theft of the tablet, and if I had been killed, Russell would have died. Beauchamp would regret that. Now, said Morvilland, to teach you the Seal of Shadows. He lifted the vial of heart's blood, and I swallowed with remembered fear. Morvilland had a brutal but effective method of teaching. After he taught me a spell, he had me cast it under his critical eye. If he was in the least dissatisfied, he cast his summoning spell on the blood, filling me with agony. Once the agony passed, he ordered me to cast the spell again, checking for flaws. And again. And again. And still again. I was exhausted and fuzzy-headed, but I managed to learn the spell. It was nearly 4 a.m. by the time Morvilland pronounced himself satisfied. Tears of pain streamed from my eyes, and a steady quiver went through my legs, but I refused to start sobbing. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. That, and crying in front of him would be unwise. "Adequate," said Morvilland at last. "Return with the tablet by New Year's Day. You are dismissed." With that, he turned back to his monitors as if I was not there. I staggered out the mansion, climbed into my van, and drove across the darkened, silent city until I reached my basement apartment in Wauwatosa, not far from the medical college. I parked, let myself inside, and locked the door behind me. My apartment looked more like a workshop and a private gym than a place where someone actually lived, which made sense. My heart resided with Russell and the Marnies. I just came here to work and sleep. One last thing to do. I cast the warding spell to cut off my psychic spore, hiding my trail from the anthrophages. I had missed 2 days while in the vent, and I really didn't want the anthrophages finding me again. Then I staggered into my bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, and fell asleep before I even pulled up the blankets. 4. Hide and seek. I slept for nearly 24 hours. When I woke up, I felt stiff and sore, and an unpleasant scent filled my nostrils. I wondered if the apartment had suffered water damage in my absence, and then I realized I was smelling myself. Well, it had been 3 days since I'd had a shower. Since I was stiff and sore anyway, there was only one thing to do. I donned exercise clothes and got to work. I started with strength training, push-ups, planks, squats, deadlifts, and others, using the equipment in my living room. Once that was done, I fired up my coffee maker and then switched to my treadmill. I intended to do 4 miles, but I wound up doing 7.5, running until I was drenched with sweat and I had begun seeing spots. After that, I drank several glasses of water, poured myself an enormous cup of coffee, and took a long hot bath, letting my limbs float as I sipped the coffee. Once the bath was done, and I had drunk all of the coffee, I felt almost human. Even better, I had the beginnings of a plan. I got dressed and changed the license plates on the van, taking an hour or so to print off the necessary forged documents. Once I finished applying a new VIN number to the dashboard, I packed all the clothes and equipment I would need, and drove across town to visit Russell and the Marnies. We had a nice dinner. I mentioned that I had another job from Lord Morvilland, but I intended to be back in time for Christmas, or New Year's Day at the latest. James was even nice enough to share some of his cigarettes with me, and I had 3 of them before my lungs burned too much to continue. God, I loved cigarettes, but I needed to stay in shape, and cigarettes were not the way to do it. Besides, Lucy would kill me if she caught me smoking. I got up before dawn and headed out in search of Armand Beauchamp, Morvilland's compass mounted on the dashboard of my Royal Motors caravanserai van. I had a plan. I didn't know if it was a good plan or not, but I would find out soon enough. As I drove across Wisconsin, the needle pointed to the northwest, shifting a little from time to time. I suspected that Lord Morvilland was right, that Beauchamp was in the Twin Cities area. My suspicions were confirmed after I drove through Eau Claire, and the compass's needle shifted due west. It still quivered, but the Twin Cities were nearly due west from Eau Claire. The shifts in the needle's direction were probably caused by Beauchamp moving around the Twin Cities. Likely he was going shopping, or stealing things or whatever. As I got closer to him, the needle's swings would grow more dramatic, and I could use it to narrow down his position. And then once I found him, I hadn't decided what to do. I suppose I ought to find a way to get him alone somewhere, so I could cast the seal of shadows upon him. Of course, I had to make sure that he didn't see me. The minute he saw me, he would realize that I was after him, and he would shadow jump away. I had one chance to surprise him, and I didn't dare waste it. I finally reached the Twin Cities in the early afternoon. I saw political billboards everywhere I drove, most of them for a smiling blonde man named Martin something or other. The governor of Minnesota had died unexpectedly last month, and so an emergency election had been scheduled for February. I didn't care. I had almost as much contempt for human politicians as I did for rebels. I got on one of the freeways that encircled both St. Paul and Minneapolis itself. As I did, the compass needle started to turn, always pointing more or less towards downtown Minneapolis. A text message pinged on one of my phones, and I looked at it and grinned. Reardon was in Minneapolis and wanted to have dinner with me. He couldn't help me with this, but he could give advice. He had a lot of experience finding people who didn't want to be found. After all, he had found me, and I was very good at hiding. This time we didn't go to Sergeant Tom's shooting range and firearm emporium, so I got, as Lucy would have put it, all dolled up. I rented a motel room under a false name in Apple Valley, though the expense annoyed me. I had spent a lot of money on my failed attempt to steal the tablet, and chasing Bokund was going to cost me even more. If I didn't find a new source of funds soon, I was going to run into money troubles. Maybe I could help myself to some of Bokund's money when I found him. I dressed up, tight black dress, jewelry, high heels, and I even did my hair and makeup and nails. I wasn't entirely sure why. Maybe after hiding in the duct, dreading what Morvilland would do to me, I wanted to have some fun. Maybe I wanted to see Reardon staring at me. Maybe I wanted to do something that didn't involve desperately trying to save my life, or Russell's life. Or maybe it was the dress code. Because we went to a restaurant overlooking the Mississippi River in downtown St. Paul, and it had a strict dress code. It had been a mill in pre-conquest days, but some enterprising fellow had converted it to a restaurant. High windows overlooked the river, its rippling surface reflecting the city's lights. A flood control dam crossed the river nearby, and waterfalls cascaded down it. Someone had installed blue lighting beneath the waterfalls, making them look eerie and ethereal and beautiful. There was a terrace overlooking the river, but it was 20 degrees outside and snowing, so it was just as well that we were inside. Reardon and I sat at a table with crisp white linen and gleaming silverware. The lighting was dim and subdued, which I suppose made me look good. It certainly made Reardon look good. I've mentioned before that he filled out a suit well, and he certainly did tonight. The dim light cast faint shadows on the hard planes of his face and his tousled brown hair. I had thought my attraction to him came from the influence of his shadow morph, but the bald truth was that I just found him attractive. "I just want to be clear," I said, after I had seen the menu. "You're paying for all this." He smiled a little. "Somewhat more formal than you usually dine." "Little bit," I said. "Is your usual meal a can of beans in the back of your van?" he said. "Of course not," I said. "Canned beans have too much sodium. I prefer unsalted peanuts, and I'll make fruit and vegetable smoothies. Excellent road food. That, and a gallon or two of coffee." I frowned at the menu. "Do you think they have coffee here?" As it turned out, they did. It was excellent coffee too, strong and black, and the waiter didn't even blink when I refused cream or sugar. "I need to ask you something," I said. "About the price of the meal," said Reardon. "That's very gauche." "Something serious," I said. He watched me for a moment. I was sure he was just as attracted to me as I was to him. I had seen him watching me as I got out of the car, his eyes flicking up and down over me whenever I turned. Yet he didn't completely trust me, and I didn't completely trust him. It wasn't anything either of us had done. It was simply the weight of our experiences. I knew he had been betrayed by a woman in the past. And as for me, the last time I had given my heart and my body, to be blunt about it, to a man, He had planned to use me in a plot to kill tens of thousands of people. Reardon kept staring at me, and I thought I saw the ghost of old wariness there. "It's important," I said in a quiet voice. "I wouldn't bring it up otherwise." "All right," said Reardon. "I'll answer if I can. You know there are some things I cannot tell you." I nodded. "Me too." "What do you want to ask?" said Reardon. "How did you find me?" I said. Reardon blinked. "Today, you mean?" "No," I said. "After we met for the first time at that Conquest Day party." "Ah." He glanced around to make sure no one was listening. "I didn't follow you after I taught you the lightning spell, if that's what you mean. I suspected I wouldn't see you again after that." He shrugged. "Then the firstborn told me to find you." Truth be told, I was a little annoyed. I raised my eyebrows. "Because you would have to see me again?" He snorted. "Because I would have to go to all the work of tracking you down. It would have been helpful if the firstborn had told me that, while I still knew where you were." I laughed. "I understand that. Go on." "We knew the anthrophages would be after you," said Reardon. "You had irritated the Dark Ones." "So had you," I pointed out. "I've been irritating the Dark Ones since before you were born," said Reardon, "and the family is something of a hard target, let us say. A known threat. You, though, you were a new threat, and without any allies. An easier target. We knew the anthrophages would come for you, and Nora and I started tracking the movement of anthrophage packs across the Shadowlands." He shrugged. "I was surprised that you actually lived in Milwaukee. I didn't think you would be reckless enough to undertake a job in the same city where you lived." "I'm not," I said. My mouth twisted. "My employer feels differently." "Yes, your employer," said Reardon. He hated Morvilland as much as I did, but was still smart enough not to use Keithran Morvilland's name in public. Anyway, we followed an anthrophage pack into Milwaukee as the Archons attacked. The anthrophages didn't care, and we trailed them to the medical college. You know the rest." "Yes," I said. The anthrophages would have killed me and Russell if Reardon and Nora hadn't shown up in time. A sudden wave of affection went through me, and I reached under the table and squeezed his hand. "Thank you." Reardon inclined his head. "You are welcome." The moment stretched on, my heart starting to speed up. Reardon cleared his throat. "As long as you're reaching for things under the table." I laughed. "Don't be gross." I squeezed his hand once more and withdrew my grip. He raised his eyebrows. "What did you think I was talking about?" I rolled my eyes. "How you found me." "And you need to find someone," said Reardon, "don't you?" "Yeah," I said. He frowned. "Your employer asked it of you." "The job I was on last week," I said. "It went bad. Someone else took the target before I could get it. He has the same kind of skills as I do, and he vanished. My employer wants me to find him and get back the item he took." "I see," said Reardon. "Do you have a name?" "Armand Bokund," I said, watching his reaction. "I've never heard the name," he said. "Sorry." That was too bad. If the Shadowhunters had a writ for Bokund's death, I would have needed only to point Reardon in his direction. Of course, knowing the Shadowhunters, they might have killed Bokund before I could have gotten the location of the tablet out of him. "That's all right," I said. "I could put in a call to the family," said Reardon. "See if they know anything." "This is my problem, not yours," I said. "But I would like your advice. I suspect you have a little practice tracking down people who don't want to be found." His mouth twitched. A little. So what would you do? First, said Reardon, I'd need to figure out where he lived. What state, what city? Minneapolis, I said. I have a compass that points to him. Reardon burst out laughing. What? I said, annoyed. You have a magic compass that points to your target, said Reardon. There are times I would have given my right hand for something like that. Okay. He did have a point. The compass was a huge advantage. There's a problem, I said. The compass only works because he can cast the shadow jump spell. He stopped laughing. That's more serious. Yeah, I said. Have you ever dealt with a wizard who can shadow jump? Once, said Reardon. It took us the better part of 15 years to track him down. He considered. I suppose it would be an extremely useful spell for a thief. 15. I said. Jesus. I mean, damn. Reardon believed in both God and Jesus. I suspected that was why the Marnies approved of him despite his profession, and he never liked to hear either name taken in vain. I don't have 15 years. No, said Reardon. There is a method for restraining a wizard capable of shadow jumping. The Seal of Shadows, I said. Reardon nodded. At least your employer had the foresight to teach the spell to you. So what should I do? I said. Reardon considered for a moment, frowning as he stared into the distance. He took a few sips of his coffee, and I followed his example, letting him think. It really was excellent coffee. Scare him, he said at last. I'm sorry. I said. You'll only have one chance to take him, said Reardon. Otherwise he can shadow jump away. Shadow jumping wizards usually have an anchor, an enchanted object they can use to target their jumps more accurately. Bokund must have one in Minneapolis if he's spending so much time here. If he gets any hint that you're chasing him, he'll pack up, take his anchor, and go somewhere else. So what is the point of scaring him? I said. Reardon leaned forward a little. If I was you, this is what I would do. I didn't like anyone telling me what to do. I got enough of that from Morvilland, but Reardon knew his business. And it wasn't like he was ordering me around. I had asked him for advice. Follow him, said Reardon. Get to know his routine, his favorite haunts. Once you do, arrange an accident. Something to scare him, something that will force him to shadow jump to his anchor. His anchor is probably in his residence or his safe house, and if you're fast enough, you can track him down. Then you can lay a trap for him, wherever he's hidden his anchor. I nodded. That seems like a good plan. And once you've trapped him, said Reardon, how will you get him to tell you where the object is? I shrugged. I'll ask nicely. Are you going to kill him? Said Reardon. I was silent for a while. Maybe, I said. Reardon didn't say anything. You know I'm a killer, I said. I've killed people in cold blood, and I can do it again. I remembered Sergei Rogomil lying bleeding upon the floor of that mall, his eyes flooding with terror as I pointed the gun at his head. I am hardly qualified to lecture on it, said Reardon. You will do as you think best. But only kill him if he deserves it. He deserves it, I said, harsher than I intended. He would have let me take the blame for his theft, would have let me die so he could escape. And if I died, Russell would die as well. Once I had gotten what I needed from him, I had absolutely no qualms about killing Armand Bokund, or at least leaving him to die. None whatsoever. And yet, I remembered a weeping woman trapped in the Shadowlands with me, certain that she was about to die and would never see her husband again. Alexandra Ross had been nothing but helpful to me, and yet I had almost killed her because she was slowing down my escape. I had almost murdered her in cold blood for no good reason, and even now, I still felt sick to my stomach when I thought about it. I mean, I had killed Sergei Rogomil because he had murdered innocent people in pursuit of his goals, and I had almost done the exact same thing. That thought kept me up sometimes. Look, I've said it before. I'm not a good person, not remotely. Morvilland made me what I am. But I can at least try not to become an actively worse one. I'll think about it, I said at last. Though I'm getting ahead of myself. Can't kill him if I can't find him. I can help you with that, said Reardon, if you wish it. I frowned. This isn't your problem. No, said Reardon. Nor is it a problem of the family. But I do not have to depart Minneapolis for another 2 days. My time is my own until then, and I am at liberty to do as I please. If that includes helping you, why not? I didn't want to drag him into this, and his hatred of Morvilland might cause him to do something rash. On the other hand, I had never known him to take a risk without a good reason. To be honest, I would have liked to spend more time with him. There were not many opportunities for it. Morvilland kept me busy, and so did Reardon's duties for the shadow hunters. So why not? All right, I said. We'll try and hunt down a thief together. We should probably finish dinner first, though. I agree completely, said Reardon. Especially since you are making me pay for the food. I did laugh at that. The next morning I drove my van through the surface streets of downtown Minneapolis, while Reardon sat in the passenger's seat, making notes as he watched the compass attached to the dashboard. We had changed to more sensible clothes, jeans and boots and heavy jackets to ward off the chill of a Minnesota December. Driving in downtown Minneapolis at this time of day was a pain. The narrow streets between the skyscrapers were crowded with traffic, and pedestrians had an irritating habit of ignoring the crosswalks and darting into the street. The dusting of snow had made the road slippery, and while a Royal Motors caravanserai van had many virtues, a tight turning radius was not one of them. Nevertheless, we made progress. Reardon had met me at my hotel a few hours ago, and we had been driving in circles throughout downtown Minneapolis ever since, drawing a tighter and tighter circle. We were closing in on Armand Beauchamp. Evidently Beauchamp had expensive tastes, because we were driving through the most expensive neighborhood of downtown Minneapolis. I saw a lot of fancy restaurants and boutique shops and towers of overpriced condominiums. Many wealthy people lived here, and several rural elven nobles maintained residences in the condo towers. There was a tacky billboard for that blonde politician attached to one of the condo towers, but other than that, everything looked expensive. It was an odd sort of place for a magic-using human thief to hide. Either Beauchamp was wealthy enough that he could buy all the security he wanted, or he was reckless. If I had the kind of power and wealth that let me live here, I wouldn't. I would prefer to keep it hidden and out of sight, and live quietly in some place like Montana or Wyoming. I turned another corner and found traffic backed up for several blocks. Not surprising, this street led to the on-ramp for Interstate 35 West, and it was always clogged at this time of day. We would be sitting here for a while. I leaned back with a sigh, plucked my coffee mug from the holder and took a long drink. That was good, said Reardon, still watching the compass. I said. The smoothie, said Reardon. I had given him one of the smoothies, stored in the cooler in the back of the van. Better than I expected. It was an unappealing color. Oh, that's from the protein powder, I said. Reardon was something of a health food nut, a trait we had in common. I had picked up that habit from the men Morvilland had hired to train me as a thief, from the exercises they had drilled into me. I had gotten the rest of it from Lucy Marney, who guarded James and Russell from the dangers of salt, sugar, starch, and simple carbohydrates, much to their dismay. The trick is to mix in some chopped pineapple. Not a lot, enough. Makes it taste much better. Pineapple, said Reardon. He shook his head. I wouldn't have guessed. I'm surprised you shadow hunters need food at all, I said. The stoplight changed, and I managed to get another car length forward before it turned red again. What with feeding upon stolen life force and all that? The shadowmorph feeds on stolen life force, said Reardon. It needs surprisingly little. A human body still needs human food. He glanced at the compass again, but it remained motionless, pointing to the driver's side of the car. Preferably healthy food. I'll have to remember the smoothies. I have spent more time waiting in cars eating garbage than I care to remember. I laughed. The rest of the shadow hunters are not into healthy eating? Reardon grunted. To my great annoyance, no. Well, I promise that if you stick with me, I said, we won't go through any drive-through restaurants, and I'll make you eat your damned vegetables. He laughed once and then watched the compass some more. I grinned and looked back out the window, surprised at how relaxed I felt around Reardon. I am, without question, paranoid and ruthless, and I have good reasons for that. But I felt relaxed around Reardon, even if he was a shadow hunter, maybe because he was a shadow hunter. Part of my brain pointed out that I had spent the night in my van more than once, and there was ample room for Reardon to share. Hell. I was infatuated, wasn't I? A phone started ringing in a pocket of Reardon's heavy coat. He reached into his coat and drew out his phone, hitting the speaker button. Reardon. Hello, Reardon, said a woman's voice, precise with a British accent. English, technically, I suppose. I'm afraid you've gone and gotten yourself into more trouble, haven't you? Actually, I'm fine, Nora, said Reardon. I had met Nora during the Archon attack. She was a statuesque, dark-skinned woman who could break me in half even without the aid of her shadowmorph. I just had breakfast and I'm sitting in traffic. I looked up this Armand Bokund fellow, said Nora, and we do have some information. Likewise, we have no active writs of execution against Bokund, and therefore no reason to be investigating him. I am indulging my curiosity, said Reardon. Oh, rubbish, said Nora without rancor. We both know that is pure and utter rubbish. It's the skinny white girl, isn't it? I lifted my sleeve to my mouth to stifle a laugh. I am at liberty until I return to my duties, said Reardon. What I do is my own business. Of course it is, said Nora, but you do have a type, Reardon. The tigress is just the latest one. Skinny white girls and skinny white girls with a tragic past. She sighed. She'll turn on you, Reardon. They always do. That was different, said Reardon, his jaw tightening a little. No, it wasn't, said Nora. I didn't like the direction this conversation was taking. Hi, Nora. You're on speakerphone. Hello, Tigress, said Nora. And yes, I know I'm on speakerphone. I like you, and you saved our lives against that madman Rogamil. But I know people like you. You'll destroy yourself in some spectacularly messy way, and because Reardon has a weakness for skinny white girls with tragic pasts, you'll take him with you. She wasn't entirely wrong. Anyway, said Nora, I've said my piece and that's that. You're both adults, and you may do as you wish, no matter how stupid. You wanted to know about Armand Bokund? Please, said Reardon, all cool business. Anything you have would be helpful. Very well, said Nora. Armand Bokund then. The light changed, and I got the van forward another car length. There are outstanding warrants for his arrest in the States, the European Union, the United Kingdom, the Russian Imperium, Australia, and, well, pretty much all the other English-speaking countries. He hasn't drawn the notice of the Inquisition yet, but with so many outstanding warrants, they'll come after him sooner or later. What did he do? Said Reardon. Thefts. Spectacular thefts, said Nora. Mostly art and jewels and paintings, that kind of thing. Basically, he was stealing from rich people and selling to other rich people in different countries, which I suspect is why no security agencies have made serious efforts to find him. They're more focused on rebels and subversives, not thieves. What's interesting, though, is the timing of the warrants. How so? Said Reardon. I glanced at the compass's needle. It still hadn't moved. Of all his warrants, fully half of them have been issued in the last 6 months. Really? I said. Is he getting sloppy, maybe? Reckless? Overconfident? I'm afraid I simply don't know, said Nora. His focus has also changed. He's stolen items from 3 separate elven nobles. For now, I said. He keeps that up, said Reardon. He's going to draw the attention of the Inquisition. Probably, said Nora. Are you going to kill him? The firstborn and the elders frown on unauthorized killing. No, said Reardon. I'm not, anyway. I just want to find him and ask him a question, I said. Ah, said Nora. In other words, that old devil Morvillain sent you to steal something, and Boken got to it first? I grimaced. Something like that. I told you, Reardon, said Nora. The tigress is going to get you into trouble. I've had practice at trouble, said Reardon. There is one other thing you should know, said Nora. Armand Boken apparently uses the alias Norman Harper sometimes, and Mr. Harper recently purchased a condo in Corbyshire Tower. I frowned. Corbyshire? Something about that name sounded familiar. I was sure I had heard it recently. Wait, said Reardon. Corbyshire Tower? You're sure of that? Well, mostly, said Nora. It is a second-hand report, but I think the source is accurate. Thank you, Nora, said Reardon. That is extremely helpful. I'll be in touch. Just stay out of trouble, said Nora, and she hung up. So, I said. Where is Corbyshire Tower? Right there, said Reardon, pointing at the driver's side window. I blinked. He was pointing at the big condo building with the garish billboard, and come to think of it, the compass was pointing at it as well. Corbyshire, I said. Why do I know that name? Look at that billboard, said Reardon. The billboard displayed one of the candidates for the gubernatorial election, the smiling blonde man named Martin something or other. I recalled seeing him in a bunch of different ads, pledging to bring Minnesota to a new golden age under the benevolent rule of the High Queen. Wait, I said. That's Corbyshire? Martin Corbyshire, said Reardon. His father, Luke Corbyshire, was the governor. He died a few months ago, and his son Martin is running to take his place. The Corbyshires are rich. The High Queen executed most of the politicians and rich men of Minnesota during the conquest, and the Corbyshires made themselves useful to the elven nobles. They've been the richest family in Minnesota ever since. Wow, I said. And Boken's staying there? Apparently, said Reardon, he bought an apartment. That's stupid, I said at once. He's a thief, for God's sake. He ought to live quietly in a little town someplace, pretend to own a hardware store or something. Not buy $1 million condo in downtown Minneapolis. I think that offends you on a professional level, said Reardon, smiling a little. Yes. I said. I go to all this work to stay hidden, and he buys a luxury condo. I suppose he must not be wearing an elven lord's leash around his neck. We sat in silence for a moment. Traffic didn't move. "Listen," I said at last. "About what Nora said." "What about it?" said Reardon. "I don't want to get you into trouble," I said. "I know she thinks I'm going to get you killed." "I fear," said Reardon, staring out the window, "that it might be the other way around." "Really?" I said. "You think you're going to get me killed?" He still didn't look at me. "It has happened before." Again we fell silent. I wanted to ask him about the women he had met before me. Morvilland had mentioned a wife and another shadow hunter. Reardon had to be at least a century old. Had there been other women than those two? I hadn't asked him what had happened to them, but neither had he asked me about Nicholas Connor. "Why don't we just promise not to kill each other?" I said. "If we're dating, I feel that should be a minimum baseline of acceptable conduct." Reardon snorted. "I think, Nadia." He straightened up. "Look." I thought he was about to make a point of some kind, and then I realized that the compass needle was moving. It was moving quickly. I turned my head just as Armand Beauchamp emerged from Corbyshire Tower, the red uniformed doorman holding the door open for him. "Son of a bitch," I said. Beauchamp strolled down the sidewalk as if he owned the city, wearing a similar coat and vest and cravat to the costume I had seen him wear in Castamere's mansion. His archaic outfit drew a few stares, but Beauchamp ignored them, striding forward with complete confidence. "That's him," said Reardon. "He didn't even change his outfit," I said, annoyed. "The idiot. With all those warrants out for him, you'd think he would at least make the effort to disguise himself. Is he that lazy?" "It's just so." "Incompetent," said Reardon. "Exactly," I said, "incompetent." I fell silent. Morvilland hated incompetence and sloth, detested them with the fierceness of a dog barking at a passing cat. In that moment I realized I felt the same way, and that the reason I felt that was because I had picked up that attitude from Morvilland. For a second, I was so horrified that I couldn't speak. Then my disgust reasserted itself. For God's sake. It didn't matter what Morvilland thought about sloth and incompetence. They were still annoying for their own sake. It annoyed me that Beauchamp was strolling around so openly on the streets of Minneapolis. He disappeared into a coffee shop a few blocks away. The stoplight changed, and I managed to get the van forward far enough to see into the coffee shop. Through the windows I glimpsed the shop's crowded interior, saw Beauchamp get in line. "Do you want to approach him?" said Reardon. I opened my mouth to answer. I wanted to go into the shop and beat the location of the tablet out of him. Nevertheless, I knew that was a bad idea. For one, there were a lot of witnesses. For another, Beauchamp could just shadow jump away at the first sign of danger. Likely, that was why he was willing to walk about so openly. If anyone threatened him, he would shadow jump back to his anchor, pack up his things and disappear. And with that, a flash of insight came to me. Beauchamp had gotten lazy. He trusted too much in his magical abilities. All I needed to do was to watch him, study him, and prepare a trap for him, and then I would have him. It was time to show Armand Beauchamp why sloth and incompetence carried a steep price. "Nadia," said Reardon. "No, not yet," I said, looking away from the coffee shop. "You're right. I'm going to watch and wait. And then, once I'm ready, we're going to have a nice little chat." 5. Grunt work. After Reardon flew out, I spent the next week pretending to go to work. I moved to the cheapest hotel I could afford, a chain motel on the edge of Minneapolis, and every morning I got dressed and drove downtown, stashing my van in an overpriced parking garage not far from Frobisher Tower. A lot of the larger corporations that served the Midwest and the Plains had their headquarters in the Twin Cities, and most of the elven nobles of the region maintained houses and apartments in the downtown area. So every morning a lot of people drove or took the monorail or the bus to their jobs in downtown Minneapolis or St. Paul. I disguised myself as one of them. I donned the clothes that were the unofficial uniform of unmarried female office workers: black pantsuit, white blouse, low pumps, and spent a lot of time walking around downtown Minneapolis, pretending to talk on a cell phone while I glanced at the compass in my other hand, watching the progress of the needle. The rest of the time I camped out in the coffee shop with a laptop and pretended to look busy. The coffee shop was called the Gilded Bean, which sounded pretentious, but reflected the customer base well enough. A lot of well-dressed business types frequented the place, middle-aged and paunchy with success, discussing deals over coffee. I planted myself in a corner, sat a stack of fake spreadsheets next to my laptop and typed away. Actually, I was busy, but I was just doing various illegal things. That, and following Armand Beauchamp. He came to the Gilded Bean every day. The day we had seen him awake at 8 in the morning had been an anomaly. Usually, he didn't get up until 9 or 10. He usually strolled into the Gilded Bean, ordered a latte and a scone, and then left, eating his breakfast and drinking his coffee as he rambled around downtown. I followed him during some of those little excursions, and to my frustration, he never seemed to do anything interesting. In fact, he never seemed to do anything at all. He wandered about various stores selling luxury goods, sometimes buying things, sometimes not. Or he sat in the Gilded Bean and played mindless games on his phone. The man was a high-level thief. Various government agencies wanted his head, and with his magical ability and money he could have disappeared. Yet he was living in an expensive apartment in downtown Minneapolis, making no effort to hide himself. I couldn't imagine why. Sheer arrogant cockiness? Some kind of latent death wish? Assuming he wasn't suicidal, my best guess was that he was waiting for someone. Likely he didn't want the tablet for himself, but intended to sell it. Maybe I could wait until he made the sale, and then steal the tablet from his buyer? That could be doable, but it seemed risky. The only people who would want a tablet like that were elven nobles, Dark One cults, and possibly the rebels, and I didn't want to tangle with any of them. Best to steal the tablet from Beauchamp and let him face the wrath of his buyer. Given that he had left me to face Castamere's anger, it only seemed fair. In all of Beauchamp's wanderings, he never went more than 3 miles from Frobisher Tower, and always on foot. That reinforced my impression that he was waiting for someone, which meant that he likely had the tablet hidden inside his apartment. Which meant that I needed to get a look inside his apartment. That could be tricky. It cost a fortune to live in Frobisher Tower, and the entirety of my remaining savings would barely cover a month's rent there. Furthermore, rich people liked their privacy, which meant that Frobisher Tower had excellent security. The doorman seemed like a nice old man, likely a retired veteran, but I saw the bulge of the concealed pistol beneath his formal coat. I managed to get a copy of the building's blueprints from the city government archive, and noted that Frobisher Tower had both a spacious security office and lots of ducts for wiring in the ceiling. That meant cameras, lots of cameras, and probably guards watching them 24/7. I needed a way in that wouldn't draw suspicion, so it was time to do a little more research. Frobisher Tower, as you might expect, was owned by the Frobisher Group, the privately held corporation that managed the Frobisher family's businesses. It had a long history. According to the group's website, the Frobisher family had risen to prominence following their loyal service to the High Queen and her nobles soon after the conquest. Which probably meant the Frobishers had seen which way the wind was blowing during the conquest, and joined the High Queen as soon as possible. The Corbusher Group, the website said, was an umbrella corporation that held many different companies with interests in real estate, defense, cars, food production, and a dozen other industries. The late chairman of the group, Luke Corbusher, had been worth billions of dollars, and had served as governor of Minnesota for 3 terms. The entire group mourned his loss, and wished well upon his son and heir Martin Corbusher. To my surprise, I found very little criticism of the Corbusher Group on the Internet. The First Amendment of the United States Constitution guaranteed free speech about humans. Criticize an elf, and you would get a visit from Homeland Security, followed by getting whipped to unconsciousness on a Punishment Day video for the crime of elfophobia. You could criticize human politicians and business people all you wanted, with the exception of those who had friends in Homeland Security, and even the Inquisition who could silence criticism. I suspected Luke Corbusher had been a man with powerful friends like that, and likely Martin Corbusher had inherited them. So why on earth was a renegade magic-using thief living in Corbusher Tower? I found a bit of criticism of the Corbusher Group on a gossip site that had not been scrubbed from the Internet. It seemed that many of the chief executives of the Corbusher Group lived in the tower. I suppose they all went to golf together. One of those executives was a middle-aged man named Timothy Roberts, and Mr. Roberts had a reputation as a womanizer. According to the rumors, he had a dozen different mistresses, and slipped them into his Corbusher Tower apartment on different nights to prevent awkward chance encounters. And I had seen one of the women in the gossip site's blurry photographs. Boken sometimes went to a restaurant called the Duke's Shield for dinner, and I had spotted the woman there. The next night I dressed up and went to the Duke's Shield. It was a little ostentatious, black marble flooring, gold highlights on the walls, everything polished and sleek and dimly lit. Boken ate alone, as he always did, frowning as he stared at nothing. I ignored him and headed to the bar, where I found the woman from the photograph. She was about my age, though taller and fuller figured, and to be frank, she looked like she should have been a model. As it turned out, she wanted to be a model. Her name was Michelle, and it didn't take much to befriend her. After her 4th drink, she poured her heart out to me. She wanted to be a model, and she met Timothy Roberts, who was a big deal in the Corbusher Group, and had promised to get her into the group's fashion websites. He was a rich man, and he had promised to leave his wife for her. But they had to be careful, so he had given her a keycard to his apartment, but once Roberts left his wife for her, she could move in, and Roberts would get her gigs with the group's websites and clothing lines. I kept the contempt and pity from my face. But I felt mostly pity. I had fallen for Nicholas Connor the same way she had fallen for Timothy Roberts, and I had believed Nicholas's lies. Of course, I had seen the truth before it was too late. And Nicholas had not been as old, fat, and jowly as Timothy Roberts. On the other hand, Nicholas had been planning the mass murder of tens of thousands of people, and I doubted Roberts was guilty of anything more than being a liar and a philanderer. Maybe Michelle ought to have felt sorry for me instead. Anyway, I got Michelle thoroughly drunk and then bought her a cab home. While I helped her to the cab, I went through her purse, found her keycard, and took a scan of it with my phone. Once I had seen Michelle off, I drove to a print shop I had found in a suburb called Burnsville, broke inside, and used its equipment to print myself an identical keycard, making sure to wipe the computer's hard drive once the printer had finished. I felt bad about that, but they wouldn't get into any legal trouble, and hopefully they had recent backups. If I ever got rich, I promised myself, I would buy my own damn print shop. God knows that I spent enough time forging documents. It would be handy if I had my own equipment for printing false identification. Once I had my fake keycard ready, I stopped by my hotel room long enough to change clothes from a sleek black dress to the gray jumpsuit of a janitor, complete with a tool belt, a hairnet, and a black baseball cap. The janitors working in Corbyshire Tower had uniforms like that, and it ought to pass casual inspection, especially if I kept the bill of the cap low. But I wouldn't need it until later. It was 2 a.m. when I parked my van at a convenience store, a few blocks from Corbyshire Tower. I had chosen it because the convenience store's parking lot didn't have any security cameras, which made it a perfect place to cast a spell. Specifically, I chose a masking spell, wrapping myself in illusion. I fashioned the mask to make me look like Michelle, taller, blonder, and bustier, clad in a tight purple dress and a long black overcoat to ward off the December chill. I got out of the van, keeping the mask in place, and set off for Corbyshire Tower. A mask isn't as difficult to maintain as a cloak, but it's still a lot of work. I had to make sure that my movements matched the spell, and I had to adjust it to compensate for different sounds. Like, Michelle's illusionary high heels made different sounds against the concrete than my running shoes. I wished the mask spell could have had her wearing flats, but I doubted Michelle would visit Timothy Roberts, Corbyshire Group big shot, in anything less than 4-inch stilettos. Hell, she would probably visit him wearing only those 4-inch stilettos. I had a brief mental image of myself, wearing nothing but those shoes, walking to where Reardon lay sprawled upon a couch. Damn it. I really was infatuated, wasn't I? One advantage of the discipline necessary to work magic is the ability to clear the mind, and I pushed all such distractions from my thoughts as I walked up to the front doors of Corbyshire Tower. The doorman rolled his eyes a little as I handed him my keycard. Maybe he was the one who had taken those pictures of Roberts and his various mistress. I watched as he swiped the keycard through the lock, hoping I had programmed it right, also hoping that Roberts hadn't dumped Michelle and disabled her guest access. The lock flashed green. "Thank you," I said, making the mask smile at him. The doorman only scowled. Odd that. He looked like another veteran of the wars in the Shadowlands, with faint scars upon his left cheek and haunted black eyes. Maybe he had seen things he couldn't forget. I understood that. Michelle wouldn't though, so I gave him a sunny smile and strode into the gleaming, marble-floored lobby of Corbyshire Tower. I saw square columns supporting the ceiling, adorned with geometric reliefs, leading to a wide stairway and a row of elevators on the far side of the lobby. On the wall over the stairway landing hung a brilliant relief in polished bronze, showing a rising sun over the skyline of downtown Minneapolis. Balconies lined the walls of the lobby, giving the opportunity for people with apartments on the second floor to stare down at visitors. It was an odd look, and it made me think of an old church, or perhaps... I blinked. Or perhaps a temple. Why would I have thought that? Maybe because I had been thinking about the Dark Ones? Of course the idea was absurd. The cults of the Dark Ones could not have possibly hidden a temple in a luxury building in downtown Minneapolis, especially when so many elven nobles lived here. Yet for a moment I wondered if the symbol of the Dark Ones, a stylized 9-pointed star that looked a bit like a squid with fangs, was hidden in the bronze relief, perhaps as the sun with its stylized rays. I pushed aside the dark musings. I had come here for a reason, not to wallow in my bad memories. I would have preferred to take the stairs, but Michelle and her 4-inch stilettos would not, so I walked to the elevators, making sure my masking spell produced a loud clacking noise for my footsteps. Corbyshire Tower was a 43-story building, and according to Norris information, Norman Harper had purchased an apartment on the 41st floor. That, come to think of it, was the last floor that was available to the members of the public, since the Corbyshire family kept the top 2 floors of the building to themselves. I rode the elevator to the 41st floor, keeping my Mosk's expression nervous and excited. At last the doors slid open, and I stepped into a carpeted hallway with subdued lights in brass sconces attached to the walls. The hallway was deserted and silent. I took a few steps forward, noting the locations of the security cameras. One covered the elevators, and another covered the hallways. They did not, however, cover the door to apartment 41 Kelvin's, where Bokund had been living for the last few months. I waited until I was out of the camera's field of vision, and then let my masking spell dissolve. If anyone saw me, hopefully they would assume that I was a janitor on a nighttime maintenance call. If not, well, I would improvise if necessary. The door to Bokund's apartment was a solid slab of metal, painted and finished with a burnished veneer. I cast the spell to sense the presence of magical forces, and at once detected a magical aura behind the door, though I could not focus the spell well enough to learn more. Fortunately, there were no spells upon the door, and I couldn't see any mechanical or electronic traps. I checked the compass one more time, drawing it out of the hip pocket of my jumpsuit. Bokund wasn't in his apartment. He was at a nearby bar, watching a cricket game on the bar's TV, or lacrosse. I always get the two mixed up, and wouldn't be back for at least an hour. I pulled on a pair of leather gloves, made sure my hairnet was secure beneath my cap, and cast another spell. The lock released in the grip of my magic, and I took a deep breath, gripped the knob and opened the door. I stepped into a vast, empty living room. The lights from the city came through the glass doors to the balcony, throwing rectangular shadows across the walls. Hardwood floors clicked beneath my shoes, and I feared leaving tracks, but the floor looked scuffed enough that tracks shouldn't a problem. The only furniture was a cheap plastic end table in the center of the room, holding a cylindrical piece of silvery metal about the size of my fist. I closed and locked the door behind me, and then cast the spell to detect magic. Powerful magic radiated from the metal cylinder. I had never encountered an aura exactly like it, but it reminded me of a Rift Way spell, and of the shadow jump that Bokund had cast in Lord Castamere's treasure vault. A little flicker of excitement went through me. This had to be the anchor that Morvilland had mentioned, which meant that it was possible the cuneiform tablet was nearby. I searched the apartment and came up with exactly nothing. The condo had a living room, a dining room, a kitchen, 2 bathrooms and 3 bedrooms, and all the rooms except the master bedroom were empty. In the master bedroom, I found only a cot, a pair of tables, and a closet full of clothes. The attached bathroom had some towels and various male grooming products, but nothing else. The only other arcane aura in the apartment came from a metal watch sitting on one of the tables, likely the watch I had seen Bokund use in Castamere's mansion. I considering taking it or examining it further, but decided against it. I didn't know what the watch did, or the nature of the spell upon it, but its theft would put Bokund upon his guard. I examined the items on the 2 tables, hoping they would provide some information. One table held a variety of tools I recognized, lockpicks and spring guns and the like, the tools of a thief's trade. The second table held a laptop computer, the standby light glowing. I considered trying the computer, but decided against it. The computer didn't have a camera, but almost certainly it was locked, and if Bokund was clever enough, he might have configured the machine to send his phone a notification if anyone tried to use it. The only other item was a framed photograph. It showed a grinning Armand Bokund clad in the red jersey of some sports team or another, a bottle of beer in his hand. It was a far cry from the dapper, archaic figure I had met at Castamere's party. Bokund had his arm around a blonde woman of about 25. She looked very English with high cheekbones, cheerful blue eyes and pale skin. She wore the same kind of sports jersey, though hers had been cut low enough to expose quite a bit of cleavage, and she also held a beer in her hand. Bokund's girlfriend? Had to be. The cot was only big enough for one, and there was absolutely no sign that a woman lived here. Maybe the woman was his ex-girlfriend? For that matter, it didn't look like Bokund did much here except sleep. Maybe he had bought the apartment for some job, or con or something. It didn't matter. All I knew was that the tablet wasn't here. It carried a strong aura of dark magic, and Bokund wouldn't have been able to conceal it. For that matter, if he feared treachery from his buyer, a reasonable fear when dealing with Dark One cultists and rebels, it only made sense to hide the tablet somewhere else. Still, it hadn't been a wasted trip. I knew where to find his anchor, and if Bokund was attacked in Minneapolis, almost certainly he would shadow jump back to his anchor. That was his weakness, and with it I could trap him and force him to give me the tablet. I paused before the door long enough to cast the masking spell once again. I altered it to muss up Michelle's hair and makeup, letting her dress look disheveled, like she had gotten dressed in haste and left. I had no doubt she had left looking like that a few times. Once the spell was in place, I checked the peephole, saw that the corridor was empty, and stepped out, locking the door behind me. I would return to the hotel and get a few hours of sleep, and then follow Bokund tomorrow. One of his usual haunts would be a good place to trap him. I headed towards the elevators, turned the corner, and froze. Terror erupted through me, my heart pounding against my ribs, my skin crawling with panic. A man walked towards me, his back to the elevators. He was tall and thin and gaunt, so gaunt and pale that his face almost looked like a skull. His hair was black as night and slicked back, and his dark eyes glittered in deep sockets. He wore a crisp black suit with a spotless white shirt and a silken black tie, his shoes polished like mirrors. But he wasn't a man at all. His appearance was the guise the anthrophages used when they came to Earth to hunt mortal prey. I stood motionless for a terrible instant as the creature strolled towards me, wishing I had brought a gun with me. Then I prepared to drop my masking spell and fling a lightning globe at it, hopefully killing it before the anthrophage discarded its human form and came at me. Then the creature spoke. "Pardon me, miss," it said, its voice flat and toneless. "Are you lost? This building is for residents only, I am afraid." I blinked at it in surprise, and then my mind started working through the fear. The anthrophage didn't realize that I was Nadia Moran. I had masked myself, and that morning I had cast the spell Reardon had taught me to block my telepathic spoor. The masking spell baffled both the creature's eyes and its keen sense of smell. So long as I kept the masking spell up, the anthrophage shouldn't realize who I was. Which meant I had to get out of here now, right now. Anthrophages always hunted in packs. But if the anthrophage wasn't here to kill me, then what the hell was it doing in Corbyshire Tower? I could worry about that later. "But I am a resident," I said. "Well, sort of. I'm a guest." "Of whom?" said the creature in that soft, toneless voice. "Mr. Timothy Roberts," I said. "He's an executive at Corbyshire Group. I think he owns this building." I imitated Michelle's rapid, rambling speech as best as I could. "So I was, visiting him." "At 3 a.m, said the anthrophage. "Yes," I said, letting the mask look embarrassed. I had a little too much to drink and I got lost. Could you show me the way to the lobby?" The anthrophage said nothing. Then it leaned forward, taking a deep breath, lips pressed into a tight line. I blinked in surprise, and the anthrophage took another deep breath. It was sniffing me. "You do not smell drunk," said the creature. I reacted as I thought Michelle would. "Why the hell are you sniffing me, you creepy pervert? You do that again, I'm going to complain to your supervisor." I drew myself up. "I'll complain to Timothy. He's an executive at Corbyshire Group. He could get you fired from this crappy job." "You will accompany me," said the anthrophage, "to the lobby." The thought of going with an anthrophage into an enclosed space like an elevator was terrifying. I knew the creatures preferred to drag prey to their lairs in the Shadowlands, devouring them alive. A few weeks after I had escaped from the anthrophage pack in Greyhold, I had had a nightmare about the anthrophages. In the dream they had dragged me into a cave, ripping off my clothes as they did, and then their fang-lined jaws had ripped away chunks of my exposed flesh as I screamed and screamed. The dream had been bad enough. I did not want to experience the reality. Still, one-on-one, I could kill an anthrophage. And maybe it wasn't going to kill me. Maybe it just wanted to get me out of the building without making a scene. Again, why? "All right," I said. The anthrophage gestured, and I stepped to the elevator door. The creature pressed a button, and the door slid open with a gentle chime. We stepped inside, and the doors closed and the elevator started its descent. The anthrophage stood 6 inches from me, gazing at the elevator's buttons. Sweat dripped down my back, and every instinct screamed for me to run or to fight for my life, but the anthrophage remained motionless. It really did think I was Michelle, and it had no interest in Michelle. Yet Michelle did not seem like the kind of woman who would let an elevator ride pass in silence. "So, do you like your job?" I said. "You have to work nights, which must suck." "I prefer to work nights," said the anthrophage, still gazing at the buttons. "Guard duty is tedious, but I perform as my superiors instruct." Guard duty? What was he guarding? Bokund. Or something else? "Though," said the creature, a little rasp coming into the toneless voice, "one does become hungry while on duty." I tensed, fearing the anthrophage was about to attack me. "Maybe you should pack a sandwich or something," I said. "You can eat it on your break." "A sandwich," said the anthrophage. "Yes." The elevator dinged, and the doors slid open to reveal the lobby. "Enjoy the rest of your evening," said the anthrophage. "Please do not wander the corridors without a resident." "I promise," I said. I wanted to run for the doors, but I stepped out, imitating the wobble of a drunk woman in high heels. The elevator doors hissed shut, and I glanced back. And as I did, just for a moment, I saw the anthrophage's face change, saw the black eyes turn a venomous yellow, saw its glistening tongue slide against its jagged fangs. Somehow, I kept my composure and maintained my careful walk to the doors. Then I got the hell out of there as fast as I dared. The next day, I was ready to try a little experiment. At around 10 in the morning, Bokund made his customary stop at the Gilded Bean, half-heartedly checking his phone. He looked irritable and restless, and did not engage in his normal flirtatious banter with the baristas. Maybe his cricket or lacrosse team had lost the game. I wondered if he knew about the anthrophages in Corbyshire Tower. Maybe the cult of the Dark Ones was after him for that tablet. I would get the whole story out of him, one way or another. I had slipped a little device into the coffee steamer, one that would react once it got hot enough. I bought a cup of overpriced coffee and waited, pretending to concentrate on my laptop, but keeping an eye on Bokund. Any minute now. The smoke bomb I had concealed in the coffee steamer went off with a loud bang, startling everyone in the shop. Bokund rocketed to his feet, his eyes wide, his mouth hanging open in surprise. The black smoke billowing from the steamer was harmless and odorless, but it looked much worse than it really was. Bokund reacted exactly as I hoped. Gray light flared around his hand and he vanished, disappearing in a shadow jump while everyone was still gaping at the smoke. I glanced at the compass and saw the needle swing to point at Corbyshire Tower. "Fire!" shouted one of the baristas. "Everyone out! Fire!" I joined the crowd as they streamed out the front door and onto the sidewalk. I took a few quick steps to get away from the crowd, checking the compass. Yes, Bokund's shadow jump had indeed taken him back to his anchor in Corbyshire Tower. I felt myself smile in satisfaction, and then the smile faded as I saw 2 men in black suits emerge from the narrow alley next to the Gilded Bean, and head down the sidewalk towards Corbyshire Tower. Because they were not men, but anthrophages in the guise of men. Which meant that the anthrophages were either chasing Armand Beauchamp or watching him. And getting the tablet from him had become that much more complicated. 6. Trap game. As I watched the two anthrophages walk to Corbyshire Tower, I decided to act at once. Tonight, if at all possible. I had the feeling that time was running out. If the anthrophages were watching Beauchamp, that meant a Dark One cult wanted the tablet. Or the Dark One cult had hired him to steal the tablet, and Beauchamp was playing hardball to get more money, which would likely get him killed. It was possible he had stolen the tablet for someone else, and the Dark One cultists wanted to steal it from him. The circumstances didn't matter to me. I needed to get that tablet, and my best chance was to get it from Beauchamp himself. If it fell into the hands of a Dark One cult or the rebels or some other well-funded group, I might never get it. Taking the tablet from an overconfident thief was the best opportunity I would have. Which meant I had to get it from him today, before the cultists and whoever else wanted the tablet decided to act. Leaving Beauchamp at the mercy of his buyers seemed like fair repayment for leaving me to take the blame for the theft at Castamere's mansion. I wouldn't kill him unless it was necessary, but if he was a Dark One cultist, I would kill him and sleep soundly after. I had to lay a trap for him, and I knew just how to do it. Beauchamp had spent a great deal of time watching sports games at the bar, and whenever I had been able to glance over his shoulder, I had often seen him checking sports scores on his phone. The picture in his apartment had showed him and his girlfriend wearing sports jerseys of some kind. That meant there was an excellent chance he would leave his apartment to watch another game of lacrosse, or rugby or whatever tonight. I did some research, checking last night's game listings, and it turned out he was actually watching a soccer game. Okay. It's a little embarrassing to admit this, but at the time I couldn't tell the difference between soccer, lacrosse, and rugby. For all the time I spent exercising, I had absolutely no interest in sports, because they were of no use to me. From time to time I watched a football game with Russell and James, since they were big fans of Wisconsin's football team. I forget the name, but it had something to do with cheese, but I was usually zoned out at the time. Anyway, Beauchamp had been watching a soccer game last night, and to judge from the colors on the jersey and the photograph, his favorite team was playing in some kind of international tournament, and so had a match against a French soccer team tonight. I had no doubt he would go to the sports bar to watch the game. Which in turn gave me an excellent opportunity to steal his anchor. Though I needed a place to put it. I decided on the cellar of a building across the street from Beauchamp's sports bar. The main floor of the building housed a little mall selling items aimed at rich women, uncomfortable shoes and makeup, and expensive undergarments and so forth. Unless Beauchamp had taken his girlfriend shopping there, I doubted he had ever set foot in the place. The cellar was an ideal place to set the trap. It had a narrow window facing the street, so I could watch the sports bar. It had security cameras, but they were not placed properly, so with careful use of a masking spell I could come and go as I pleased. Additionally, the cellar was divided into rooms, and I found one room holding old cans of paint. To judge from the layer of dust upon the floor, the room hadn't been used for some time. It was perfect for what I needed. I started to cast the seal of shadows. I traced the pattern of the seal upon the floor, large enough that it would cover most of the room's interior. I had never used a spell like the seal, but Morvalin's ruthless lesson had ensured that I knew how it worked. Most of the warding spells I knew required me to hold the power in place, much like a cloak or a mask. Casting a seal was a bit like, painting a wall or heaping a pile of cinder blocks. It took a lot of initial power, but once I had laid out that power, it would lie dormant until I activated it, which would also free my magical ability to work other spells. When I used a cloaking spell, it took nearly all my power and concentration, and I couldn't use other spells. But with a seal, I need only prepare it, and the seal would wait until I activated it. In an emergency, I could cast a seal at once, but holding it in place would take all my power and leave me vulnerable. No, better to prepare the seal first. In fact, if I had wanted, I could have worked seals over every single room in the mall, building a trap from which Boken could not escape. But that would have taken weeks, and I did not have that kind of time. For now, I settled for sealing this one room, and it still took an hour and a half to finish the spell. Once I finished, I sat down for a while, breathing hard. I made myself stand up and do some stretches, until I felt my stamina recover. Once it did, I cast the spell to detect magic, tracing the lines of the seal. I was mostly sure it would work, but I wouldn't know until I tried to trap Boken within it. The first stage of my plan was done. I slipped out of the mall's basement, using my magic to bypass the locks, and then masked myself as an elderly woman as I left the building. I walked to the parking garage and climbed into the back of my van to set up the second phase of my plan, letting my mask dissolve. First, I got my stun gun ready. Stun guns were massively illegal, and more heavily restricted than firearms. That seemed weird, until you remembered that whatever law of magic granted elves immunity to bullets manufactured upon Earth did not extend to 50,000 volts of electricity. Just having an unlicensed stun gun carried a mandatory sentence of 72 lashes on punishment day, followed by a week of public shaming, holding a sign listing one's crimes, while the video was live-streamed to the internet for the amusement of the High Queen's loyal subjects. The stun gun I had obtained was a sleek yellow pistol with a bulky power pack. It had a gas cartridge that fired a pair of needles into the victim, and a wire spool that sent the electric charge into the target. Once the cartridge was expended, you could jam the muzzle against the victim to create the same effect, though I tried to avoid hand-to-hand fighting whenever possible. The second item was my faithful .25 revolver. A little gun, true, but the right bullet in the right place made a world of difference, and whatever Boken's skills, I doubted he could ward himself from bullets. It took a little time to build the third item. I started with a set of blasting caps, designed to set off dynamite in quarries. They would make a small explosion, not enough to hurt anyone. I wired a string of firecrackers I had bought in Los Angeles to the blasting caps, and then dug out a brand new burner phone and activated it using a false name and credit card. Once it was ready, I activated a second burner phone, and then wired the first phone to the blasting caps and the firecrackers, tying them together in a tight little bundle. I had just made an improvised bomb. Granted, it wouldn't explode with enough force to shatter even a glass window, but it would make a lot of noise and light without hurting anyone, which was what I wanted. I changed clothes to jeans, boots, a thick sweater, a heavy black overcoat with a lot of pockets, gloves, and a ski cap, and tucked the bomb, the stun gun, and the revolver into a leather courier's bag, the strap across my chest. As an afterthought, I grabbed a collapsible pair of plastic binoculars and dropped them into the satchel, followed by 2 sets of plastic zip ties. Then I headed for the sports bar. It was lunchtime, and the place was full of office staffers from the nearby buildings. A line of people waited at the bar, placing orders, and a small army of workers in black t-shirts and jeans worked behind the bar, filling drinks or running back into the kitchens to pick up sandwiches. I watched them, pretending to stand in line, and then ducked into the ladies' room. I slipped into one of the stalls and cast a masking spell. Once again, I disguised myself as Michelle, but this time I dressed her in jeans and a black t-shirt. No doubt she would have been horrified at the prospect of working at a place like this. I left the bathroom, picked up an empty tray as I crossed the dining room, and then ducked behind the bar. A few of the workers gave me disinterested glances, but so many people worked here that I doubted the bartenders knew everyone. I squatted behind the bar, reaching for one of the bottles in the cabinet next to the sink, but as I did, I drew out my improvised bomb from my courier's bag and tucked it beneath the sink, lodging it behind the pipe. The sink ought to act as a loudspeaker for the noise, magnifying it further. "Hey!" barked one of the bartenders. I stifled a curse, hoping he hadn't seen the bomb. "Yeah?" "Are you on table 9?" he said, glaring at me. "Yeah," I said. "Then for God's sake stop wasting time and move," said the bartender. "Their order was ready 5 minutes ago. Get going." "Okay," I said in a meek voice. I straightened up and headed into the kitchen, which was a crowded, steaming maze of steel counters and ovens and cooks and waitresses shouting at each other. I threaded past them, pushed through the back door and ducked into the alley behind the bar. It was deserted save for a pair of dumpsters, so I released my mask and strolled back to the sidewalk, leaving the sports bar behind. I glanced at the compass. It still pointed right at Corbishire Tower. Bokund hadn't left yet. I returned to the parking garage and paid an exorbitant fee to move my van to the long-term storage level. There was always a chance that my plan would go awry, and I would have to hide for several days like I had at Castamere's mansion, and I didn't want my van to get towed. It might get searched, and there was a tremendous amount of illegal stuff in the van, including the Dark One medallion. Once I had the van secured, I wrapped up in a blanket and took a nap for a few hours. After I woke up, I made some instant coffee, fired up my laptop, and did some research on Timothy Roberts. I flicked through pictures of him and watched several videos where he talked about the Corbishire Group's enterprises. I watched the videos and stared at the pictures until I had a firm picture of him in my mind. At about 9 p.m., the needle started to quiver in the compass. I left the van and headed towards Corbishire Tower. I spotted Bokund making his way down the sidewalk, wearing his usual clothes, his expression distant. I watched him until he disappeared into the sports bar. Then I jogged for Corbishire Tower, ducking into an alley long enough to mask myself as Michelle once more. A different doorman stood on duty, though he gave Michelle the same sour look as the previous night's doorman. He swiped my forged keycard once more and the light turned green. With a sigh he nodded, opened the door, and I wobbled inside, making sure the mask gave off loud clicks for Michelle's illusionary stilettos. I walked into the temple-like lobby once more, scanning for anthrophages, my heart speeding up. The lobby was deserted, but I knew that wouldn't last. I ducked behind one of the pillars, out of sight from any security cameras, and released my mask spell. Then I cast the spell again, masking myself as Timothy Roberts. I made myself look taller, wider, and paunchy, dressing the illusion in a double-breasted black suit with a blood-colored tie. I strode across the lobby, imitating Roberts's forceful walk, and started up the stairs. Looking at photographs of him, I couldn't imagine why he had as many mistresses as he did. Yet after watching videos of the man, I did admit he had a certain sort of forceful charisma. Someone like Michelle might find that attractive. Me, I liked a different kind of man, one who was hard and competent and hell. Middle of a job, and I was thinking about Reardon again. I put him out of my mind and focused upon the masking spell. On the 25th floor, I passed a pair of older men in suits descending to the lobby. "The stairs, Timothy," one of them said. "I am shocked." I grunted. Wouldn't kill me to lose some damn weight. I hoped the masking spell did a good approximation of Roberts's voice. The second man laughed. "If you keep playing around with those pretty young things, you'll need to get in shape before your heart gives out at an awkward time." "Why do you think I'm taking the stairs?" I called over my shoulder as I kept climbing. Both men laughed and kept walking. I shook my head, disgusted and a little amused. I was a thief and a murderer, but the thought of adultery got me angry. Maybe I had some standards after all. I saw one disguised anthrophage as I climbed the stairs. My whole body tensed with fear, but the creature gave a polite nod of its head. I wondered if Roberts knew that monsters like the anthrophages lurked in the building. I made the mask nod back, not breaking stride, and the anthrophage continued on its way. No one else passed me on the stairs. Likely most of the other residents used the elevator, but I didn't want to repeat the experience of standing in an enclosed space with an anthrophage. I reached the 41st floor, breathing a little hard. I'm in good shape, but it had still been 41 flights of stairs. I walked to Boken's door, cast the spell to open the lock, and stepped inside. The living room had changed since my last visit. The table still sat in the center of the room, holding Boken's anchor. Yet 2 blue tarps had been rolled across the floor, and upon the tarps lay. I blinked a few times. Guns. Lots and lots of guns. I saw a half-dozen AK-47 rifles. The design was centuries old, but it was still the favorite gun of anyone who wanted a relatively cheap weapon that could still fire after getting dropped in a river. Next to the AK-47s rested a dozen Royal Armaments .45 semi-automatic pistols. I also saw a half-dozen M99 carbines, customized with laser sights and expanded ammunition capacity. A few wooden crates rested next to the tarps, and I saw that they held hand grenades and basketball-sized steel spheres that I suspected were fragmentation mines. He had enough guns and ammunition to equip a Homeland Security squad or a battalion of an Elven Lord's men-at-arms. If even one of those fragmentation mines went off, it would kill everyone in the room, and probably the next few rooms as the ball bearings punched through the drywall. I looked at the end table holding the anchor, wondering if he had rigged it to explode, but the table hadn't changed since my last visit. So why did he need all the weapons? Maybe he had figured out that the anthrophages were after him. Bullets worked on them, but if the anthrophages decided to take him, he couldn't kill them all even with this much ammunition. Though I suppose setting one of the mines on a timer and then shadow jumping away the instant before it exploded might prove effective. Well, in a few hours I could get the location of the tablet from him, and then it would cease to be my problem. I took the anchor and dropped it into my satchel. It was heavier than it looked, and it made the satchel strap dig into my shoulder. I masked myself as Timothy Roberts once more, and left apartment 41 Kelvins behind, taking the steps to the lobby. I didn't see any anthrophages, and I noted with amusement how the doorman stood straighter when Timothy Roberts, Corbyshire Group executive, walked past him. If I lived through this and Morvilland didn't kill me once Russell was cured, maybe I could get a job with the Corbyshire Group and terrorize Dorman. On the other hand, if anyone in Corbyshire Group knew about the anthrophages hanging around Corbyshire Tower, then it would probably be better to find employment elsewhere. Once I was out of sight, I let the mask dissolve. To anyone on the streets, I would simply look like a young woman with a big purse. I checked the compass once more, and saw that it was pointing at the sports bar. Boken had gone out to see his favorite soccer team play the French. It was time. I slipped into the mall, masking myself as one of their security guards, and headed for the cellar. Once I reached the room with the latent seal, I locked the door behind me, and placed Boken's anchor in the exact center of the dormant seal. I had to time this carefully. I needed him to shadow jump to the anchor, and I had to activate the seal and stun him before he could escape or overpower me. That long coat of his could conceal all manner of weapons, and he might have spells like my lightning globe that I could not block. Best to overpower him quickly. I walked to the window, climbed up one of the metal shelves so I could see, and flipped open the cheap binoculars. Through them I looked across the street, and I saw Boken sitting at the bar, watching the soccer game on one of the big TVs. I wondered how much of a bribe it had taken to get the bartender to switch the channel to soccer. On the other hand, I suppose there weren't many American sports playing in December. Basketball, maybe? I dropped away from the window and pulled on a ski mask and goggles. The mask had a foam-padded plastic cup to cover the face and mouth, and combined with the goggles it did an excellent job of concealing my features. I faced the anchor and drew the stun gun in my right hand, my finger resting upon the trigger. With my will I reached out and gripped the latent seal of shadows upon the floor, preparing to activate it, the stun gun trained on the anchor resting in the center of the invisible seal. In my left hand I lifted the second burner phone. I tapped out the number of the first burner phone and hit the call button. I waited. The phone started ringing. I counted the rings, resisting the temptation to look over my shoulder at the sports bar. If this was going to work, I needed split-second timing. I set the phone on the shelf behind me, keeping the stun gun trained on the anchor, both hands settling around its grip. 3 rings. 4 rings. I wondered if I had made a mistake, if I hadn't wired the phone to the blasting caps properly. Then I heard the noise. God, but it was even louder than I had expected. The noise of the firecrackers and the blasting caps going off was loud enough that I still heard it, even across the street and the cellar. In the enclosed space of the sports bar, it must have been thunderous. I watched the anchor, fingers tight against the stun gun's grip. I realized I didn't know what a completed shadow jump looked like. When Bokund had shadow jumped away from Castamere's vault, he had vanished in a flash of gray light and a swirl of dark smoke. Would it look the same from the other end? Or would he just appear out of nowhere? There was a flicker of gray light and a blur of dark smoke, and Armand Bokund appeared next to his anchor, his eyes wide, his breathing rapid with surprise. Everything happened very fast. Bokund stumbled, looking around with astonishment, and his eyes fell upon me. As he did, I focused my will upon the seal of shadows. It blazed to life beneath us, a symbol of harsh blue light written upon the gritty concrete floor, throwing stark shadows across the metal shelves. Bokund staggered, shielding his eyes, and he lifted his hand, light gathering around his fingers. The seal of shadows would keep him from shadow jumping, but it wouldn't stop him from working other spells. So I shot him with the stun gun. The needles burst from the end of the weapon, the wires unspooling, and a faint buzz came from the weapon. Bokund let out a strangled gasp, his eyes widening, and he stumbled and fell, his hip bouncing off his anchor as he hit the floor. That looked like it hurt. I knelt at once, yanking out the zip ties as he thrashed, and I flipped him onto his stomach, tying his wrists and ankles together, and then tying the two together, leaving him hog-tied. I pushed him onto his back and straightened up. The needles had fallen out of the stun gun, and I shoved another cartridge into the weapon and pointed it at Bokund's chest. Bit by bit the shock started to wear off, and Bokund's eyes focused on me. "Got you," I said in a quiet voice. 7. Blackmail. It took Bokund a few minutes to get his breath back, but once he did, he started shouting. "What?" he bellowed. "The hell are you doing?" I started to answer, but he kept talking. "The meetup was supposed to be tomorrow," he said. "I worked out all the details with Corbisher's people. Did he change his mind? Did he just decide to kill me the way he murdered his father? Won't do you any good. Kill me and you'll never ever find the damned thing. I'm the only one who knows where it is, and I'm the only one who can get it." I stared at him in puzzlement, and then the truth hit me. He thought I was working for whoever had hired him to steal the tablet. This could come in handy. "The arrangement has changed," I said, speaking in a gruff voice. Not that it mattered. The jacket fit well enough that he would know I was a woman, but I didn't want him to recall the voice of Anna Rostov. "We know you were planning to double-cross us." I wasn't, said Bokund. I did everything you told me to do. God knows Corbyshire was explicit about what he'd do to Cecilia if I didn't follow directions. I came straight here and I've been waiting for the exchange ever since. Then why do you have enough guns in your apartment to outfit an army? I said. Said Bokund, and he glanced to the side. Oh, you have my anchor. I suppose that explains a lot. Why didn't you just answer the question, I said. He sighed. Because of those damned anthrophages. You idiots think you can control them, but they'll turn on you. I've seen the way they look at you lot, and they'd eat you all if they thought they could get away it. And God knows they have nastier friends, like the bloodrats and the skincasters. You think the anthrophages will come after you once the deal is done? I said. Of course they will, you moron, said Bokund. And I told Corbyshire I trust him as far as I can throw one of his stupid billboards. If he wants the ritual tablet, he'll get it, but only after I see Cecilia is safe and sound. Your lack of trust is a problem, I said, my mind racing. Corbyshire's billboards? Did that mean Martin Corbyshire himself was involved in this mess? Trust. Obviously there is no trust, said Bokund. Are you blind? I'm a thief, and you're a bunch of damn Dark One cultists. Why on earth would we trust each other? I know the kind of things your sort gets up to. There was anger in his voice now, and I saw the twitching as his hands moved beneath his back. If you've even hurt Cecilia, then I swear you'll never see that damned ritual tablet. Stop, I said, gesturing with the stun gun. I'm not doing anything, said Bokund. You're summoning power for a spell, I said. You didn't soil yourself the first time I zapped you, but you might not be so lucky the second time. Do you really want to press your luck? Those pants look expensive. Ah, said Bokund. You must be a wizard. Makes sense if you cast this seal of shadows yourself. He grunted. It's a good seal. Can't shadow jump at all. Thanks very much, I said, trying to think. Everything I needed was inside of Bokund's head. I just had to get him to tell me where the tablet was, and then I could get back to Milwaukee, and whatever was going on in Corbyshire Tower ceased to be my problem. And I really wanted to get out of Minnesota, because Bokund had mentioned Corbyshire, and I suspected that he meant Martin Corbyshire himself. And that in turn meant that the wealthiest, most powerful man in Minnesota wanted to acquire a tablet dedicated to the Dark Ones. That couldn't be good. So what do you want? Said Bokund. What is the point of all this? I've kept the terms of our deal. I've acquired the tablet. I've waited in that stupid, overpriced apartment of Corbyshire's. I've waited for him to show up in person, and once I see that Cecilia is safe, I'll tell you where the tablet is hidden. Yes, I bought all those weapons, but for God's sake. You know what anthrophages are like. So why kidnap me like this? There has been a change of plans, I said, trying to think up a compelling lie. I suppose I could shock him until he told me the truth, but if I tried to beat it out of him, he would see through the ruse. You will tell me where the tablet is, and we will travel to its location. I will call the others, and they will bring Cecilia to us. Bokund stared at me. Why? That's stupid. Why would Corbyshire do that? He's got his own private jet, for God's sake. Half the Homeland Security units in Minnesota are on his payroll. Why send one woman to kidnap me and... I saw him figure it out. Crap. Wait, he said. You're not with Corbyshire, are you? You're a freelancer. Oh bloody hell. You figured out I took the ritual tablet, and you want to steal it before I hand it over to Corbyshire. I said nothing. You need some advice, said Bokund, because you're clearly an idiot to get involved in this. Run. Run as far as you can and as fast as you can right now. You're in over your head. Because Martin Corbusher is rich? I said. Because he worships bad things, said Bokund, and if you're lucky he'll kill you. If you're unlucky, he'll feed you to the things he worships. Don't patronize me, I said. I know what the Dark Ones are. Actually, I didn't, not really. I knew they existed in the void beyond the Shadowlands, that they were malevolent and dangerous, but I didn't know what they were. Then why are you stupid enough to be here, said Bokund. If you know what the Dark Ones are, you should have run away. Unless, oh hell. You're with a rival cult, aren't you? No, I said. You should tell me where the tablet is. Or what, said Bokund. You'll kill me? Start cutting pieces off me? Whatever. If you aren't a Dark One cultist, there's nothing you're willing to do to me that will be as nasty as what they will do to me. His voice shook a little, but he didn't look away. Or as nasty as what they'll do to Cecilia. You're just an independent, trying to turn a quick pound. Dollar, I said. In the US, it's a quick dollar. Oh dear, we've come to an impasse, haven't we, said Bokund. If you kill me, I can't tell you where the tablet is. You might be able to beat it out of me, but trust me when I say that it will take some time to confirm whatever I tell you. And if you really are an independent thief trying to snatch away a ritual tablet from a Dark One cult, then you don't have any margin for error. I stared at Bokund. Maybe I had underestimated him. I had thought him cocky and stupid, and while he may have been cocky and relied too much on his magic, he wasn't stupid. He had figured out why I was here and what I wanted. I knew what I wanted. I wanted to get that stupid tablet so Morvilland would continue casting cure spells on Russell. But what did Armand Bokund want? The answer was obvious. Tell me if I'm wrong, I said. Corbusher's Dark One cult kidnapped your girlfriend. In exchange for her life, they wanted you to steal Lord Castamere's ritual tablet. But you think they're going to screw you over, so you've been trying to prepare. I knew I had guessed the truth when he glared at me. If I had been wrong, he would have gone along with me, adding on details to mislead me. What do you know about anything? Said Bokund. Because, I said, I know exactly how it feels to have a loved one used as leverage against you. Bokund kept glaring. What do you know about anything? I decided to take a risk. I know, I said, reaching up and pulling off my cap and ski mask, a bit more than you might think. Bokund blinked. You? Yep, I said. Bokund stared at me for a while. Okay. I concede that was properly dramatic. I inclined my head. Thank you. How are you still alive? Said Bokund. He looked a little guilty. I was sure Homeland Security was going to take you. I'm really good at what I do, I said. It took a little work, but I got away. Ah, said Bokund. I see. Ah. How did you find me? I was careful. No, you weren't, I said. I've been following you for the last week. You spend all your time at your apartment, at the Gilded Bean, and that sports bar watching your soccer team. I thought you were an idiot, but I suppose you were waiting for Corbusher to make contact. No, I mean, how did you follow me to Minneapolis? Said Bokund. I was sure I wasn't followed. I considered lying to him, or refusing to share the information, but I decided to take another risk. The situation reminded me of when I had met Reardon for the first time, at Paul McCade's mansion. We could have worked at cross purposes, but instead we had cooperated, and that had saved our lives. Reardon had even become my sort of boyfriend. Not that I wanted to repeat that particular result with Bokund. This, I said, drawing out the compass. Boken blinked. An etherometer? A what? I said. An etherometer, said Boken. Measures the currents of arcane energy leaking into the local area from the Shadowlands. I didn't know that, I said, feeling foolish. I had seen Boken and Morvilland with big metal watches. At least I assumed they had been watches. Had they really been instruments for measuring magic? The thought had never crossed my mind. Evidently Morvilland had decided I had no need of the knowledge. Really, said Boken. You knew about the Dark Ones, but you've never heard of an etherometer? I know the elves like to keep their secrets, but there are some appalling gaps in your education, dear. I know what a seal of shadows is, don't I? I snapped back. Said Boken. Good point. So if you have no idea what an etherometer is, how did you find me with that one? It points at you, I said. Wherever you go. Evidently it was configured to do so. Boken blinked several times, fresh fear going over his face. Oh hell, he said. Hell, hell, hell. Bloody hell. What? I said. You're one of Morvilland's shadow agents, said Boken. I hadn't expected him to deduce that I worked for Morvilland. That could be a problem. Morvilland hadn't cared that Reardon knew I worked for him. He might take exception that Armand Boken knew I worked for him. I never would have guessed, said Boken. Morvilland usually prefers to use men as his agents, not short girls. I guess he was short-handed when we met, I said. I chose to overlook the wisecrack about my height. How much do you know about Morvilland? Boken scowled. Enough to know that demanding more money from him was a bad idea. He had me steal a book from a library in Germany, something from the 15th century. By chance was it called the Void Codex? I said, remembering the book Reardon and I had found in Paul McCade's secret temple. No, it had some long German word for the name, said Boken. Anyway, it turns out that the book is illegal, and the Inquisition arrests anyone, human or elf, with a copy. Because it was all illegal and such, I decided to extort some more money from Morvilland. And he didn't kill you? I said. If anyone else tried to extort money from him, he would probably kill them on the spot. Boken smiled. I took precautions. I bought a burner phone, composed an email to the Inquisition explaining what had happened, and I left it in a locker in the Milwaukee train station on a timer. If Morvilland killed me, he wouldn't be able to stop the message. He was not happy, but he paid me and that was that. I got away with it, but since you've got me tied up, I suppose it came back to bite me after all. He grunted, shifting a bit. There's been a lot of that happening lately. Yeah, I said. So, what did you do with the tablet? Boken frowned. Do you even know what that thing is? Let's assume that I don't, I said. It's called a ritual tablet, said Boken. I think it's Assyrian or Babylonian or something like that, something from ancient Mesopotamia. Apparently, some of the ancient Assyrian kings worshipped the Dark Ones and tried to summon them. Usually, you need magical ability to summon a Dark One, and the spell is nearly impossible to cast. You have to punch through to the Shadowlands, and then to the void beyond the Shadowlands. Not many wizards can pull it off, even among the elves. So what does the ritual tablet do? I said. Is it an aid to make summoning a Dark One easier? No, it's worse than that, said Boken. The spell on the tablet lets anyone summon a Dark One, not just a wizard. All it takes is a ritual to activate the tablet. The ritual varies from tablet to tablet, but it usually requires some kind of human sacrifice, or at least a lot of blood. I see, I said. I thought he was telling the truth, and I didn't like it. Morvilland already had one ritual tablet, and he apparently wanted a second one. But why? Was he a worshipper of the Dark Ones? I supposed that was possible. It explained why he had reacted so badly when I had asked him about it. Yet Morvilland was so rigid, so conservative. The Archons worshipped the Dark Ones, and he hated the Archons. But if Morvilland didn't worship the Dark Ones, why did he want the ritual tablets? It didn't matter. Right, I said. I don't care what it does. I need to get my hands on that tablet. Believe me, you don't want to go anywhere near the thing, said Bokund. I snorted. Do you think I have a choice in the matter? If I could walk away, I would. But I can't so. A loved one, said Bokund. That's it, isn't it? You have a loved one, and that's the lever Morvilland has on you. I had heard that was how he compelled loyalty in his shadow agents. You're very well informed, I said, which was as close as I would come to telling him that he was right. Well, you know, I get around, said Bokund. He smiled. It's easier for me to travel than for most people. Yeah, I said, assuming you don't accidentally dump yourself into the river or something. He winced. That's only happened twice. Shadow jumping is more of an art than a science. It must be a pain, I said. You have no idea, said Bokund. It's such a rare ability, I said, and it's so rare that Martin Corbusher kidnapped your girlfriend to force you to steal for him. Bokund sighed. That is what happened, isn't it? I said. Something like that, said Bokund. I got into thievery because, well, it's a long story. Suffice it to say that I decided the Wizard's Legion was not for me. I did a favor for an elven noble once, and he paid me well, so I made a career of it. And that favor was stealing something for him? I said. You have hit the nail upon the head, said Bokund. I went into the business for myself, working for whoever could pay me. It turns out there are a lot of elven nobles and rich humans who want things they can't buy for themselves, so they hire me to steal them. You understand. You have no idea, I said. It's a good life, said Bokund. Lots of adventure, lots of money. Lots of women too. I know a little less about that, I said. Well, said Bokund, it's not the kind of thing you can do forever. Sooner or later your luck runs out, and the list of people I'd pissed off kept getting longer and longer. I knew I needed to get out, so I started saving up money. Figured I'd live quietly somewhere and keep my head down. Then I met Cecilia at a soccer match, and I knew who I wanted to live quietly with me. And Martin Corbusher found you, kidnapped Cecilia and forced you to steal Lord Castamere's ritual tablet, I said. Yeah, said Bokund. Martin Corbusher's a piece of work. I knew his father Luke. Did a couple of jobs for him, before I figured out he was a Dark One cultist. Decent fellow, at least for a cultist. Very careful, very rational, and always played his cards close to his chest. I think he was a little too cautious for Martin. Wouldn't surprise me if Martin offed his old man and took over the Corbusher group to expand his Dark One cult. He'll regret that, I said. If he gets too reckless, the Inquisition will crush him. Maybe not, said Bokund. I don't think the High Queen's grip on Earth is as tight as it once was. Most of her attention these days is on the Archons and their allies. The Dark One cults and the rebels are spreading like weeds. If she's not careful, she's going to get herself overthrown. Not my problem, I said. We have a more immediate difficulty. Bokund grunted. Yes. Whether we kill each other or not. I snorted. Whether I kill you. I find it's best to maintain a confident attitude, said Bokund. That's not the problem, I said. See, I look at it like this. You don't care about the ritual tablet. You care about your girlfriend. I don't care about your girlfriend, but I do care about that tablet. I think we can find some middle ground. What are you saying? Said Bokund. It's simple, I said. I help you rescue your girlfriend, you give me the tablet, and we both go our separate ways. His eyes narrowed. Why would you help me? I almost got you killed. I shrugged. Yet you didn't. It's a serious question, said Bokund. Why help me? You don't have to. You already know, I'm going to give the tablet to Corbusher. All you have to do is follow him and take the tablet. Much less messy than helping me. Martin Corbusher is going to kill you and Cecilia, you know that, I said. He might be the CEO of the Corbusher Group and running for governor of Minnesota, but if it gets out that he's a Dark One cultist, the Inquisition will kill him. Both you and Cecilia know that he's a Dark One worshipper. He can't let you walk away from this. I know that, said Bokund. Why do you think I bought all those guns? I was trying to think of something. Anything. But that doesn't answer my question. Why help me? Stealing the ritual tablet from Corbusher would be challenging, but if you got into Castamere's vault and trapped me, you could steal something from Corbusher. Certainly it would be easier than trying to rescue Cecilia. He had an excellent point. The expedient thing to do would be to let Martin Corbusher kill him and Cecilia, and then wait for a convenient time to steal the ritual tablet from Corbusher. Dark One cultists had to rely on secrecy instead of overt security, and if I stole the tablet from Corbusher, he wouldn't dare make a fuss about it for fear of drawing the Inquisition's attention. In fact, that was such a compelling thought that I almost let Armand Bokund go. Almost let him go to his meeting with Corbusher and to his death. No. A while back, I said, I was on a job. There was a woman with me. She had no idea what was going on, and just was in the wrong place at the wrong time. She was slowing me down, so I almost killed her. I almost murdered her. But I couldn't bring myself to do it, and by not killing her, I saved my own life. Bokund groaned. Is there some sort of moral lesson to this? Flowers and rainbows, and wouldn't the world be wonderful if we all just loved one another? Maybe. I shrugged. I'm a thief. I'm a liar. I've killed people. But I don't want to be a cold-blooded murderer. This is stupid, said Bokund. You ought to just let Corbusher kill me and take the tablet. It's the sensible thing to do. It's what I would do in your place. Probably, I said. Let me put it this way. Did you know that the rebels are working with the Dark One cults? Bokund frowned. You're very well informed. Not many people know that. The High Queen does, and the Lord Inquisitor, but most of the elven nobles haven't even realized it yet. The rebels have caused me a lot of grief, I said. And if I can screw with their friends the Dark One worshippers, well, that's good enough for me. And I've got a plan. A plan, said Bokund. Oh yes, I said. And just what plan is that, said Bokund. We're thieves, I said. So we're going to steal your girlfriend, and then if we survive, you're going to give me that ritual tablet. Dear God, said Bokund. You're serious? Yep, I said. And I'll prove it. Hold still. I knelt, pushed him on his side, and undid the zip ties. Bokund unfolded with a pained grunt, and I stepped back, keeping the stun gun trained on him in case he decided to get violent. I did, however, release the seal of shadows. It flickered out, plunging the room into gloom, the only light coming from the window. Boken got to his feet, wincing as he rubbed his wrists. You tied those a little too tight. I'm a careful kind of girl, I said. So you've got a choice. Go to your meeting with Corbusher, and once he's killed you and Cecilia, I'll steal the ritual tablet from him. Or you can work with me, and we'll steal your girlfriend, make off with the tablet, and screw over Corbusher in the process. Dear God, woman, said Boken. You are actually serious. Possibly also insane. Probably, I said. But I'm also serious. Where are you meeting Corbusher? Tomorrow at noon, said Boken. In the lobby of Corbusher Tower. Can you take other people with you over a shadow jump? I said. Yeah, 2 or 3, said Boken. The range goes way down though. With 2 people, I can't manage more than a mile or so. Is Corbusher coming alone? I said. He's supposed to come alone with Cecilia, said Boken, but I doubt he will. Corbusher Tower is his building, and it's full of his people. Plus he's got a pack of anthrophages that he hides in the building, and they'll come running if he calls. That, and the local branch of Homeland Security, is in his pocket and does his dirty work for him. I have no doubt they'll surround the building and kill me and Cecilia the minute I tell Corbusher where the tablet is. I frowned. Doesn't he realize you'll just shadow jump away? Some of the anthrophages can cast spells, said Boken, and they can hold a seal of shadows on me. That, and I'm pretty sure he has a bomb hidden somewhere in 41 kelvins. A random shadow jump with Cecilia is too risky. He knows I'll jump to my anchor, and if I do, he'll blow up the apartment and claim it was a gas leak. Ah, I said, waving my free hand in the direction of the anchor, but he doesn't know I stole your anchor, does he? Boken frowned. What do you have in mind? I told him. It took him a moment to digest that. Seriously? You can cast a masking spell? I did it a couple times while I was following you, and you never noticed, I said. Okay, said Boken. You know, that sounds more useful than shadow jumping. He nodded. Okay. You're crazy, and I'm even crazier for listening to you. But I think this might work. This might work. He stooped and picked up his anchor. What first? Come on, I said. We have got a hell of a lot of work to do before noon. 8. Hostage game. It took all night and most of the morning to get ready. First, I sent Boken back to his apartment. I didn't want the anthrophages to get suspicious when he was absent for too long. Once he was there, I waited 20 minutes, and then followed him inside, wrapped in a masking spell that made me look like Timothy Roberts. Once I was inside, we loaded up on weapons and ammunition. After that, Boken took my shoulder and cast his shadow jumping spell. Let me tell you, shadow jumping is a hell of a ride. It feels a bit like stepping into a riftway, with the same sense of disorientation, the same feeling of sudden dislocation, albeit magnified 1,000 times over. One moment we were in Boken's empty apartment, and then the next we were in the parking garage in front of my van, next to the garbage can where we had hidden his anchor on the way back from the mall. Whoa, I said, getting my balance back. Yeah, it's a bit of a rush, isn't it? Said Boken, grinning. I got the impression he liked to show off. That's how I got Cecilia to go out with me the first time. I told her I would give her a ride, like no man she had ever met. Despite the danger of our task, I laughed. Really? She fell for that? That is the worst pickup line I have ever heard in my life. Go for a ride. Boken grinned. Well, I could back up the boast. His smile faded. Hope you can back up yours. If I can't, we're dead, I said. Get in. I drove the van 20 miles south, stashing it in another parking garage on the southern edge of Lakeville. If this went bad, and it might, it would help to have another vehicle as a fallback. Plus, even if this did work, I was going to piss off one of the richest men in the country, and the possible future governor of Minnesota, and it would be best if he learned as little about me as possible. "All right," I said. "Get out while I change clothes." "It's freezing cold out," protested Bokund. I gave him a look. "I don't want you to watch. Get out." "This," said Bokund, shaking a finger at me as he opened the side door, "this is why I never work with women. Too much drama." "Out," I said. At last he complied, and I climbed into the back. I changed clothes in haste, donning cargo pants, heavy boots, a sweater, and my heavy motorcycle jacket, which would come in handy if I fell or an anthrophage tried to rip open my guts. Around my waist went 2 gun belts with holsters, one of the .45 semi-automatic pistols riding on either hip, and as many spare clips as I could carry. A bandolier went across my chest, and I stuffed magazines for an AK-47 into it, slinging one of the long guns over my shoulder. I tucked my hair beneath a ski cap and put my ski mask atop it. I still had my satchel, and I loaded it up with 2 more firecracker bombs, wiring them with my last 2 burner phones. Once those were secure, I added a roll of duct tape to the bag, followed by more ammunition. Last of all, I took the golden medallion I had claimed from the dead anthrophage in Los Angeles, tucking it into the inside pocket of my coat. I didn't want to carry the damned thing, and I hoped that I didn't need it. But if I wound up having to bluff, I thought it might prove useful. I climbed out the back of the van, locked it, and looked around for Bokund. He stood a few feet away, a dark shadow in the dim light of the parking garage, his head bowed, something metallic grasped in his hands. I blinked. "Are you praying?" He looked up. "Well, yes. Given what we're about to do, asking the help of God seems like an excellent idea. Do you object?" "I'll take all the help I can get," I said. "It's just you don't seem like the religious type." "Catholic, actually," he said, tucking the metallic object into his coat. I saw that it was a little crucifix. "Catholic?" I said, astonished. "You're a professional thief, and I am entirely certain you were living in sin with Cecilia. For that matter, I'm sure you would have watched while I changed clothes if you thought you could get away with it." "I didn't say I was a good Catholic," said Bokund. "For God's sake," I muttered. "Yes, I believe that is the point." "You sound like my boyfriend," I said. Bokund raised his eyebrows. "You have a boyfriend?" "Not important. We have things to do. You ready?" "Yeah," said Bokund, eyeing me. "Sure you have enough weapons? You look like you're going to try and overthrow the High Queen all by yourself." "If we're dealing with anthrophages," I said, "we can't have too many weapons." He had concealed a pair of pistols in his coat, though I had been unable to convince him to take one of the AK-47s. "Very well," said Bokund. "Hold on. I think I can do this in 3 jumps." The first shadow jump deposited us in a park somewhere between Burnsville and Minneapolis, the lights of the freeway visible in the distance. The second jump put us in the backyard of a suburban house, the lights dark. The third and final jump returned us to the parking garage near Corbyshire Tower. Bokund sagged against the concrete wall for a moment, breathing hard. "Okay, I am impressed," I said. 20 miles in 2 minutes. That comes in handy." "Did you have to take all those guns?" said Bokund, wiping his forehead. "God, but moving all that extra metal is heavy." "If there are a dozen anthrophages after us, you'll thank me," I said. "You know what you have to do?" "I do," said Bokund. He walked to the trash can and dug out his anchor. I held out my hand, and he dropped a set of car keys into them. "Just be ready at noon." "I will," I said. "Good luck. Try not to get killed." "You too," said Bokund. He started to go, and then hesitated. "Are you going to tell me your name?" "Absolutely not," I said. He grinned. "Fair enough, Anna Rostov. Fair enough." Bokund left at a brisk walk, and I cast the masking spell, disguising myself as an elderly man in the uniform of a hired security guard. I waited 10 minutes for Bokund to leave, and then I left the parking garage. By then it was 6 a.m., the streets just starting to fill with morning traffic. I had some time to kill, so I stopped by the Gilded Bean, altering my mask to look like a young woman on her way to the office, and had a cup of coffee and a blueberry scone for breakfast. It felt strange to sit in a coffee shop with a small arsenal, but the mask kept anyone from noticing the guns, and it was good to sit down and drink coffee and have a peaceful breakfast. It might be the last chance I had to relax for a while. If this went badly, it might be the last chance I would ever have to relax. I was not particularly religious, but I said a quiet little prayer anyway. I had to get through this alive, if only for Russell's sake. In the end, that was all I really cared about. Not the Dark Ones, not the rebels, not money, not anything. I wanted enough power to make sure Russell was healthy and well. Still, I had to admit that helping Bokund and Cecilia felt good. God, I was getting soft. It had to be Reardon's influence. Which must be the first time that anyone had ever said that of a shadow hunter. I left the Gilded Bean at about 7 a.m. and walked around downtown Minneapolis, wrapped in my mask spell, looking as if I was some industrious worker on her way to work. I waited until 8 a.m. passed, and then 9 a.m. Then I headed for Frobisher Tower, ducking into an alley long enough to release my mask and cast a new one, disguising myself as Timothy Roberts once more. This time I added one twist to the disguise, a massive coffee stain across his expensive shirt and coat. My head ached a little from the effort of holding the masking spell in place for so long, but I ignored it. I had greater efforts ahead of me, and I wouldn't need to hold the masking spell for much longer. I stomped up to the front doors of Frobisher Tower, noting as I did that 4 blue-painted Homeland Security SUVs were parked along the curb. Through the tinted windows, I glimpsed the shape of Homeland Security officers in full riot gear. I suppose if anyone asked, they would claim they were here in case the explosion at the sports bar had been the result of rebel terrorism. But I knew they were here to kill Bokund once Frobisher got the tablet's location from him. The doorman straightened up as I stomped towards him. "Mr. Roberts, sir. You're home early today." My goddamn secretary spilled my goddamn coffee all over my goddamn shirt. I snarled. My masking spell must have done a good impression of Roberts's voice, because the doorman flinched. And now I realized she still has my keys. "Open the door, will you?" "Yes, sir," said the doorman, opening the door. I grunted thanks and stalked past him. Likely he would question the real Roberts about it later, but by then I hoped to be a long way from Minneapolis. People walked back and forth through the lobby, most of them men in expensive suits and overcoats, some of them talking on their cell phones. A few of them nodded to Roberts, and I nodded back. There was a line at the elevators, and I joined it, catching an empty car to myself. I rode up to the 10th floor, stepped out, and once I was clear of the cameras I recast my mask spell, changing my appearance to Michelle with disheveled makeup and clothes. If anyone saw me, they would assume Michelle was doing the traditional walk of shame home from Roberts's apartment. I hurried down the stairs to the 2nd floor, making sure not to make eye contact with anyone. The balcony on the 2nd floor was deserted. The condos down here were cheaper, which meant the people living in them actually had to work for a living, and so were already at work. I walked along the balcony, running one hand along the ornate brass railing, noting the location of the support pillars. The balcony actually jutted a few inches past the pillars, leaving a narrow gap. The perfect place to hide something. I knelt and reached into my satchel. It only took a few seconds to rip off a strip of duct tape and pin one of the firecracker bombs in place. I straightened up, made sure I was unobserved, and circled to the other side of the balcony, taping my second bomb to another pillar. After that, I walked around the balcony once more, and then took a walk through the lobby. I could see where the bombs were taped because I was looking for them, but no one else should be able to see them. At least until I set them off. I headed back up to the front of the balcony, next to the glass windows overlooking the bustling sidewalk and the busy street. Between the window and the corner was a few feet of wall, a few feet not covered by any of the security cameras, and I pressed myself against it, releasing my mask as I did so. And then I waited. You would think that standing in plain sight on the balcony of a busy condo building would have been obvious, but the trick worked. No one in the lobby could see the corner, and most of the people who came into the building went to the elevators or the stairs. Once a man in a doorman's uniform walked up to the balcony, likely to see where Michelle had gone, but I cast my cloak spell and remained invisible until he passed. From time to time people came out of the balcony apartments, but I cloaked until they departed. The cloak was a challenging spell, but it wasn't difficult in short bursts, and I had plenty of time to recover my strength. The hardest part was the waiting, as my mind turned over all the different things that could go wrong. I thought my plan would work, but it was possible that it would not, and there were any number of problems I might have failed to foresee. But I was committed, and I could not back out now. And a dark voice in my head pointed out that if this went bad, I need only cloak, follow Corbusier and steal the tablet at my leisure. But only if this went bad. I would keep my word. I would save Bokund and Cecilia. If I could. From time to time I moved to my left a few inches to peer out the windows. The Homeland Security SUVs were still there. At 11:45 a.m. sharp, Armand Bokund walked into the lobby, descending the stairs. He wore his usual archaic black suit and white shirt, the silver chain of his watch, or etherometer I suppose, glinting against his black waistcoat. I met his gaze for a moment, and he offered a brief nod. I walked around the balcony, taking up position between two of the pillars, dropping my ski mask and goggles into place over my eyes and face as I did. I ducked, sat cross-legged, and cast one final masking spell. This time, I made myself look like a potted plant. The mask spell was designed to disguise a wizard as other people, but I had found that with a bit of tweaking, I could use masking spells to disguise myself as other things. That had saved my life in Madison over the summer, when I masked myself as the noon sun, allowing me to escape from Sergei Rogomil and his thugs. After that, I had experimented with disguising myself as other objects. There were lots of places where no one would pay any attention to a file cabinet or a chair. So, after some practice, I could do a pretty good potted plant. There were a few potted plants scattered around the balcony, though none so close to the railing. Hopefully Corbusier and his men would not notice. I waited, sitting cross-legged by the railing, holding the masking spell in place. I slipped the burner phone into my hand, holding my thumb on the call button. I rehearsed again and again what I needed to do, running through the plan in my head. I kept my breathing slow and deep, clenching and relaxing the muscles of my arms and legs so they wouldn't cramp up when I needed to move. Because when the time came to move, I would need to move quickly. At exactly noon, Martin Corbusier, CEO of the Corbusier Group and gubernatorial candidate, strode through the front doors and into the library. During the last week, I had not paid much attention to the news, but the campaign ads were a constant background noise, and Corbusher's face was on that garish billboard mounted outside Corbusher Tower. He looked exactly the way he did in the ads, tall, strong and blonde, wearing a well-tailored gray suit with a white shirt and a brilliant red tie. I disliked him on sight, and not just because he was a Dark One cultist. Something about him reminded me of Nicholas Connor. There was the same arrogant certainty of command, combined with the ruthlessness that would let him sacrifice thousands of people in pursuit of his goal. At the moment, I expected he was quite willing to sacrifice the young woman walking next to him. She was about 25, wearing a baggy sweatshirt and jeans, Corbusher's hand clamped around her arm. She had long blonde hair, and I caught a glimpse of frightened blue eyes in a pale face. A storm of emotion went over Boken's face as he saw her, and he took a half step forward, one hand reaching out. "Stop," said Corbusher. Metal flashed in his hand, and he pointed a Royal Arms .45 semi-automatic at the side of Cecilia's head. "Hello, Corbusher," said Boken, his voice frosty. "How much did that suit cost?" "More than you will earn in your lifetime," said Corbusher. "Where is the tablet?" "How is Cecilia?" said Boken. "The deal was that you would keep Cecilia safe and unharmed." "And she is safe and unharmed," said Corbusher. "See." He tapped the muzzle of the pistol against the side of her head. "Fresh as a daisy." "Cecilia," said Boken. "They didn't hurt me, Armand," said Cecilia. She took a shaky breath. "But he showed me all his pet monsters, these gray things with yellow eyes and claws, and he said he would feed me to them if you didn't come through." "And I have come through, Corbusher," said Boken. "Let her go." "She is safe and sound," said Corbusher, "but that might change if you don't hand over the tablet." "Give it to me." "Do you think I'm an idiot?" said Boken. "Yes," said Corbusher. "Of course the tablet is not with me," said Boken. "Then where is it?" said Corbusher with polite calm. "You'll let her go if I tell you," said Boken. "That was our deal," said Corbusher. He didn't, I note, exactly say yes. "Fine," said Boken. "You know the train station downtown?" "The Corbusher Group helped construct it," said Corbusher. "Of course I know it." "There are rental lockers there," said Boken. "It's in locker number 6785. He gestured towards his coat. "You need the key?" "No need," said Corbusher. He stepped away from Cecilia, leveling the pistol at her. "Go to him. Now." With his other hand he reached into his pocket and drew out a phone, punching a number as he lifted it to his ear, keeping the gun pointed towards them. "Oh, by the way, Boken?" "Yes," said Boken, holding out his hands as Cecilia came to him. "Don't try shadow jumping away," said Corbusher. "I know exactly where your anchor is, and if you shadow jump out you won't like it." "Why would I do that?" said Boken. "It's not like you're planning to double-cross me." "Of course not," said Corbusher. He spoke into the phone. "The train station. Locker 6785. He lowered the phone, the gun rock steady in his hand. "We're going now," said Boken, putting one hand on Cecilia's shoulder. "Such a pleasure doing business with you, Corbusher." "Do wait just one moment, Mr. Boken," said Corbusher. "My men at the station will check the locker. If you're telling the truth, you'll be free to go." He smiled. "If you're lying, well, a little more persuasion is necessary." Footsteps clicked on the stairs, and a half-dozen tall, gaunt men in black suits walked into the lobby. I tensed as I saw the disguised anthrophages, and I tensed even more as I saw the bloated figure walking in their midst. It looked like an obese elderly man, his skin the color of bread dough, his black eyes glittering like pieces of obsidian. Of course he wasn't a man at all. He was an anthrophage elder, ancient and drenched with the blood of thousands of victims, and anthrophage elders could use magic. Sometimes they could use powerful magic. "What is this?" said Bokund. Cecilia huddled against Bokund. The anthrophages remained impassive, but the elder looked at her and licked its lips, its black eyes turning yellow for a moment. "Oh, their insurance," said Corbusher. "Our white-suited friend here can cast an excellent seal of shadows, large enough to cover this entire lobby. I'm entirely sure you are an honest man, Bokund. But alas, even I can make mistakes. And if I'm wrong, a little insurance never hurt, does it?" "You said that we would be the only people here," said Bokund. "And I kept my word," said Corbusher. He smiled a predator's smile. "You know that my friends aren't really people. They're something else entirely." "The gray monsters," said Cecilia, her voice soft. "That's what they look like when they pretend to be humans." "The sweet little morsel is right," said the elder, its voice a bubbling, gurgling rasp that didn't sound remotely human. "Of course," said Corbusher, tapping the side of his phone. "If you're lying to me, if the tablet really isn't in the locker, I'm going to be disappointed. And my friends and I are going to have a little chat with you." He lifted the phone to his ear, listening and waiting. I took a deep breath, gripping the burner phone. The moment of crisis was almost at hand. Any minute now, Corbusher's men were going to pry open that locker and fail to find the tablet. And when they did... Corbusher stiffened, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Bokund and Cecilia. "It seems the locker was empty," said Corbusher. "That's very disappointing, Bokund. What do you have to say for yourself?" The anthrophage elder stepped forward, blue light flickering around its fingers as it started to cast a spell. 19 chickens, said Bokund. That was the code phrase. I hit the dial button on my phone, calling both of the burner phones wired to the firecracker bombs. Corbusher frowned. 19 chickens? What the hell are you talking about? I stood up, the mask falling away as I gripped the railing and started another spell. One of the anthrophages saw me, and then everything went to hell. Both firecracker bombs went off at once, dazzling flashes filling the lobby, clouds of black smoke rising from the pillars. The noise was stupendous. It sounded like a plane had crashed into the building. Corbusher and the anthrophages reacted immediately. Corbusher ran for the cover of one of the pillars, shouting at the top of his lungs. Some of the anthrophages dropped their human guises, become the gaunt gray horrors I had seen before. Others reached into their coats and produced pistols, leveling them at the balcony. I heard the doors burst open as the Homeland Security officers in the SUVs erupted from their vehicles, storming into the lobby. But for the moment, everyone was looking at the balcony, and no one was looking at me. I'd already jumped. I had been casting the levitation spell as I jumped, and I hoped I'd timed it right so I wouldn't break my legs when I landed. The spell gripped me an instant before I hit the floor, arresting my momentum, and I landed and sprinted for Bokund. Now! I shouted. Stop them! Screamed Corbusher. I grabbed Bokund's shoulder as he seized Cecilia's hand, gray light flaring around his fingers. The anthrophage elder kept casting its spell. The other anthrophages charged us, and a dozen Homeland Security officers in full riot armor leveled their weapons, and Corbusher swung his pistol around, and we were about to die. Then gray light swallowed the world, and I felt as if I fell 1,000 feet in a single instant. The gray light cleared, and I found myself standing in the parking garage of Corbusher Tower, next to Bokund's car, which currently held his anchor. His car was just as ridiculous and ostentatious as his outfit. It was the kind of car commonly known as a supercar, which was a polite way of saying ridiculously expensive and overpowered. Specifically, it was a Royal Motors TX 199 Venator coupe, with 700 horsepower and a coat of electric blue paint. The thing looked like some kind of futuristic spaceship, and while elven nobles typically did not drive themselves, that was what human chauffeurs were for. When they did, they drove cars like the Royal Motors TX 199 Venator Coupe. It was the most inconspicuous getaway vehicle I could imagine, and it was the weak point in our escape plan. Bokund couldn't move all three of us very far, and there hadn't been time to acquire another vehicle. So I had stashed his anchor in his Venator, hoping that Corbyshire and his goons wouldn't have the wit to guard the car. And so far, it looked as if our gamble had paid off. The parking garage was deserted. "Armand," gasped Cecilia. "What are?" "In the car," I shouted, throwing Bokund his keys. That had been my insurance, to make sure he didn't escape without me. But now that he had Cecilia, we were all in the same boat. Bokund unlocked the car, and I yanked open the passenger door. "In the back, quick." "Armand," said Cecilia, scrambling into the back of the car. Her eyes got wide as she got a good look at me. Considering I was masked, dressed all in black, and carrying enough guns to equip a local branch of Homeland Security, that was understandable. "Who is that? What are we doing?" "R." "Run now, talk later," said Bokund, dropping into the driver's seat and starting the car. The Venator's engine came to life with a roar, and the black dashboard lit up with harsh blue light. I took the front passenger's side, tucking the AK-47 between my knees. "Good God," I said, looking around as Bokund put the car into reverse. "Did you have to cover everything with black leather?" "It's classy," said Bokund. "Dignified, really." "Cecilia, buckle up. This is going to get violent." Cecilia slammed her seatbelt into place, her blue eyes wide. Despite everything, she was calmer than I would have expected. Maybe staying in a relationship with Bokund had made her used to this kind of thing. "Go," I said, hitting the button for the window. It rolled down with a hiss. If I had to start shooting, I would prefer not to have a lap full of broken safety glass. "Go, go, go." "Yes, I know, thank you," said Bokund, hitting the gas. The dashboard lit up with a rearview camera, and the tires squealed as Bokund drove into the aisle, spinning the car around to face the exit. "This isn't the first time I've fled for my life, I'll have you know." "Yes, super, that's great," I said. A flicker on the rearview camera caught my eye. "Just shut up and damn it." 6 anthrophages in their human guise raced towards the car, pouring out from the stairwell leading up to the lobby. The Venator could outrun them with ease, but for the moment the anthrophages were going faster than we were. Another few seconds and they would leap upon the car, smash through the rear window, and kill us. I twisted around in my seat, leaned through the window, flipped the AK-47 to full auto, and started shooting. This wasn't Sergeant Tom's shooting range and firearm emporium, and keeping a good grip on an AK-47 on full auto is a challenge, especially for someone my size. For that matter, shooting from a moving car at a moving target is even harder. Fortunately, luck was on my side. I hit one of the anthrophages, the bullets ripping up his torso, black ichor exploding from him, and grazed a second one. The anthrophages scattered, taking cover, and Bokund yelled and slammed on the gas. The Venator roared forward, shooting up the parking ramp. For an instant I feared that we would slam into a concrete wall, but Bokund twisted the wheel, and the car howled around the corner, accelerating as we shot towards the sunlight. I heaved myself back into the car, and I saw the parking attendant standing by the booth, his eyes wide as he waved his arms, and then he screamed and threw himself out of the way. The big car broke off the arm of the booth like a twig, and the Venator bounced into the street, the tires squealing as Bokund did a hard left turn without slowing down. "Hang on," shouted Bokund. "We." A roar boomed out. I looked up and saw a fireball erupt from the upper reaches of Corbyshire Tower. I was pretty sure that Martin Corbisher had just blown up Boken's apartment. As the car shot forward, I saw anthrophages and Homeland Security officers erupting from the lobby of the tower, scrambling into their vehicles. We had gotten away from Martin Corbisher, but he wasn't going to let us go without a fight. "Drive," I shouted. 9 horsepower. "Drive where?" said Boken, gripping the wheel as the Venator zipped in and out of traffic. A chorus of angry horns rose around us as Boken broke every possible traffic law. Behind us, I saw a flare of red and blue lights as the Homeland Security SUVs fired up their sirens, their wailing cry cutting through the roar of the Venator's engine. The traffic would slow us down, but the other cars would hasten to get out of the sirens' way. "Head for the freeway," I said, the cold wind whistling through the opened window. "The freeway," said Boken. "We'll be bottled in." "What's this thing's top speed?" I said, watching the Homeland Security SUVs roar after us. 217 miles an hour, said Boken, swerving past a car and accelerating with a roar of the engine, the fancy dials on the dashboard flashing. In an open stretch. "Right," I said. "Those SUVs can't do more than 100 miles an hour, especially loaded down with all those people. We get on the freeway, we can outrun them. Then we'll abandon the Venator, steal another car, and get the hell out of Minnesota." "And if we're cornered," said Boken. A stoplight ahead turned red, and he stomped on the gas. The Venator roared through the intersection before the cars on either side could start moving, the sudden speed slamming me against the seat. God, but this thing could accelerate. It could accelerate even faster than my beloved Royal Motors NX9 sport bike. And Boken, I had to admit, was a hell of a driver. With a car like this, and a driver like Boken, we had a chance of outrunning the anthrophages long enough to escape. "Then we'll improvise," I said. "We'll fight our way clear. And if the situation got desperate, well, I could always open a rift way to the Shadowlands. That would be dangerous, but less dangerous than getting cornered by Corbisher and his thugs and his monsters. After that, I could open another rift way almost at once back to Earth. We could appear anywhere in the world if I did that, but most of the world would be safer than Corbisher Tower at the moment." "God damn it, woman," said Boken, "you are insane, you know that, utterly and totally." "Don't take the Lord's name in vain, Armand," said Cecilia. Suddenly, I knew where Boken had acquired his religious streak. Boken grinned back at her. "I missed you too, dear. Well, you want to outrun the anthrophages, is that it? Watch this." He hit the gas again, and the Venator came to life. It might have been a ridiculous, overpriced, overpowered car, but by God that monster could move. The raw force of the acceleration slammed me into my seat, the leather squealing against my motorcycle jacket, and we hurtled forward, doing 60 miles an hour in downtown Minneapolis on a weekday. If you've ever been in a major American city at lunchtime on a weekday, you know that it gets crowded, and you're lucky if you can do 20 miles an hour. Boken was doing 60, and he did it by ignoring traffic, stop signs, stoplights, pedestrians, buses, and anything even remotely resembling common sense. In the space of 30 seconds, he accelerated past a semi, the driver gaping at us, ran 2 red lights, and dodged a bus, skidding onto the sidewalk for a moment before zooming back down the street, the high-rise buildings blurring on either side of us. I didn't know whether to be terrified or exhilarated. I settled for being grateful that I hadn't eaten anything other than a scone today, because I didn't think I could have kept it down. Boken spun the wheel to the right, slamming on the brakes, and the Venator skidded through a hard right turn, shooting down a narrow alley between 2 buildings. I was certain that we would hit the walls, but the brick blurred maybe a half-inch from the tips of the side mirror. Then the car burst back into the street, missing a gray van by a few feet, the wail of a horn ringing out. Bokund hit the gas and surged towards the on-ramp for I-35W South, accelerating through another red light. The wail of sirens cut through the roar of the engine, and I saw the 4 Homeland Security SUVs pursuing us. An anthrophage in a dark suit leaned out of the passenger's window of the leading SUV, a shotgun in hand, and the weapon's barrels spat fire. The shot didn't come anywhere near us, but I swore in anger. The roads were crowded, and if those idiots started spraying bullets, they were going to kill a lot of innocent people. Of course, the anthrophages didn't care about that. "Hang on," said Bokund, and he turned, accelerating again, and the Venator roared onto the on-ramp. The ramp started as 2 lanes, but in a failure of planning, it merged into 1 lane before it actually joined the 8-lane freeway crossing through the heart of the Twin Cities. "Bokund," I said. "Truck." There was a semi in the right lane, rumbling towards the freeway as its stacks belched plumes of black exhaust. "I see it," said Bokund, and he applied even more gas, the RPM gauge on the dashboard maxing out. The Venator screamed alongside the truck, the driver sounding his horn. I cursed and grabbed at the side of the door for support, fearing that we were going to get crushed between the concrete wall and the side of the truck, but the Venator shot past with a few inches to spare, zooming onto the freeway as Bokund cut across 3 lanes of traffic to the accompaniment of a chorus of furious horns. I stared out the back window as the semi pulled onto the right shoulder, as the Homeland Security SUVs boiled out behind it like a swarm of angry blue hornets. 2 big gray vans about the size of my caravanserai followed the SUVs, emergency lights flashing on their roofs. Homeland Security sometimes used vans like that when they needed to make someone disappear quietly. That, or Corbusier had loaded them up with more anthrophages and sent them after us. "Can't we shadow jump away?" said Cecilia, staring at the approaching fleet of vehicles. "The 3 of us. Just far enough to escape?" "Can't," said Bokund. "My anchor's in the trunk." "Oh," said Cecilia. "A random jump might leave us worse off," said Bokund. "Or, more likely, dump us in the middle of the freeway." "They're gaining on us," I said, the SUVs drawing closer. "Bokund, move it." "We, Cecilia, down." She ducked at once. A dark figure leaned out of the passenger side of the nearest SUV, the flash of gunfire visible even in the noon sunlight. The first shot missed, but I heard the thump as the second slammed into the trunk. They were trying to shoot out the tires. It seemed reckless, given that if Bokund was killed, Corbusier would have no way of finding the tablet. On the other hand, a running gun battle through downtown Minneapolis would draw the attention of the local Elven nobles and even the Inquisition, and if we were all killed, Homeland Security could claim they had put down a trio of rebel terrorists. Bokund swerved back and forth as the SUVs and the vans pursued, but he couldn't go any faster. Semi-trucks filled all 4 lanes ahead of us, traffic piling up behind them. The Venator might have been able to go 200 miles an hour, but that would do us no good if there was too much traffic. "Bokund," I said, adjusting my grip on the AK-47. The SUVs were pulling up behind us. All 4 of the Homeland Security vehicles had been fitted with push bumpers, and once they were close enough, they would likely try to force the Venator off the road. "I know," he said, scowling. "Just a little further." One of the Homeland Security SUVs pulled up next to the right side of the Venator. I glimpsed the driver, armored in full riot gear, his black mask and helmet making him look like some monstrous mechanical insect. I saw a flicker of motion on the side of the SUV, and an anthrophage crawled onto the SUV's roof, moving on all 4s. It was getting ready to jump onto our roof. I raised my AK-47, flipping the lever to single-shot mode, and squeezed off 3 quick shots. I hit the anthrophage, and the creature rolled off the roof and onto the freeway, where it was promptly crushed beneath the wheels of an oncoming semi. The driver of the SUV raised a pistol, and I started shooting at the driver's side door. The SUV was armored, its windows bulletproof, so I don't think my rounds penetrated. Nevertheless, the shots persuaded the driver to back off, and the SUV braked, dropping back to join the others. "Armand," called Cecilia, peering over the edge of the back seat. "I think they've got a rocket launcher." I looked back and cursed. They did indeed have a rocket launcher. On the rightmost SUV, I saw an armored Homeland Security officer leaning out the window, wrestling with a long black tube. The SUVs were falling back into a line, and I saw men leaning out of the windows, raising firearms. The rocket launcher was going to blast the Venator to shreds, and if the rocket missed, the officers could pour bullets into us until they ripped the car to pieces. "She's right," I said, leaning out the window and sending a few shots at the SUV with the rocket launcher. The bullets left white spots on the windshield and failed to penetrate the armored glass, but the driver panicked and braked, slowing down and ruining the rocket launcher's shot. "We're sitting ducks. As soon as they get their act together, they'll shoot the car until it stops." "Yes," said Bokund. "Fortunately, you're going to want to get your head inside the car now." I frowned behind my mask and then realized what he meant. The freeway had been passing through a giant concrete trench, massive retaining walls rising on either side. But the retaining walls had come to an end as we headed south towards the suburbs, which meant that the road had a shoulder again. I jerked all the way back into the car, and Bokund hit the gas, wrenching the wheel hard to the left. The engine roared, and we shot across lanes of traffic, passing so close to the semi in the left lane that I could have reached out and touched it. Had my head and shoulders been sticking out of the car, my head would have struck the truck's rear bumper and exploded like a pumpkin thrown from an overpass. The Venator roared onto the left shoulder, the concrete divider whizzing past an inch from the driver's side mirror. The rumble strips beneath the car let out a constant growl, the vibrations shooting through the seat beneath me. I felt my teeth rattling in my jaw from the shaking. Bokund pushed the gas, and the Venator accelerated, going from 50 to 60, and then to 70. The SUVs and the gray vans piled onto the shoulder behind us, stretching out in single file. Bokund pushed for more speed, and the Venator leapt forward like a startled deer, the speedometer shooting up to 90. I didn't think he dared to go much faster. The shaking from the rumble strips was intolerable, and I was afraid the car was going to fly apart. But the idiots in the SUVs and the gray vans had lined up behind us. Unfortunately, it looked like the SUV with the rocket launcher had gotten the front of the line, and I saw the officer with the launcher lean out of the passenger window, taking aim with his weapon. "Cecilia," I said, twisting around in the seat to rest the AK-47's barrel against the side of the headrest. "Down." She ducked behind the seat again. "Sorry about your window, Bokund." Bokund winced, and I started shooting. My first shot left a bullet hole in the back window, but after the fourth shot the entire window exploded in a spray of greenish safety glass. A shocking blast of cold wind filled the car, and I tried to sight the gun as the car shuddered from the rumble strips, taking careful shots at the blue SUV. More white spots blossomed on the SUV's windshield, the bulletproof glass deflecting my shots. Then I got lucky, and the officer leaning out the window jerked back, grabbing at his arm, and dropped the rocket launcher. The weapon bounced into traffic, vanishing beneath the wheels of the cars. Bokund whooped and coaxed a little more speed from the Venator, the car rattling like a box of gravel. I peered out the shattered back window, but it didn't look like the SUVs were shooting at us. In fact, we were outpacing them. Even on the shoulder, the Venator could go faster, and we were leaving our pursuers behind. Then I turned around, and my heart dropped into my stomach. "Bokund," I said. There was some kind of construction on the shoulder ahead. I saw yellow earth-moving equipment there, ringed in orange road cones and surrounded by yellow barrels with black lids. Those barrels would have been filled with water to cushion any impacts, but in the cold weather they would have frozen solid. Hitting them with the Venator would be like driving full speed into a boulder. "Hold on," said Bokund. The Venator roared to 110 miles per hour. The construction equipment hurtled towards us. At the very last possible second, Bokund jerked the wheel to the right. The car shot onto the freeway proper, just missing a passing car. We passed so close to a van that the Venator's side mirror got ripped off, a little knot of wires dangling from the side of the car. Yet Bokund avoided hitting anyone, and we swerved back into traffic, settling into the middle lane. "God," I said. Right about then, the first Homeland Security SUV slammed into the construction equipment. The noise was thunderous. The second SUV slammed into the first one, both vehicles crushing themselves like accordions. The third and fourth SUVs managed to avoid the wreck, as did the gray vans, but as they skidded into traffic, the cars behind them slammed on their brakes. A massive traffic snarl leapt into existence behind us, trapping the Homeland Security vehicles and the gray vans within it. My heart thundered in my ears. I really wanted to throw up. "Okay," I said. "That was reasonably clever." "Thanks, Miss Rastov," said Bokund. He looked smug. "But if you ever do that again," I said, jettisoning the empty magazine from the AK-47 and loading a fresh one, "I swear that I am going to." My voice trailed off as I looked through the windshield. The traffic ahead of us was lighter, likely from the widening gap left by the traffic jam behind us. Yet directly ahead of us was a gray van. A gray van with flashing emergency lights on its rooftop, the brake lights flaring as it slowed down. The back doors swung open. "Duck!" I shouted. The two anthrophages standing in the back of the van raised M99 carbines and started shooting. The carbines were on full auto, and standing in the back of a braking van on a freeway does not make a good firing platform. Yet they were right in front of us, and they could hardly miss. A volley of bullets ripped across the hood, leaving black holes in the blue paint, and the windshield exploded, glass spraying everywhere. Bokund yelped and wrenched the wheel to the left, and we shot past the van, but the edge of the front bumper clipped the back bumper of the van. That made a mess. Both vehicles jerked, the van to the right, the damaged Venator to the left. The impact sent a shock through the car, and I grabbed at the door handle, wishing I had been able to put a seatbelt on. Bokund cursed as he wrestled with the wheel, the tires howling, and I heard Cecilia screaming. Then I recovered my wits, and I saw the anthrophage crouched on the hood of the car. It had jumped from the van and landed on the Venator, shifting into its true form as it did. Its skin was gray and glistening, black fangs filling its mouth and black claws like daggers jutting from its fingers. Its eyes were venomous yellow pits, its nose a triangular black crater. Black spines rose from its back, and with the windshield smashed, the creature's vile smell washed over me, a mixture of sulfur and rotting meat. It started to haul itself forward, reaching for Bokund, but I raised my AK-47 and squeezed the trigger. My first two shots stabbed through its chest, exploding from its spiny back in a spray of black slime. The anthrophage loosed its horrible, metallic hunting cry, so loud that I could hear it even over the roar of the engine and the howl of the wind. My next shot went into its temple. That shut it up. The anthrophage slumped on the hood, its carcass quivering from the vibration of the engine, and then rolled off and landed on the freeway. The engine itself was making odd noises, and I wondered if something important had been damaged. The Venator's blue exterior looked expensive, but it was only fiberglass, which was useless against bullets. Bokund straightened up with a grunt, brushing some glass from the lapels of his coat. "Are you all right?" said Cecilia from the back seat. She did not straighten up. Smart girl. Yeah, said Bokund. I think. Something ripped through the ceiling. A gray hand tipped with black claws, the arm behind it wiry with muscles like steel cables. The clawed hand seized the back of Bokund's coat and wrenched him backwards, and both Bokund and Cecilia screamed. I pointed the AK-47 at the roof and squeezed the trigger, moving the barrel back and forth as I guessed at where the anthrophage stood. I carved a smoking gash in the roof, and another metallic scream rang out. The anthrophage fell backwards, bounced off the trunk and rolled away down the freeway, leaving a smear of black slime. Armand, said Cecilia. Are you all right? Bokund nodded. Just startled, that's all. He glanced at me. Thanks, Rostov. That was good shooting. Considering I just blasted a hole in your roof, I'm glad you think so, I said. The Venator lurched. It wasn't much of a lurch, but a whining noise from the engine accompanied it, and several red lights appeared on the dashboard. Bokund cursed and pressed the gas, urging the car faster, but the whining noise got louder and the car got slower. Damn it, I said. Why am I always in cars that get shot to pieces? You done this kind of thing before, said Cecilia. Sort of, I said, looking out the shattered back window. There were orcs the last time, though. And then anthrophages. Damn things are like cockroaches. Vicious, fast cockroaches. Bokund, what's wrong with the engine? It was shot, he said. That tends to have a deleterious effect on all number of things. We had put nearly a mile between us and the traffic jam. The gray van we had clipped had stopped pursuit. I wondered why, and then saw that we had crushed its back bumper badly enough that the back tires had been punctured. For the moment, no one was pursuing us. Then let's get off the freeway, I said. Right now. We'll abandon the Venator, steal another car, and get out of Minneapolis. With luck, by the time Martin Corbisher is done lying to the Inquisition, we'll be long gone. I like that plan, said Bokund. I am very enthusiastic about that plan. That off-ramp, I said. Ahead an overpass stretched over the freeway, connected to both on-ramps and off-ramps. That one. It's our best chance. We'll disappear and... I saw a flicker of motion on the overpass as Bokund changed lanes, and as we drew closer, I glimpsed a parked gray van atop the overpass, 3 figures in dark suits standing at the railing, one of them lifting a black tube to its shoulder. Bokund. I shouted. Some instinct made me grab my seatbelt and slam it into place. Bokund, to his credit, reacted at once. He slammed on the brakes, the tires squealing like banshees, and twisted the wheel to the right, trying to get to the off-ramp. As he did, fire flared from the overpass as the anthrophage fired the rocket launcher, a scream ringing through the air as the rocket hurtled towards us. I don't remember the next few seconds clearly. The missile exploded about 3 yards from the Venator, and combined with Bokund's attempted turn, the supercar skidded to the side and slammed into the wall at the base of the on-ramp. Metal screamed and howled, the fiberglass stripping away from the side of the car, and if the window hadn't been rolled down it would have exploded. I had a surreal moment as concrete filled the window, as if the Venator had plunged into a sea of concrete. The strap of the seatbelt dug into my chest, and if I hadn't been wearing it, my head would have slammed against the wall and I would have died. The Venator slid to a stop with a groaning rasp of twisted metal, and I slumped against the seatbelt, dazed. Bokund was bleeding from a cut over his eye, and I heard Cecilia shouting his name as she grabbed at his shoulders. My terror cut through my daze. We had to move now. There could be a dozen anthrophages on that overpass, maybe more, and they would be coming for us. For that matter, those we had left behind were in hot pursuit, and at least some of them had functioning vehicles. Bokund, I rasped, releasing my seatbelt and grabbing the AK-47. Go. Can you stand up? Yeah, said Boken, blinking. He wiped the blood from his forehead. Just a little cut. I think I'm fine. I think. Then go. I said. Your door is the only one left. What? He said. Yes. Right. He tried the handle, and for a moment I was afraid the door was stuck. Then he cursed and kicked 3 times, and the door wrenched open. Boken stumbled out, pulling Cecilia after him, and I followed them both. I got to my feet just in time to see a score of anthrophages racing down the off-ramp. I looked back to the north, and saw 2 Homeland Security SUVs and a gray van speeding towards us, their lights flashing. Oh God save us, said Cecilia. We're trapped. We're trapped. Yeah, said Boken, grabbing his anchor from the damaged trunk and dropping it into a pocket of his coat. I took a deep breath, flexing the fingers of my free hand, and slung the AK-47 from its strap over my shoulder. Magic rose at my call, as I prepared the most powerful spell I knew. Can you shadow jump away? Said Cecilia. I can't, said Boken. This close to my anchor, it'll just draw us back here. I can break my link to the anchor, but that takes hours, and we haven't the time. He seized Cecilia's hand. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. We're not finished yet, I said, stepping in front of them. Stand next to me. What are you doing? Boken said. A spell to get us out of here, I said, the power crackling in my mind. Brace yourself. This is going to be a little shocking. I thrust out my hands, casting the spell to open a riftway, all my power going into it. A sheet of mist and gray light erupted from the ground before me, and through it I expected to see the familiar, terrifying landscape of the Shadowlands in Earth's umbra, the strange auroras across the black, empty skies, the pale grasses, the forests of obsidian trees with their eerie, glowing leaves. Yet as I looked, I felt something tugging at me, and my left jacket pocket glowed with ghostly blue fire. The pocket holding the medallion of the Dark Ones. It occurred to me a half-second too late that I had never tried casting the Riftway spell while carrying that medallion. Wait, said Boken, fear flooding his face. You're wearing a sign? You can't use a Riftway with that. The Riftway snapped open, and through it I saw the twisted terrain of the Shadowlands, but I also saw a grim fortress of green-tinted black rock, lit from within by a ghostly emerald glow. One of the anthrophages behind us loosed its wailing hunting cry, and then the Riftway swallowed us whole. 10. Venomhold. After a moment of staggering, whirling disorientation, I caught my balance, my shoes slapping against massive flagstones, a huge wall of black stone rising before me. Oh hell, said Boken. Hell, hell, hell. This is bad. This is very, very bad. I turned in a circle, catching my breath as I took in our surroundings. And as Boken had said, it was very bad. The familiar wild auroras of the Shadowlands lashed and writhed over the starless black vault of the sky, and I felt the familiar surge of arcane power. The Shadowlands were the source of all magic, and the power leaking through the barrier and reaching Earth was what allowed humans to use magic. Spells would be more powerful here, which I suspected would prove useful shortly. We were in a vast black range of mountains, grim and craggy and bleak. The land spreading below looked twisted, the vegetation poisoned, and a strange misty green glow rose from the forests in the valleys below. What is that? Said Cecilia, her voice awed. I turned, and saw the fortress of black stone rising over us like a mountain in its own right. It was huge and mad and surreal. Its half-ruined look put me in mind of the spell-shattered towers in the wreckage of downtown Chicago. The sprawling fortress looked sort of like a castle, yet it was a strange mix of towers and cathedral spires and ziggurat terraces and palace colonnades. A dozen different architectural styles blended together, all of them half damaged and crumbling. If I had given a demented architect $100 trillion, an unlimited supply of illegal hallucinogenic drugs, and 1,000 years, he might have come up with something like the castle sprawling along the mountainside. And I had seen a fortress like this before. The night of Greyhold Citadel had looked like this, with the same look of antiquity and immense size. Yet Greyhold had a sense of solemnity to it, of stern and unrelenting purpose. This fortress looked wrong somehow, as if something had twisted and corrupted it. Throughout the ruined walls and towers I saw more of those misty green glows, hundreds of them, and it gave the fortress a sickly aura, as if it was diseased. Or perhaps poisoned. Somehow the fortress put me in mind of a giant tumor. "Where are we?" said Cecilia in a quiet voice, shivering a little. "The Shadowlands?" "Yes," said Bokund, looking around. "But it's worse than that. We're in Venomhold." "Venomhold," I said. "The place looks like Greyhold." Bokund whirled to face me. "I wish we were in Greyhold. Do you have any idea of what you've done?" I scowled. "Explain." "I don't know all the history," said Bokund, looking around. I realized that he was holding magic ready, preparing to cast a spell. Thousands of years ago, some old king of Akkad in what is now the Middle East found the way to enter the Shadowlands. He realized the Shadowlands were a danger to his empire, so he founded 13 Demesnes in the Shadowlands and charged their keepers to guard Earth from the creatures of the Shadowlands in general and the Dark Ones in particular. "I heard that," I said. Bokund frowned. "Really? From who?" "It's another little secret that isn't widely known." I shrugged. "The Knight of Greyhold himself. And from the Frost Giant's ambassador to the High Queen, but I didn't want to share my part in that little misadventure." "You met the Knight of Greyhold and you're still alive," said Bokund, incredulous. "Are you one of the Greysworn?" "I don't know what those are," I said. "Ha," said Bokund. "The gaps in your education really are appalling." "Then fill them," I said. "What is Venomhold?" "Right," said Bokund. 13 Demesnes held by 13 knights. One by one the knights were all slain and were replaced by successors. In time those successors were killed, and the Demesnes were destroyed and absorbed back into the Shadowlands. Only 2 of the Demesnes remain, and of the 2 only the latest Knight of Greyhold remained faithful to his calling. "Yeah," I said. The Knight of Greyhold and the Jarl Rimithor had set up an elaborate plot between them to screw over the rebels, and that made more sense now that I knew the rebels were involved with the Dark Ones. So I guess this is Venomhold, the other Demen, and the Knight of Venomhold didn't stay faithful to his calling. "Her calling, actually," said Bokund. He shuddered. "Let's hope we don't meet her. We would not enjoy the experience. She has allied herself with the Dark Ones, and she permits the rebels sanctuary within her domain." "What?" I said. "Why do you think the High Queen hasn't been able to exterminate the rebels?" said Bokund. "She crushed all resistance after the conquest, didn't she? It's because the Knight of Venomhold grants the rebels sanctuary, and a Lord of the Shadowlands is supreme within her domain. When the rebels retreat here, the High Queen can't follow them. The Knight might be trapped within the boundaries of Venomhold, but within those boundaries she is invincible." "Yeah," I said. I had known Rogomil could use magic, and I had wondered how he managed to escape Madison alive after his failed assassination attempt on Jarl Rimithor. "Wait. You've been here before, haven't you?" Bokund's smile was a rictus, and Cecilia squeezed his hand. "How do you think I got away from the Wizards' Legion in the first place? Deserters are shot, or electrocuted or incinerated, depending on the magical abilities of the wizards who catch them. I ran, and a knight of the Inquisition caught me. Fortunately for me, the Inquisition needed someone to do a little errand for them in Venomhold. I did it, and the Inquisitor let me go. He shivered. I survived, but barely. I hoped never to come here again. He scowled. And then you brought us here. Why the hell were you carrying a sign of the Dark Ones? Armand, said Cecilia. I spread my hands. I took it from an anthrophage I killed in Los Angeles a few months ago. I assume that if you're carrying the sign when you open a riftway, you get dumped here? Yes, said Bokund. Damn it, I said. You could have mentioned that. Bokund spluttered. You could have mentioned you had the damned thing. Well, I started. You? Enough, said Cecilia. We're here and that's that. Arguing won't fix anything. Miss Rastov, is it? I nodded. Can you get us home? Maybe, I said. If the knight hasn't noticed us, said Bokund. If she does, we're finished. But if she hasn't, I said, rummaging in my pockets, we can get out of here. Just how are we going to do that, said Bokund. You don't know much about riftways, do you? I said, still digging through my pockets. I needed something useful, something that would get us away from Minneapolis. If need be, I could open a riftway at random, but that might dump us in the middle of the Pacific Ocean or the middle of the Caliphate, and neither option was appealing. No, said Bokund. I can't cast the spell. You're the only human I've ever met who could. Wow, I said, emptying out the contents of my right jacket pocket. There were a few old receipts, and a key for an apartment that didn't exist any longer. There are some alarming gaps in your education, you know. You're the one who didn't know what an etherometer was, said Bokund. He took a nervous glance at the wall again, where a massive stone archway led into the depths of Venomhold. So how can you get us back to Earth? All right, I said. Riftways 101. Think of the Earth as one thread, and the Shadowlands as a separate thread. Both threads are tangled together and touch each other in different places. So if I opened a rift way within, say, the lobby of Corbyshire Tower, it would open into a specific place in the Shadowlands. Opening a riftway from that specific place in the Shadowlands would go right back to the lobby of Corbyshire Tower. I held up one of the receipts. It was from a restaurant in Milwaukee where I had eaten lunch with Russell. I cast my tracing spell and felt the tugging. The tugging was faint, and the point was at least 1,000 miles away. It wouldn't work. So if you opened a rift way from this terrace, said Cecilia, hugging herself, it would go back to I-35 West in Minneapolis. Actually, it wouldn't, I said. It seems like the sign of the Dark Ones acts as a magnet, drawing anyone who carries it here. So if I opened a rift way on the terrace, I have no idea where it would go. I tried another receipt from Milwaukee. Still no good. The access point was too far away. Might take us someplace safe. Might not. There's no way to know. Not even with an etherometer, said Bokund, producing his and glancing at the dials. The flows of magic through the Shadowlands change too rapidly. What is that spell you are casting, by the way? The etherometer let him detect spells? Interesting. I would have to get myself one of those devices if we lived through this. It's a tracing spell, I said. Like I said, physical locations on Earth correspond to random locations in the Shadowlands. If you have an object from one of those physical locations, you can use it as a compass to lead you to a place in the Shadowlands that corresponds to that physical location. I tried another receipt, this one from a La Crosse gas station, but that was even further away. That sounds too easy, said Cecilia. Why don't more people cast that spell then? The elves could use it to travel anywhere in the blink of an eye. There are problems, I said, trying something else, an old gum wrapper, and failing. The object has to be tied to a specific location. Like a pebble from a furnace room. The pebble probably hasn't moved in years, so it's linked to that furnace room. Our clothes wouldn't work because they're linked to us. Also, some places on Earth don't correspond to anywhere in the Shadowlands, or to places within the Shadowlands that are too dangerous to visit. That, said Bokund, and the entirety of the Shadowlands are dangerous. You've seen the anthrophages, and they're actually some of the least dangerous creatures here. Yeah, I said, rolling a key around my fingers as I cast the tracing spell. I had forgotten I still had the key. It was an unremarkable steel key, and the apartment it had unlocked no longer existed. I only come to the Shadowlands as a last resort. Every time I've come here, I've almost gotten killed or eaten. So the sooner we leave. I blinked, straightening up. I felt a powerful tugging from the key, and it led someplace nearby, no more than a half a mile at most. Here, I said, holding up the key. This will work. It touches a location about a half a mile away, deeper within the fortress. Oh, wonderful, said Bokund. I gestured behind me. Would you rather go that way? The broad terrace we were on terminated in a vast cliff that plunged 1,000 feet to the valley below. Not really, said Bokund. Follow me, I said. Do you know any spells that would be useful in a fight? Some elemental fire, he said. Elemental ice, but not as powerful. You? A lightning globe, I said. Hopefully we won't need it. Maybe I should have one of your guns, said Cecilia. Wouldn't help, I said. Guns don't work here. It's why the men-at-arms train with swords and spears and crossbows. Oh, said Cecilia. Right. I forgot. Look, whoever you are, thank you. I don't think. Later, I said. Follow me. Cecilia, stay behind us. I led the way through the archway and into a vast, gloomy gallery, the key giving off a faint gray glow in my left hand. My shoes rasped against the stone floor, the flagstones themselves seeming somehow greasy. Pale green light shone from the pillars supporting the distant roof, illuminating lines of inscriptions. Cuneiform, said Bokund. Just like the ritual tablet, I said. I wondered what the inscription said. If the Knight of Venomhold really was in league with the Dark Ones, maybe the inscriptions were summoning spells. There were pictures amongst the inscriptions, images of men with the heads of eagles and bulls with the heads of bearded men. The gallery ended in a wall of black stone, 3 archways opening off from it. I turned right and left, feeling the tug of the key against my fingers as the tracking spell did its work. Left, I decided. And up, I think. The left stairs go down, said Bokund. Yeah, I said. That's inconvenient. We need to go up a bit. The stairs on the right go upwards, said Cecilia. I considered for a moment, measuring the tug upon the key. Then we go right and up, I said. The steps spiraled up and up, climbing higher into the half-ruined fortress of Venomhold. More patches of misty green light marked the walls, illuminating the way. The light looked compelling and repulsive at the same time, a far cry from the harsh blue-white light that had marked the spells of the Knight of Greyhold. I felt a strange urge to touch the light, but I knew that would be a very bad idea. Bokund gripped one of Cecilia's hands, likely to keep her from touching the light. In his other hand he carried his etherometer, and he glanced at it every few paces. Are you doing anything useful with that thing? I said. It will let us know if anyone casts a spell nearby, said Bokund. Some of the rebels can use magic, as can many of the knight's creatures. It might detect magical traps as well. Useful little gadget, I said. I'll have to get my hands on one. I'm surprised your employer didn't teach you how to use one, said Bokund. A flicker of black amusement went through me. He hadn't used Morvullin's name because he didn't want Cecilia to hear it, because hearing Morvullin's name would put her at risk. Which spoke a lot about Morvullin's power. Here, even in the heart of Venomhold, Bokund didn't want to get on Morvullin's bad side. Considering what had happened the last time he had irritated Morvullin, that made sense. Yet why hadn't Morvullin taught me how to use an etherometer, or even mentioned that such instruments existed? It would have made me more effective, and I could think of a dozen times in the last 5 years when a device that sensed magical force would have been useful. Maybe he didn't want me to have the skill, because I might learn something he didn't want me to know, something that I could use against him, perhaps. It was something to consider if I survived. The stairs ended, and we stepped onto another broad terrace, higher than the one below. A cold wind blew past us, more of the mad auroras dancing overhead. The key tugged to my left, towards a massive hall that looked like some sort of demented, enormous cathedral. 12 men stood before the doors, speaking to each other in low voices, and as one they turned to look at us. Crap. They had the look of rebels, various fatigues and camouflage jackets and helmets. They all carried a wide variety of guns, none of which would work here. Unfortunately, they all had swords or clubs. I could probably kill a few of them with my magic, and so could Bokund, but the rest of them would overwhelm us. Or they would run and get the anthrophages or the knight herself, and then we would definitely be finished. Unless I talked my way out of this. Bokund stiffened, starting to speak. Follow me, I muttered. For God's sake, don't talk. Bokund glared at me and Cecilia swallowed, and I strode forward. I looked the part of a rebel, too. I had the black leather jacket, the cargo pants, the AK-47 and the pistols at my belt. My ski cap and tinted goggles and mask were still in place, which meant they couldn't see my face. Maybe with a little bluffing, I could pull this off. I slipped the key into my pants pocket, flexing my left hand as I readied a spell. One of the rebels, a middle-aged man with a scarred face, stepped forward. What's your business here? I stopped well away from him, folding my arms over my chest. One of the downsides of only standing 5'3" is that it's really hard to intimidate people. Get out of my way, I said, or suffer the consequences. The rebel let out a nasty laugh. That's so, little girl. He looked at Cecilia and leered. We were told there were women here. I didn't think they would be delivered. He laughed again. Why don't you take off your clothes and turn around a few times so we can have a good look at you, and we'll get started. I had forgotten about that part. The rebels had a practice of capturing women to give to their soldiers as prizes, using drugs to keep them obedient and docile. My skin crawled as I realized that Venomhold might contain hundreds of such prisoners. That meant it was time to go from persuasion to intimidation. Get out of my way, fool, I said, reaching into my coat pocket and drawing out the medallion of the Dark Ones, now, before my patience is exhausted. The rebel leader flinched, and a few of the other men stepped back. That is a sign. Where did you? Do you question the commands of the Dark Ones? I snapped. I lifted my free hand, and a lightning globe spun into existence above my fingers. It snapped and crackled, spitting sparks, and I took another step forward. The rebel leader almost fell over his own feet, trying to back away from me. Do you question my authority? No, ma'am, said the rebel leader. I didn't recognize you. Get out of my sight. I roared. Now. I flung the globe to emphasize the point. It didn't have enough power to do much harm, but it exploded at the rebels' feet with a thunderclap that echoed off the walls and cliffs. The rebels sprinted for another archway on the far side of the balcony, vanishing from sight. I let out a long breath behind my mask. "How did you do that?" said Bokund. They all but shouted "How high" when you told them to jump. "I've dealt with rebels a few times," I said, thinking of Nicholas Connor. "Their leadership doesn't respond well to insubordination." I wondered if Nicholas had ever come to this bleak place. Certainly Sergei Rogomil had, given the amount of dark magic I had seen him use. Well, I had shot Rogomil to death in the food court of the Ducal Mall, and while I had done a lot of things I regretted, that wasn't one of them. "Hurry," I said. "Eventually those idiots will find someone who actually is in authority, and I want to be long gone by then." I drew the key out and walked halfway along the balcony, stopping before the massive doors to the cathedral-like structure. I grabbed one of the iron rings and started to pull, and Bokund helped me. We got the huge door open a few feet, and we slipped inside. I expected to find another immense hall, but instead it was a narrow corridor. More patches of green light glowed upon the walls, and iron doors lined the corridor. "What is this place?" whispered Cecilia. "Damned if I know," I said. "Some kind of barracks?" Bokund said. "How much farther, Rastov?" I checked the key and my tracking spell. "Not much farther. Another few hundred yards." "Let on then," said Bokund. I headed forward through the green-lit gloom. The corridor stretched on, though after 50 yards I felt a cool breeze upon my face. We were approaching open air. Maybe a cavern of some kind? The air felt damp, and a distinct smell of rot came to my nostrils. "A portcullis," said Cecilia in a soft voice, pointing towards the ceiling. I squinted into the gloom. "What's a portcullis?" "It's something castles have," said Bokund. "It's like this big metal grill. You pull the lever, and the portcullis drops down and seals off the archway." Now that he had explained it, I saw the massive iron portcullis resting in its niche in the ceiling. An iron lever as long as my arm jutted from the wall. Doubtlessly pulling on the lever would cause the portcullis to come crashing down, and it looked heavy enough to kill anyone caught beneath it. "Don't pull the lever," I said. "Right," said Cecilia. "It's enchanted," said Bokund, holding his etherometer over his head as he squinted at the dial. I cast the spell to sense the presence of magical forces, focusing upon the portcullis. Bokund scowled as my spell disrupted the reading on his etherometer, and I focused upon the ceiling. There were powerful spells on the portcullis, most likely some kind of warding spells. "I don't think it's trapped," I said. "Just warded." "I wonder why," said Bokund. I hesitated. I had the distinct impression that we would find out soon. "Keep moving," I said. A few yards later, the corridor opened into a yawning black cavern. The floor was rough and uneven and wet, with stalagmites jutting from the ground like daggers. Here and there I saw heaps of bones, most of them human, and all of them looked as if they had been gnawed on by something with large, sharp teeth. Far in the distance, I saw another pale green glow, but it wasn't enough to illuminate the cavern. "Now what?" said Bokund. "Do you know any spells to make light?" I said. "I do," said Bokund. "I just think, well, all those bones came from somewhere. Making some light might draw its attention." "And all this talking hasn't," said Cecilia. "That, and if there is some kind of predator in here," I said, fresh fear brushing my spine, "then it can probably smell us. We need light, but it would not." The fear redoubled, and I noticed another smell rising from the gloom, a sort of thick, musky stench that made me think of wild animals. I lifted my free hand and cast a minor spell, and my fingers gave off a harsh silver light. It looked a great deal like an LED flashlight, and I swept my hand back and forth, letting the cone of light move over the rocky floor of the cave. I saw the bloodrat crouching 20 yards away, and my heart froze with terror. When I say bloodrat, you probably think of a really big rat, like the kind of rats you see in major cities. When I was in Los Angeles, I saw some enormous rats scurrying through the dumpsters behind the restaurants where Nicholas and his friends had met. Those had been big rats, but the bloodrat was something else entirely. A kitten and an African lion are both technically cats, and those dumpster rats were to the bloodrat as the kittens were to the lion. The thing was huge. It was easily the size of a grown ox. It had spiky crimson fur, seeming to glisten as if it had been dipped in fresh blood, and I saw that it had left a damp red trail as it crawled forward. Its eyes were like hot, glowing coals, and its thick tail coiled back and forth like a whip. Black claws tipped its paws, and its huge teeth looked like giant yellow daggers, the whiskers quivering behind its nose like high-tension wires. The bloodrat stopped at the edge of my light, and Cecilia went rigid with fear. "Head towards the other side," I said, jerking my head to the right, keeping my eyes on the bloated creature. Bokund and Cecilia backed towards the other side of the cavern, where the glow from my spell revealed another corridor leading deeper into Venomhole. The bloodrat let out a chittering, high-pitched laugh, and it began to talk. Yeah, I should mention that. The bloodrats, like the anthrophages, are intelligent. They can speak, and some of them can even use magic. Since they live just about forever if something doesn't kill them first, they can become powerful wizards. "Little morsels," it said in clear English, its voice a basso rumble despite that disturbing chitter of a laugh. "Little morsels in my lair. Are you lost, little ones? Or have the priests of the Void Lord sent you here to die? I know not, nor do I care. Come closer, little ones. Come and let me drink your hot blood." "You will let us pass," I said, holding out the sign of the Dark Ones, speaking in the same tone of voice I had used when addressing the rebels. "You shall let us pass, and you shall not interfere with our business." Again the bloodrat emitted that chittering laugh, and it skittered closer, moving with fluid grace despite its bulk. "You think to command me, little morsel," said the bloodrat. "Only the night can command me. And the night has decreed that any mortals who enter my cave are mine to eat, whether they are thrown into my cave, or they are foolish enough enter of their own volition." My heart sped up, but I stepped back, tucking the medallion into my coat. Bokund took a deep breath and pushed Cecilia behind him, flexing his fingers as he gathered power for a spell. The bloodrat reared up on its hind legs, and grayish-blue light played around its forepaws as it began casting a spell. Given the number of bones littering the cavern, the creature had to be familiar with magical combat. It would know how to ward against magical attack. But could it ward against two kinds of attacks at once? "Bokund," I said. "Elemental fire. Now." He cast a spell, fire filling his hand, and flung a blazing white-orange sphere of elemental flame at the bloodrat. Bokund's fire spell was better than mine, and I only managed a gout of fire that lashed out from my hand to strike at the bloodrat. It didn't matter. The Bloodray's warding spell blocked both spells. Again the creature loosed its hideous, chittering laugh, and it scuttled forward a few paces, waddling on its hind legs, the fat rippling beneath its blood-colored coat of fur. The stench of the creature filled my nostrils, a mixture of musk and blood, and the hideous odor seemed to settle upon me like a layer of grease. "Little magic for little morsels," rumbled the bloodrat. "Mortals think to wield magic? Bah! Like monkeys with pointed sticks." "Again," I said. "Batter down his wards. Strike." Bokund gave me a look that was half dubious, half despairing, but we struck again, throwing more fire at the bloodrat. The creature poured more power into its wards, and our strikes did nothing. Again Bokund's spell was hotter and more focused than mine, and the bloodrat deflected it with ease. "Fresh blood," hissed the bloodrat, coming closer. "Fresh blood for..." I cast another spell, and the bloodrat reinforced its ward against fire. However, since the ward had been cast against fire, it did nothing to stop my lightning globe, which sailed through the ward and smacked right into the bloodray's ugly head. The bloodrat reared back with an enraged scream, its limbs and tail thrashing in a mad dance. Whatever coated its fur also seemed to conduct electricity, because fingers of lightning curled up and down its body. Before the creature could recover, I flung another lightning globe, filling it with as much power as I could summon. The bloodrat went into a thrashing dance, falling to all fours, and those horrible black eyes fell upon me, promising me a quick and very painful death. "Run!" I shouted, sprinting for the far end of the cavern. Bokund and Cecilia ran after me. I didn't know what kind of shape Cecilia was in, but she looked fit enough, and even with Bokund's longer legs she kept pace with her boyfriend. I called silver light to my hand once more, the light bobbing before me, and I ran up the slope of the cavern's far side to another corridor of black stone. Green light glimmered on the walls like glowing fungus clinging to the stone, and ahead I saw. A furious scream filled my ears, and I risked a glance over my shoulder. The bloodrat was coming at me, translucent slime dripping from its massive teeth. It was fast, far faster than it should have been. Bokund and Cecilia skidded into the black corridor, and I jumped after them, reaching for the wall as I threw myself forward. And as I did, I yanked the iron lever jutting from the wall. There was the rasp of iron upon stone, and the portcullis slammed to the floor with a massive crash a few feet from me. I stumbled back, catching my balance, and the bloodrat skidded to a halt on the other side of the portcullis. Another 2 seconds, and it would have had me. The creature let out a furious scream, raking at the iron bars, and for an awful instant I thought it would tear through the portcullis. Yet the bars glowed with blue fire, and the bloodrat recoiled from the warding spell. "I will not forget this wizard morsel," snarled the bloodrat. "I will come for you, and will find you, and I shall devour all those you love." "Yeah, sure, you can get in line with all the others," I said, turning away from the grating. "Let's go." How did you know there would be a second portcullis there?" said Cecilia, glancing back at the bloodrat. The creature had gone motionless, its hellish eyes promising horrible vengeance. "The bloodrat said it only obeyed the night," I said, drawing the key back out of my pocket and recasting the tracing spell. My head ached a little from the effort of using so much magic over the last few hours. Or maybe it was hurting from the car crash. My shoulders certainly were. And if the night lets the rebels visit, I figure she wouldn't want her pet bloodrat wandering around eating her allies. "That was quite a gamble," said Bokund. "You're one to talk," I said, feeling the tugging upon the key. "We're almost there." The corridor opened into a vast rectangular courtyard, the towering walls of Venomhold rising overhead. Pillared arcades ringed the base of the walls, making the entire thing look like the courtyard of some ancient prince's palace. The auroras across the black sky had turned green, matching the eerie glow of the walls. The key shivered in my hand. "Here," I said, putting it into my pocket. "Right here. This will get us back to a relatively safe place on Earth." "Relatively," said Bokund. "Anything is better than here," said Cecilia. I nodded and took several deep breaths, gathering my will and power for a spell. And as I did, a huge blue glyph, nearly 30 yards across, blazed to life beneath my feet. I spun, and saw that Bokund and Cecilia and I stood in the center of the glyph, an enormous seal of shadows. A seal that would keep me from opening a rift way back to Earth. Dozens of gaunt gray figures emerged from the arcades. The anthrophages raced forward on all fours, surrounding the seal. I looked back and forth, fresh panic bubbling up inside me. "And here we are again, Mr. Bokund," said a familiar voice. Martin Corbusher strode through the crowd of anthrophages, his left hand extended, the fingers glimmering with blue light as he maintained the powerful seal. It seemed that he could use magic as well. "Corbusher," spat Bokund, "just how much of your soul have you sold to the Dark Ones to get that kind of power?" "Why, all of it," said Corbusher with a smile. "But what I received in return is well worth it. Which you shall learn shortly in the final moments of your lives." 11. "Let's you and him fight." "No," I said before Corbusher could continue his monologue. "No, you're not going to do that." "Oh," said Corbusher. He grinned, his teeth reflecting the light of the seal. I wondered how much money he had spent having them whitened. And just why am I not going to do that? I had no idea. I was stalling, hoping to come up with a good idea. So far nothing had come. "I think you know why," I said. Corbusher tilted his head, considering me. "And just who the hell are you?" "Isn't it obvious?" I said. "Do enlighten me," said Corbusher. "I am Queen Elizabeth IX, I announced, "by the grace of God, Queen of England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland, and Defender of the Faith and so forth." I gestured at Bokund and Cecilia. I saw that my subjects were in peril, and I ventured forth to rescue them. They all stared at me. "Oh, for God's sake," muttered Bokund, rubbing his face. "Do you always have such a smart mouth?" said Corbusher. "This is nothing," I said. "You should hear me when I'm rested." "Really?" said Corbusher. "If this is what you're like when you're tired, I hate to think of the havoc you could cause when you were rested." I said nothing. Why hadn't he ordered his anthrophages to attack? He had the advantage. He wasn't even in that much danger. I could try to hit him with a spell, but since the anthrophages would overwhelm us in one quick rush, I might not even be able to pull that off. But he didn't know that, did he? I considered the situation from his perspective. Everything had been going according to plan. He'd murdered his father, seized control of the Corbusher Empire and Dark One cult, and coerced Bokund into stealing the ritual tablet for him. He had been ready to force Bokund to give him the tablet. Then I had come along and thrown a massive wrench into his plans. He had never seen me without the mask, and he had no idea who or what I was. Another independent thief? An Inquisition agent, maybe, come to investigate his illegal activities? Or a member of a rival cult? Based on the Dark One cultists I had already met, I couldn't imagine they all sang from the same hymn book, to use one of James Marnie's favorite metaphors. Whatever the reason, Corbusher wasn't sure how dangerous I was, and that moment of hesitation, that caution, was my only advantage. And then a very, very dangerous idea popped into my head. "Out of curiosity," I said, taking a step to the side, "why did you kill your father? It seemed wasteful." Corbusher watched me for a moment, and then shrugged. Dad was a genius, but his thinking was obsolete. He was too afraid of the High Queen. Too used to the old ways of hiding in the shadows and slinking through alleys. That time is over. The world is changing, and we must change with it. Soon the time will come when we can act openly and strike against our enemies. "Oh, totally," I said. "You'll overthrow the High Queen and bring freedom and peace and love and puppies to Earth, and you'll go right on thinking that until you get hung from a gallows on a Punishment Day video. I don't really care, Corbusher. All I want is the ritual tablet. Then you can keep wallowing in your fantasies until the Inquisition catches you." "The tablet," said Corbusher. "That's why you rescued Bokund? You must be from another cult." I shrugged. Believe what you like. It is time for unity, said Corbusher in the exact tone of voice I recognized from his radio ads. Was he trying to recruit me? And just why is that? I said. Because the Knight of Venomhold has gathered the rebels and the servants of the Dark Ones in a single grand alliance, said Corbusher. Together we are far stronger. Together we shall at last have the strength to overthrow the elves and restore freedom to Earth. You must have come from one of the remaining independent cults, yes? Join us, and you can share in the glory to come. You should have kept your father alive, Martin, I said, taking another step to the left. I could see down the corridor, back to the cavern. He was smarter than you. Better to keep to the shadows. All that shooting in Minneapolis today. You really think you can keep that covered up? The Minneapolis branch of Homeland Security listens to me, said Corbusher. Yeah, but the Inquisition doesn't, I said. And the Inquisition has a lot of bullets and doesn't really care about your money. Corbusher's face hardened. Then you are an Inquisition agent. Believe what you like, I said, half turning. The anthrophages tensed, my instinct screaming for me to run, but they didn't move yet. I should point out that if I was an Inquisition agent, you'd have been arrested already. Or I would have simply shot you in your sleep. Or I'd have hired out the job to the shadow hunters. Yes. I could see the glint of metal at the end of the corridor. I glanced back at Bokund and Cecilia. They stood close together, close enough that I could touch both of their shoulders at once. This might work. Or it might get all three of us killed. Corbusher let out a long sigh of pleasure. What? I said. You sound like you just soiled yourself. You are an Inquisition agent, said Corbusher, but an incompetent one. Regrettable indeed. A good spy keeps herself hidden and doesn't engage in theatrics. He smiled. You were hoping to collect evidence against me, I assume. You should have done that and fled. Not come here of all places. He frowned. Why did you come here? I took a deep breath, preparing myself. Isn't it obvious? It hardly matters, said Corbusher. I'll give you one chance to tell me where the tablet is, Bokund. Tell me where it is, and if it's really there, I'll let you and your woman go. The Inquisition agent is mine, I'm afraid. But you can go, so long as you keep your mouth shut. Bokund hesitated, looking back and forth between me and Cecilia. He'll just kill us anyway, said Cecilia, her blue eyes wide as she stared at the waiting anthrophages. The alternative, of course, said Corbusher, is that I kill you both. I think I'll have the anthrophages start on your girlfriend, Bokund. One finger sliced off at a time. How many do you think it will take before you break? I would say 3, but... Hey asshole, I said. Corbusher fell silent, his lips pressing into a thin like. I suspected few people addressed him in that tone of voice. Before you get started, I said, do you want to know why we came here? By all means, said Corbusher. I came here, I said, making a flourishing gesture with my right hand, to do a magic trick. Before anyone could stop me, I spun and cast a spell, swinging my hand towards the corridor leading back to the cavern. The anthrophages flinched, but gray light shimmered around my fingers for an instant, and nothing else happened. My will reached out as if my thoughts had become fingers, and I focused my mind as hard as I could. In the distance I heard a faint metallic click, and a fresh surge of terror and elation went through me. Ta-da! I said, doing a deep bow. I just had to keep their attention on me for a few more minutes. That was singularly unimpressive, said Corbusher. He looked at one of the nearby anthrophages. What did she do? She cast a spell of telekinetic force, Master, said the anthrophage, its burning yellow eyes fixed upon me. But it was weak. Sufficient only to move 10 or 15 pounds of weight. Maybe it would have been more impressive if I had done it in high heels and a bikini, I said. But since you're a rebel, I hear you prefer your women unconscious and drugged. As you shall soon learn firsthand, said Corbusier. I stepped forward and clapped one hand on Cecilia's shoulder and the other upon Boken's. It was a lot easier to reach Cecilia's. Both of them looked baffled. Don't move, whatever happens, I whispered. Enough nonsense, said Corbusier. Take them. Alive. Enough pain will force them to reveal the truth. Take. The bloodrat surged into the courtyard. I wasn't very good with the spell of telekinetic force, and couldn't shift more than 10 or 15 pounds of weight with it, but that was enough to pull the lever jutting from the corridor wall. The portcullis had opened, and the bloodrat had raced out in pursuit of me. And as I had guessed, it was not in any mood to play nice. It crashed into the anthrophages, flinging them aside like toys, and it bit one in half with a single snap of its jaws, black ichor spraying over its fur. As the bloodrat attacked, I drew upon all my power and cast the cloak spell, making myself, Cecilia, and Boken invisible. The strain was immense, and I gritted my teeth, sweat beading on my skin. I had once been able to cloak both myself and Reardon while we fled anthrophages in the Shadowlands, and that had been challenging. Keeping 3 people cloaked at once was much harder, and I didn't think I could manage it for more than a minute or two. Corbusier shouted, trying to reason with the bloodrat, but the creature was far too angry for that. Some of the anthrophages attacked the bloodrat, while others fled in terror. Corbusier screamed at them to return, but they sensibly didn't listen. My arms shook with the effort of holding the cloak. I didn't think I could do it for more than another few seconds. Then Corbusier made his second mistake. His first mistake had been his method for casting the Seal of Shadows. Morvilland, for all his brutality, had at least shown me how to use the seal properly. Likely Corbusier had not benefited from the same kind of harsh training. Rather than laying out the seal like a trap, he had cast it like a ward, holding it in place with his magic, and limiting his ability to use other spells, just as I couldn't cast any other spells when cloaking myself. With the bloodrat rampaging towards him like a runaway train, Corbusier was going to need his other spells very soon. You idiot, screamed Corbusier. We're on the same side. Morsels, roared the bloodrat, killing another pair of anthrophages. I will feast. Feast upon human meat. Corbusier's eyes widened, and he drew back his power to cast a spell. The Seal of Shadows winked out of existence, and I had my chance. I let my cloak collapse, a wave of exhaustion rolling through me, but I ignored it and yanked the key from my pocket, summoning as much power as I could. The bloodrat spun towards me, its eyes glaring as it swatted aside another anthrophage, and Corbusier gestured at me, black fire burning around his hands as he cast a spell. Stop them! Shouted Corbusier. Stop them, stop them, stop them. The bloodrat shot towards me like a giant red arrow. Power erupted from me, and the riftway ripped open in front of us, mist and grey light spilling into the gloomy courtyard of Venomhold. Bye, I said, and I shoved Cecilia and Boken forward. The last thing I heard was Corbusier screaming. Maybe the bloodrat needed to work out some frustrations. Again, I had the sensation of falling and dislocation. Sunlight flooded my vision, and a wave of hot, dry air washed over me. My foot scuffed against a patch of cracked asphalt, and I stumbled and fell upon my back. For a moment I was too stunned, and too tired to do anything but attempt to catch my breath. It was really hot. Miss Rastov. Cecilia knelt next to me, Boken hovering behind her. Miss Rastov. Are you hurt? Yeah, I said. No. Wait. I'm fine. Just tired. Need to see where we are. I sat up, looked around and laughed. My crazy plan had worked. We were sitting in a deserted parking lot, weeds jutting from the cracked asphalt. Next to the parking lot yawned an open cellar, deserted except for weeds, graffiti and some trash. On this side of the street stood worn apartment buildings, and across the street I saw various businesses, a laundromat, a convenience store, a place that sold liquor. A bus rumbled past, and most of the pedestrians looked either Asian or Hispanic. What is funny, said Bokund. I don't see anything that looks funny. We're alive, I said. That's what funny. It was so unexpected. Where are we? Said Cecilia. Los Angeles, I said. Rosemead, actually, one of the suburbs. I lifted the key. I lived in that apartment building for a couple of months, a few years ago. What apartment? Said Cecilia. That one, I said, pointing at the empty cellar. I sort of burned it down. Of course you did, said Bokund. Yeah, I said. It was really hot, too hot for my motorcycle jacket, and plus I was carrying a lot of weapons. The gun laws had a lot of loopholes, but there was no way I could walk down the street with an AK-47 and 2 pistols. I unslung the AK-47 from my shoulder, and then pulled off my coat and gun belt. I wrapped the belt around the AK-47, and then rolled it up in my coat, stuffing my cap and mask and goggles into the sleeve. After the chill of Minnesota, the heat and the sun was pleasant. Oh, said Cecilia. What? I said. It's just you're so young, she said. I was expecting someone older. I laughed. Wait a few years. Armand, said Cecilia. Are we really safe? Yeah, said Bokund, looking at me. I think we are. Corbusher will have no way of following us. He won't even know where we are. Assuming the bloodrat didn't bite his head off, I said. It was a little angry. You have a gift for that, said Bokund. I performed a fake little curtsy. Oh God, we're safe, said Cecilia, and she turned and buried her face in Bokund's chest. He blinked in surprise, but then wrapped his arms around her. Oh, we're safe. We're safe. Thank you, Armand. She looked at me. And thank you, Miss Rastov, whoever you are. Corbusher would have killed us if you hadn't come along. Well, I said. I took you to Venomhold by accident. Seemed only fair to save your lives after that. I met Bokund's gaze. Are you going to keep our deal? Are you going to tell me where the tablet is? That thing is dangerous, said Bokund in a quiet voice. Maybe it would be better if it was never found. Maybe, I said, but I don't have any choice in the matter. You know who I work for and why. Bokund sighed. True. And you did save our lives. All right. The tablet is still in La Crosse. What? I said. This entire time, the damned thing had been in La Crosse? Bokund nodded. I can show you how to get it. First, we need to get out of Los Angeles. We don't have a car or any money. Leave that to me, I said. 12. Invitations. The next few days were relatively peaceful. Hidden in a concealed pocket of my jacket, I had a folded wad of $100 bills, emergency funds for just such a time as this. I found a man selling a battered old pickup truck off the books, and after an extended argument in Spanish, I bought the truck for half of my emergency money. The truck was in terrible shape, but it ought to last until we got back to Minnesota. We drove in shifts across the western United States, taking turns at the wheel as the truck rumbled down the freeway. Cecilia had wanted to take the train or the Zeppelin, but both Bokund and I had overridden her. Using the train or the Zeppelin meant showing ID, and we didn't have any proper ID with us and no means with which to forge cards or documents. The truck was safer, even if it was louder and much less comfortable. I wound up doing most of the driving. I was more used to staying awake for long periods of time than either Bokund or Cecilia, and Cecilia in particular was exhausted from her captivity. She spent a lot of time sleeping in the middle seat, her head resting against Bokund's shoulder. I had left my main phone with my van. I'd carried a burner phone in my pocket, but it had been with me in the Shadowlands, and the Shadowlands fried any electronics after a few seconds. When we stopped in Salt Lake City for gas, I bought a crappy phone with my dwindling supply of cash, the kind of phone that comes in a plastic blister pack and looks as if it was designed by preschoolers. Nevertheless, once I activated the phone, it mostly received internet, so I checked the news from the Twin Cities. "Looks like Martin Corbisher has been reported missing," I said, scrolling through a news site. Evidently, there was a rebel terrorist attack at Corbisher Tower yesterday, and it's feared that the CEO of the Corbisher Group was among the dead. "Rebel attack," snorted Bokund. "Looks like the Inquisition decided to cover this one up." "Oh yeah," I said. "What were they going to say? That the richest man in Minnesota was a cultist of the Dark Ones, and managed to subvert an entire branch of Homeland Security? I bet there will be a lot of quiet executions over the next few days. They won't even put it up on the Punishment Day videos. Executing lone rebels is one thing, but an entire local branch of Homeland Security makes the High Queen look weak." "Do you ever envy them?" said Bokund, staring at the freeway. "Hey," I said. "The rebels? Hell no." "Not them," said Bokund. He glanced at Cecilia, where she slept in the middle seat. "You and I and Cecilia, we're awake." "Cecilia's sleeping," I pointed out. "You know what I mean," said Bokund. "We know what the real world is like. Most people, they just go about their lives. They revere the High Queen and the nobles. They go to work, go to sleep, and that's that. They don't know the truth. They don't know what the world is really like." He glanced at me. "Do you envy them?" "No," I said, though I did a little. "What I want is enough power to make sure that no one can control me the way Morvilland does." He snorted. "If you want to break free from someone like Keithran Morvilland, you'll need a lot of power. More than I can imagine." I said nothing for a while. Maybe I didn't need to break free. Maybe I needed only to wait until he cured Russell. Maybe I was fooling myself. "You're getting out of the business, aren't you?" I said. Bokund glanced at Cecilia again. "I've got quite a lot of money stashed away. I think Cecilia and I ought to take the money and go live quietly someplace. Under the radar. Stay away from elven nobles and dark ones, cultists and rebels and Shadowlands lords and all the others. God knows I've had 10 lifetimes worth of excitement." "I can understand that," I said. "What about you?" said Bokund. "If you have the chance, are you getting out of this business?" "I don't have much choice," I said. "My employer made sure of that." It was a melancholy thought. I had become a wizard and a thief, but I had not been given any choice in the matter. But what would I have been if my parents had not died and Morvilland had not found me? Would I be one of those people that Bokund had been talking about? Someone going about her life, doing her job and raising her children? Most American women married in their early 20s to bear sons for the High Queen's armies, or so the Department of Education's videos claimed. But some were married by my age, even had a child or two already. I tried to imagine my life like that, and I could not. It left me a little wistful, but there was also a hungry feeling. I had seen too much and survived too much to go back. I had some power, but I wanted much more, enough to keep Russell and myself safe. I couldn't have that if I lived a quiet life. I suppose not, said Bokund, shaking me out of my musings. If you think you can get out, I said, you should do it. People like us, Bokund, sooner or later we push too hard and get killed. I shuddered. Or eaten by a bloodrat. Cheery thought, said Bokund. So if you're not going to steal things, I said, what are you going to do instead? Oh, I'll think of something, said Bokund. I've done this and that over the years. Cecilia's actually a nurse, you know, so once I forge her some papers she can work anywhere she wants. That's how we met, you know. I was at a hospital when some wraith wolves showed up, and one thing led to another. He scratched at his jaw. Maybe I'll go into network security. God knows I've hacked enough computers over the years. Suppose it's only just that I deal with it from the other end. Or I could become a taxi driver. I laughed. Just don't crash the taxi into the side of the freeway. It's much easier to drive when no one is shooting at you. Are you sure you won't get bored? I said. Yes, said Bokund at once. 5 years ago, I would have worried about it. Then I met Cecilia. He hesitated. Have you ever been in love? I sat in silence for a while. Yes, I said. It didn't end well. What happened? Let's just say it's the reason that apartment building blew up, I said. Ah, said Bokund. Well, I am sorry to hear that. I shrugged. Not your fault. And it's different with you and Cecilia. The man I was with, hell, you risked everything to save Cecilia. The man I was with wouldn't have done anything like that. Reardon might, though. Certainly he had gambled with his life alongside me, as we had faced those 2 Archons and Sergei Rogomil in the Ducal Mall. I'm ready to settle down, and I want to do it with Cecilia, said Bokund. And forgive my bluntness, I'm not like you. I frowned. What do you mean? I'm not the kind of wizard you are. I laughed a little. What are you talking about? I can't shadow jump. I can't use elemental fire like that. I can't. Good God, woman, said Bokund. Seriously? You have no idea, do you? Idea of what? Just how dangerous you are, he said. I have never, ever met a human wizard who could cast a cloak spell. You mask yourself so effectively, it's like you're some kind of damned shapeshifter. You can open rift ways, and I've never met a human wizard who could do that either. You can do all this, and you're what, 18? 20, I said. 20, said Bokund. You're a kid. I know you don't think so, but you are. What will you be like in 20 years if you're still alive? If you practice your magic that entire time, I can't even imagine what kind of unholy terror of a wizard you'll become. God. I don't even want to think about it. I said nothing for a while. To be honest, I rarely thought more than 6 years ahead, to the end of the cure spells. But what if that wasn't the end? What if Russell was cured, and I actually got away from Morvilland? What would happen then? And with that, said Bokund, hitting the turn signal and taking an off-ramp to a rest stop, it is your turn to drive. What? I said. Already? I saw a Welcome to Wyoming sign outside the rest stop. I told you I would drive to Wyoming, said Bokund, and it's only about 80 miles from Salt Lake City to Wyoming. For God's sake, I muttered. Besides, you're better at it, he said with good cheer. You Americans all drive on the wrong side of the road, and you drive like lunatics," said the man who crashed a Royal Motors Venator into the side of an off-ramp. A day and a half later, I parked my caravanserai van in downtown La Crosse. We had reached the parking garage without incident, and my van had been undisturbed. After abandoning the truck in a deserted alley, we had taken the van and set off for Wisconsin. I checked my main phone for news and messages, and saw that all the news out of the Twin Cities had gone suspiciously quiet. The Corbusher Group's stock price had plunged, so I wondered if the Inquisition was executing its way through the company's upper echelons. There was one text message from Reardon, asking if I was free to meet him in Milwaukee in 3 days. I texted back to accept, and then drove Bokund and Cecilia to La Crosse. "Well," I said once we stepped into the cold December air. I had retrieved my motorcycle jacket for warmth. "Where is it?" Bokund spread his arms. "Right here." I looked around, a little confused. We were on a street in downtown La Crosse lined with shops, pedestrians wrapped in coats and caps and scarves going about their business. It was a very cold day, so we didn't see many pedestrians, which was just as well. "So where is it?" I said. "Hiding in plain sight," said Bokund to Cecilia. "I always said that it's best to hide something in plain sight." She rolled her eyes but grinned at him, holding her coat tight against the chill. I looked around. We were in front of a bakery, with a little bookstore on the left, and a tailor that specialized in dress uniforms for veterans on the right. There were narrow alleys between the shops, and a blue mailbox standing near the curb. I blinked. The mailbox. Bokund grinned. I scowled, walked to the mailbox and squatted, looking underneath it. It was a rectangular mailbox with a rounded top, sitting atop 4 squat, stubby legs, with a small gap between the base of the box and the concrete. Bokund had duct taped the tablet to the bottom of the mailbox. I shook my head. The damned thing had been here the entire time. Hiding in plain sight, indeed. I pulled it free. He had secured the tablet in a padded envelope, the sort used to send fragile items. Postage had been applied to the package, and it had been addressed to a P.O. box in Omaha. "That was the backup plan," said Bokund. "If someone found it, say, an inquisitive postal employee, he would have assumed it had been lost and would drop it in the mail. But no one found it, did they?" He had that smug look again. "Someone might have sensed its aura," I said, tucking the tablet underneath my arm. Bokund gestured. "Who in downtown La Crosse is likely to walk around casting spells detecting the presence of magic?" He had a point. "It worked, so I won't complain," I said. "Guess this is goodbye then. You know where you're going from here?" "Absolutely," said Bokund. "Someplace quiet. Don't worry about us. I've been getting ready to do this for years. All the preparations are in place." He grinned. "See, you did your magic trick in front of Corbusher. Now I'm going to do my own and just disappear." "Good luck then," I said. To my surprise, Cecilia stepped forward and hugged me. "Thank you," said Cecilia, stepping back. "We wouldn't have escaped if not for your help, Miss Rastov." "Thank your boyfriend," I said. "He kept his word." Cecilia smiled. "I don't think you're as cold-hearted as you pretend." Boy, was she wrong about that. But I liked her, and I didn't want to be ungracious. "Anything's possible," I said. "True," said Bokund. "I never thought I would do something like this, either." He handed me a little slip of paper. "What's this?" I said. "A phone number," said Bokund. "If you get in a jam and need some help." I blinked, surprised. "Why?" "Because," said Bokund, You did save our lives. He shrugged. And call it an apology for leaving you here to die. I was desperate, but I suppose you would have been justified in leaving me for Corbyshire. No, I said, tucking the paper away. No, I understand desperation. Just as well as you, I think. I stepped back, the tablet tucked under my arm. Good luck, you two. Maybe I'll see you around sometime. Good luck, said Bokund. He hesitated. Be careful. We made a lot of enemies. I shrugged. They can wait in line. Bokund gave me a jaunty little salute, took Cecilia's hand and walked away. I watched as they went. God, what a mess this past week had been. But it had worked out, hadn't it? I had the tablet. It felt very heavy under my arm. A tablet that let anyone summon a dark one. Why did Morvilland want the damned thing? Not my problem. But maybe, a little voice in my head whispered, maybe whatever he intended to do with the relics I had stolen for him would become my problem. I shoved the thought out of my head and texted Rusk, letting him know that I would arrive tomorrow afternoon with the tablet. I could have arrived first thing in the morning, but Morvilland had given me until New Year's, and the last several days had been stressful. So I drove to my apartment and slept late, and started the day with strength training and a 9-mile run, followed by a long hot bath. A long job from Morvilland always played merry hell with my workout routine, and I hoped I would have time for regular exercise for at least a few weeks. It always made me feel better, and when I was tired after a workout, for a while I couldn't worry about anything. And my little jaunt to Venomhold had given me a new set of bad memories. After drinking a pot of coffee, I started up my old brown Vaquero sedan and drove to Shorewood, and Rusk admitted me to Lord Morvilland's library. Rise, said Morvilland, standing at his work table. I stood up, feeling the strange pressure from the cruciform eye on its pedestal. Morvilland turned. The colors of his black robe and red cloak made me think of blood flowing through ashes, and for a moment I could not shake the image from my head. You have the tablet? Yes, my lord, I said. Give it to me, he said, extending one bony blue-veined hand. I held out the envelope. It was heavy, but despite his apparent frailty, Morvilland took it without difficulty. He opened the envelope and pulled out the tablet, considering it for a moment, and then set it upon the table. This has been in the Shadowlands recently, said Morvilland. I tensed. He could tell that. Yes, I said. Part of your escape, said Morvilland, looking at the tablet again. Yes, I said. Were you observed? I do not think so, my lord, I said. I had a mask on the entire time. My riftway wound up taking me to Los Angeles, and I had to drive across the country to get here. I do not think I was observed. He nodded. Did you kill Bokund? There was no use lying to him. I had deceived him before, but I couldn't keep this from him, and if he really wanted to know, he had a spell that compelled me to speak the truth. No. His thin eyebrows climbed a little. Why not? We had a deal, I said. I would spare his life in exchange for the tablet. He kept his word, so it seemed proper to keep mine. Morvilland snorted. He was coerced into stealing the tablet, was he not? Fool. Who compelled him? Martin Corbyshire, my lord, I said. I wondered if he even knew who Martin Corbyshire was. Luke Corbyshire's brat, said Morvilland. Ah, I remember now. That spiteful little puppy. I suppose he finally worked up the nerve to murder his father. Hearken to wisdom, Miss Moran. Prudence and caution should be your watchwords. Martin Corbyshire possesses little enough of either, and shall soon destroy himself. I cannot disagree, my lord, I said. Why? Said Morvilland. Is he dead? He might be, I said. The last time I saw him, there was an angry bloodrat chasing him. Morvilland snorted once. It was perhaps the most amused I had ever seen him. You have performed satisfactorily, Nadia Moran, said Morvilland, turning back to his table. You may do as you wish until I summon you again. I hesitated. I wanted to go. But the question burned inside of me. Morvilland had forbidden me to ever speak of the Dark Ones to him. And yet, maybe there was a way around that. My lord, I said. Before I go, may I ask a question? Morvilland blinked, turned again, and faced me. His cold blue eyes seemed to dig into me like knives. Ask, he said. I took a deep breath. My lord, who is the Knight of Venimhold? Corbyshire said he worked for her. For a moment Morvilland said nothing, and I held my breath. A traitor, said Morvilland at last. For an awful moment I was sure he meant me, but he kept talking. When we first conquered your world, we thought that humans had never used magic before our arrival, said Morvilland. Upon further study, that proved to be untrue. Magic had been used upon your world in the past, mostly dark magic in isolated instances. The sole exception was 45 centuries ago, when a man named Sargon ruled a kingdom called Akkad, in what is now the Central Caliphate. Sargon saw the danger the Shadowlands posed to Earth, and therefore founded 13 demesnes within Earth's umbra, demesnes dedicated to defending your world from outside dangers. Given that I was talking to my elven overlord, clearly they had failed. One by one the knights failed and were slain, their demesnes absorbed back into the umbra of Earth, said Morvilland. Many of the ruins you have seen during your excursions into the Shadowlands were left from those demesnes. Of the remaining 2 knights, one has held true to his office and one has not. I advise you to stay well away from the Knight of Venimhold, Miss Moran. She would not welcome visitors. I nodded, swallowing. Go and rest, said Morvilland. You shall need it. I will require your skills soon enough, Nadia Moran. He turned back to his table. I left at once, collecting my boots by the door, and headed for my car. Morvilland had confirmed everything else I had heard about the Knight of Venimhold, but he had not mentioned the Dark Ones even once. Why? It was a problem for another day. A few days later, I went out with Reardon. We went to one of the suburban malls in Milwaukee. Not the Ducal Mall, which had too many bad memories, but another one. Some people found the crowds of Christmas shoppers irritating, but I did not. It was nice to lose myself in the crowd, to disappear amongst other people. I walked hand in hand with Reardon. I kind of enjoyed that too. We stopped for coffee at the food court, sitting at a table overlooking 4 flights of balconies, and I told Reardon how my hunt for Bokund had ended. So you let him live, said Reardon. There a bit of a glint in his brown eyes as he watched me. That seems out of character. I shrugged. I'm just full of surprises. Truly, said Reardon. So why did you let him live? There were a dozen answers I could have given him. It had been the prudent thing to do. I hadn't wanted to kill him in front of Cecilia. That I understood Bokund's problem, that Corbyshire had used someone he loved against him just as Morvilland used Russell to keep control of me, though Morvilland was rather more competent at it. That I saw a lot of myself in Bokund, and was jealous how he could go live quietly. That I remembered how I had almost murdered Alexandra, and I never wanted to do that again. He didn't deserve it, I said at last. Reardon offered a grave nod. I can understand that. Oh yes, I forgot, I said. The noble shadow hunters never kill anyone who didn't deserve it. We only kill in self-defense or while carrying out a lawful writ of execution, said Reardon. So yes. You are correct, if sarcastic. No. I said, feigning a shocked face, and he actually laughed a little at that. I grinned at him, and then an idea occurred to me. Hey, I said. What do you usually do for Christmas? I got church on Christmas Eve and then Christmas Day, said Reardon. I managed not to roll my eyes. Then I have a quiet dinner somewhere. Alone. I said. Reardon shrugged. My family has been dead for many years. I said. Sorry. The truth is the truth, whatever we think of it, said Reardon. Very profound, I said. Look, why don't you come with me to the Marnies for Christmas? I promised them I would come this year, since I missed Thanksgiving. They wouldn't mind. I mean, you helped save their lives when the Archons attacked. And Lucy likes to cook healthy, so you won't, gain a lot of weight from gravy or anything. I was rambling a bit, and I made myself shut up. You are inviting me, said Reardon, to your parents' house for Christmas. What? I said. No. Of course not. My parents have been dead for 15 years. I suppose we could go to the cemetery for Christmas, but wouldn't that be a little morbid? Standing in the snow, shivering and looking sad while. Reardon laughed again. For God's sake. I'll even go to church if you want, I said. Christmas Eve candlelight vigil or whatever. We'll pass the palms plants around and sing. That's Palm Sunday, he said. Well, I said. I was surprised at how anxious the question had made me feel. Are you in? He just stared at me for a moment, and then he smiled. Nadia Moran in a church, he said. This I have to see. All right. I smiled. Good. And I meant it. I felt, I don't know. Happy. Well, maybe not happy, not with all my fears, but happier. Excited? Yes, definitely excited. And hopeful. Yes, that was it. I felt hopeful for the future. Despite everything, I felt more hopeful than I had in years. It was just as well I had that moment. Because if I had known of the man who was hunting me down, I would have felt nothing but dread. Epilogue. The elven commoner who still called himself Arvalian stood and waited upon the High Queen's attention. 4 of the High Queen's human slaves stood nearby clad in orange tunics, their heads bowed as they awaited his commands, but Arvalian paid them no attention. It was odd, really. He still thought of himself as an elven commoner after all these years. Despite all the centuries, all the battles, all the horrors he had seen in the worlds he had visited, despite the massive powers he commanded, he still thought of himself as a shopkeeper's son. He missed his father's shop. All the elves hoped for the day of return when they could liberate their homeworld Calvarian from the tyrannical grip of the Archons. But when Arvalian thought of the elven homeworld, he thought of his father's shop. It was ludicrous. The shop had been ashes for centuries, ever since the Archons had swept across Calvarian in a tide of blood and fire and slaughter. Perhaps they had even raised one of their death camps on the site, building a blood-drenched altar to the Dark Ones. So much had been lost. The High Queen stepped into the chamber, flanked by 4 of the royal guard, and Arvalian stirred from his musing. She was beautiful, unearthly beautiful, tall and strong, with hair like a banner of flame and eyes like discs of ghostly blue fire. She had been considered the most beautiful woman of the royal house, and from what Arvalian understood, even the humans found her beautiful, though their awe was always touched with fear. Understandable fear, given the power that Tarlia commanded. I will speak with the Lord Inquisitor alone, she told the royal guards and the slaves. Attend me, my friend. The silver fire in his veins flared, responding to the truth in her words. For they were friends, strange as it was. They didn't particularly like each other, but they were friends. They had survived too much together. And she was the High Queen, and Arvalian was no urchin to disobey her. He crossed the room to her side. His coat, the gold-trimmed black coat of an elven archmage, rustled against the black uniform of a knight of the Inquisition that he wore. The royal guards shifted as he passed, uneasy in his presence, and the humans' fear increased. Arvalian was used to it. Possibly the only two people on Earth, human or elf, who were not afraid of him, were Tarlia and Kithran Morvilland, and even Tarlia treated him with a measure of wariness. Because elves and humans feared the truth above all else. Morvilland did not fear him because Kithran Morvilland feared only one thing, and it certainly was not Lord Inquisitor Arvalian. He followed the High Queen onto the balcony, the icy wind tugging at his coat. Right now the High Queen's citadel of Skythrone floated above the wilderness of British Columbia, the foothills of the Rocky Mountains 1,000 feet below, snow-covered trees and mountains visible in all directions. They stood at the marble railing in silence for a moment. "It is beautiful here," said Arvalian. "Yes," said Tarlia, her voice distant. "In a way. But it is not Calvarian." She let out a long breath, her red hair stirring. "I sometimes regret leading the exiles here." The silver fire in his veins flashed. It was the truth. "We did what we had to do," said Arvalian. "We either had to abandon Calvarian, or let the Archons slaughter us. Morvilland found the way." "Kithran did," said Tarlia, her voice even more distant as she thought of her teacher. "I wonder if he knew, no matter." "You did not summon me to discuss the past," said Arvalian. "No," said Tarlia. "There is a problem." "That business in Minneapolis," said Arvalian. The Department of Education had done a passable job of covering it up. The reports from the Knights of the Inquisition had been rather grimmer. Most of the cult's leaders had been captured, but quite a few rats had escaped before the ship had sunk. Still, the situation was under control. "Hardly," said Tarlia. "Another Dark One cult with pretensions of power. The Inquisition has dealt with them, though Martin Corbusher himself has disappeared. We shall deal with him in time. Skythrone is proceeding to the Twin Cities, and perhaps having the royal citadel hover in the sky overhead for a few days will inspire the humans of Minneapolis to fresh loyalty. No, I require your skills for something else." Arvalian waited. "Baron Castamere of La Crosse has lost my confidence," said Tarlia. The silver fire pulsed with truth. It took Arvalian a moment to remember Baron Castamere. "He is no urchin," said Arvalian. "No," said Tarlia. "But he thinks to follow in their path. He thinks to become the High King, by turning his face from God and worshipping the Dark Ones." Rage hissed through her voice. "You are certain of this," said Arvalian. "Entirely," said Tarlia. The silver fire pulsed in response to the truth. "Yet you have no proof, so you cannot act," said Arvalian. The Department of Education's propaganda presented the High Queen to the humans as all-powerful and all-knowing. And while she was both fiendishly clever and tremendously powerful, she was neither omnipotent nor omniscient, and when it came to dealing with elven nobles, ancient tradition bound her hands. Arvalian was a commoner. No tradition bound his hands, and his hands wielded the power of an archmage of the elves. And the power of the last of the Lord Inquisitors, a fearsome power that no living thing could resist, the dreadful power of the truth itself. He had done terrible, terrible things with those powers. He had defeated mighty enemies and humbled them utterly, shattering their wills and breaking their minds, and he regretted many of those things. But if he had not, the Archons would have destroyed the elves, and likely they would have enslaved or exterminated the humans by now. "But you can act," said Tarlia. The truth of it burned in his veins. "Yes," said Arvalian, thinking. He could not confront Castamere directly. An appropriate human agent would serve. He had used that tactic before, years ago, and he contemplated seeking out and binding Armand Beauchamp once more. No, he would not. He had given his word. And just as no living creature could speak a false word to the Lord Inquisitor, neither could the Lord Inquisitor speak a false word. He had promised to let Beauchamp go, and that was that. But there were others. Keithrin Morvilland had many abilities, and among them was a knack for training capable human shadow agents. It had once been an ancient custom for elven nobles to train shadow agents from among elven commoners, to do the quiet tasks that the nobles themselves could not, and Morvilland had transferred that tradition to humans. As far as Arvalian knew, Morvilland had gone through over 30 such agents in the last 300 years. Usually they wound up dead with one or two notable exceptions, and Morvilland's current agent might be just what Arvalian's task required. "Then go," said Tarlia. "You have my full support. Do what is necessary." Arvalian bowed and left for Milwaukee. Morvilland's shadow agent would fulfill Arvalian's purpose, or the agent would die in the process. The end.